Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Line drive, left field, up against the wall. 2 runs are going to score. It'll be a single for Joey Bart.
And that's a 3-hit night for Joey Bart. It's going to happen sooner than later. He's going to start climbing up the lineup.
No doubt about that. Mike Kruko, Dwayne Kuiper on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. And oh, baby, Joey Bart starting to turn the corner. And what do you know? The Giants are 4 back of the Padres in the loss column for that final wild card spot. So you say there's a chance, huh? There is a chance there for the Giants. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, you're telling me there's a chance. I'm telling you there's a chance with the Giants. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts and YouTube, Twitch. Lubman, Langford, and you, Joe Shasky. Giants win 6-1. That's 4 in a row for the Gigantes. 4 in a row, and they beat their old friend Madison Bumgarner last night.
Yeah, it was obviously weird and odd seeing Madison Bumgarner. I want to talk about Joey Bart first, though, because this is the most important player for this year. Love Logan Webb. He showed out at the end of last year. I feel like he's validated last year with his performance this year. I love Camilo Duvall. Relievers are tougher to gauge long-term because sometimes arm troubles and things like that, how much success can carry over from one year to the next. It's just fickle. But everyday players are where this team desperately needs to find somebody in their own system to come up and be a player. You lose Buster Posey, all-time legend. No way anybody can stack up to that guy. No. But what I've seen from Joey Bart in the last month, you got to be encouraged.
You have to.
You got to be encouraged.
You have to.
My favorite part about last night, and when we're going to get to how he's using the whole field, because that's very important, Bumgarner's arguing with the umpire about balls and strikes, and he ends up walking the batter just in front of Joey Bart. And then he comes off the mound, he snaps a catch, and Bumgarner's chirping and chirping, and now the infield for the Diamondbacks is kind of like watching Bumgarner argue with the umpire. First pitch, what does Joey Bart do on the next one? Drops a perfect bunt down the line. Mm-hmm. This isn't about me loving the bunt, because I do love the bunt.
I love the bunt, too. I love the bunt.
It's the situational awareness to go third baseman, shortstop, first baseman, pitcher. They're all distracted by this Bumgarner conversation that's going on. I'm going to drop this right here. Boom.
Smart.
It was genius.
Smart. And you know what? We're National League guys, so I'm always going to be pro-bunt.
I am too.
I'm National League guy, pro-bunt, move the runner over, situational baseball.
Thank you.
That's what makes it special. But think about where Joey Bart was a month ago. All right? Think about
just 170.
Dude, July 14th. Losing in 10 innings to the Brewers. He was at 176. His batting average is 176. Now you wake up today, it's August 16th, he's batting 233. The sluggy's over 400. The OPS has gone up from the mid-600s to over 727. All right? So he's starting to figure it out. And like you said, using all fields. I don't care about him hitting the ball over the fence. I know everybody went crazy during the lockout season, or the pandemic-shortened season, when he couldn't hit a home run. He was hitting all these doubles. I don't care.
I'll take doubles.
Put the ball in play.
Yes.
If you could use all fields and hit for average, I am cool with that. This guy looks like an RBI machine, whether it's singles, doubles. This job is open to him for the next 10 years if he can take it. And I think for the first time, he knows it. Once they got rid of Kurt Casale, I think, whoosh, all right, this is my gig. I'm going to run this staff. I'm going to play basically, 5 times a week. And then they're going to put in Austin Wins or whatnot. This is his job, and I think the pressure's off of him.
Posey had probably the greatest arm I've seen behind the dish for a Giant catcher of all time. And I'm not saying he's at Posey's level on that, because we're talking this is a Hall of Famer. I mean, Bus Posey, Hall of Famer.
And then you think about Benito Santiago, who had another great arm,
a cannon. Joey Bart's arm is electric, though.
Not bad.
It's electric. And defensively, he's made huge strides the last couple of months. I love where he's at defensively.
He was close to getting Rojas on that stolen base last night.
Rojas got a great jump.
Rojas got a great jump.
Nobody on.
Right there. Yeah,
these pitchers, they got the high leg kick. Every one of these guys, no one can hold anyone on. That being said, at the plate. My dad's been like all over this from the beginning of the year. When he was swinging through everything, he was trying to pull everything. And the best hitters, they pull it when they need to, but they go oppo when they need to as well. And then you have the nice balanced at bat. When he hit that ball off the right field wall that he almost hit out, I said, this guy's locked in. He's hit home runs to center field. He's driven it to right center. That ball he hit off the wall in right field. And I heard Kruko talking about it. I'm with him. He's going to be the first guy to put a right-handed home run for a Giant player, because I think Stanton did it in like warm-ups and stuff.
McCovey Cove.
In McCovey.
Sosa got close. No, he hit the arcade. I'm trying to think. Sosa, I remember he
almost hit the Coke bottle.
Field. Yeah, I mean,
that was
Sosa
the other
almost
way.
hit the Coke bottle. Yeah. But he also hit one in the right field, just like boom. Yeah. It was like, wow.
But Joey Bart's got natural power. When you just look at their team, okay, their team that they have at the big league level, he clearly has the most potential. But will he reach all of that potential? I don't know. But I love what I'm seeing.
So you heard Kruko at the end of that clip, and he said he's going to start to be moved up in the lineup. He's going to be batting higher now. And this is something you and I have talked about for 4 months now, it feels like. Remember I asked Flem, I said, would it be a difference if he batted second or third? Would he see better pitches or whatnot? And Flem was like, oh, not really. He's just got a hit. But now I think it's time to put him in primetime situations. Second, third, fourth. Look at Brandon Belt batting 225. And we watched Brandon Belt yesterday. God bless his soul. The knee's not right. I mean, he's limping to the finish line. And it's actually sad the way his career's ending. Last year he had a great year, but he misses the playoffs. He misses the last month because of the knee. The knee, Lubman texted us yesterday, the knee's been drained, 7 times this season?
He had microfracture multiple years ago, and it doesn't seem like the microfracture thing helped him out. Jason Kidd got lucky. He did microfracture. This is going years ago.
It didn't help Chris Webber.
There's a lot of guys. But
Maury Stoudemire.
There's few and like Andrew Bogut got microfracture on the ankle and ended up having multiple good years after that. But there's not a lot of guys that happens to.
No.
And you're right, B. Like, I can't look at. He's had a great run as a Giants first baseman. All right, he has. He's had a great run. It's over.
It's over.
I mean, it's over. And you know I'm the most optimistic Giants fan, but it's over.
Are you? I think Lubman is.
Lubman probably is. You're right.
Taking that title.
Well, here's the other thing, though, B, when you talk about Joey Bart getting moved up in the order, he's earned it.
He's earned it.
He's clearly earned it, and this is a team that's without a threat. There was a moment in the game last night. Estrada comes up. It's 3-1. Estrada rips a double. It was beautiful. He took the extra bag and everything, sliding in. Boom, it's 4-1. He's on second base. A 4-1 game is still a dangerous game.
No doubt.
All right, there's a runner on third and second, and then Joey Bart comes up and just rips down that left field line. And to me, those are the kind of at-bats where he could sense the moment. It was like, here comes the kill shot. Those are the kind of RBI drive-ins that I live for.
And that's what they've been missing all season long. They've been missing that. 4-1 game, 1 out, 2 out. Can you drive a guy in?
Situational hitting.
Can you that game was over after it was 6-1.
Good.
The Diamondbacks to sell because they still had a little hope. Remember they were down 3-0. And Christian Walker hit one. Oh my Lord!
Did you see the stat they put up?
What, it was 111 miles per hour off the bat, but it was 460 feet.
They have this new stat. It's called no doubt about it home runs. It's basically a home run in any ballpark. Right. That's the metric. Aaron Judge 29 home runs. That would be a home run in every ballpark. Christian Walker tied for second with 17.
Yeah, and he's got 28 jacks on the season. Now, his average is low, 220.
Yeah, but he hits bombs.
But he hits bombs. And that bomb yesterday was like, ooh, wee. And then the Diamondbacks starting to threaten. The Giants get out that inning. And then, boom, you put up the crooked number and make it 6-1. That's ball game. But Joey Bart doing that and realizing the moment there and the confidence you're seeing from this kid. So do we want to see him moved up to the lineup? Maybe he bats 5th. Maybe he bats 6th. Now, Longo had a good at-bat. He's had a couple good games here. Maybe he can get hot because he's had a terrible season. Maybe he could get hot here. And then, we were talking about the schedule yesterday, and I know
Longo
you want to take it.
Sitting on that pitch.
Dude, he was sitting on that pitch, no doubt about it. We'll get to Bumgarner in just a second. I got some thoughts on him. But when you look at the standings, and weirder things have happened in the game of baseball. This is why I came back from vacation optimistic. Well, I don't know about that, but these are the facts. The facts are they're 4 games behind the Padres in the loss column. 4 games behind the Padres in the loss column. They played the Padres, at least 6 times down the stretch?
The Padres took another L. I don't know if you were paying attention yesterday.
3-0, Miami.
No, I'm talking about the one his dad took, Fernando Tatis Jr., saying that his son, took steroids because he got a bacterial infection in his hair during a haircut.
You know what?
And I love Tatis. You know this. I identified this guy opening day. I was like, this guy is going to be a 15-year superstar.
The best thing Tatis Sr. and Tatis Jr. can do is just get out of the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just go away.
I did.
If I was him, I'd personally call Gatorade and say, hey, pull the commercials right now. You know what I'm saying? Just give us a check to pull the commercials. Go away for a minute. All right? Bad haircut, dreadlocks, bacteria, this and that. We don't want to hear it. The best thing Tatis Jr. could have done is saying, I made a mistake. I apologize to this fan base, to this organization, to my teammates. I will grow up and learn from it.
I'm going to be real,
after
though.
the bike incident, and now this.
Yeah, I know.
Like, enough's enough.
Well, and all the missed signs in the dugout and running the bases. Like that's another element of this. It's not just the off-the-field
We
stuff.
don't want to hear about haircuts and dreadlocks and bacteria. We don't want to hear that right now. You're pot for 80 games. You're not coming back until game 43 next season.
You got to think that that's going to have an effect on their clubhouse because everybody, I mean, Joe Musgrove's out here talking smack, and we all know Musgrove's kind of.
What did Musgrove say?
He was saying that guy's got to grow up. He's got to be more mature. I mean, you want to talk about the kettle calling the pot black.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, look. He's got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do in that clubhouse. And I wonder what Juan Soto's thinking. Like, man, do I want to stay here in the clubhouse with a guy like this? Maybe he'll grow up, but I don't like what Tatis Jr. or Tatis Sr. said. And I don't like what I see from Madison Bumgarner as he grows old. Now, I saw a lot of tweets complaining about the attendance because Bumgarner was back in town. Look, we're not talking about Roger Clemens. We're not talking about Pedro Martinez. Madison Bumgarner had a good run with the Giants, a very good run. The legendary run in 2014 go down in history. But he's got a 4.37 ERA. He could barely throw 90 miles per hour. He's fooling nobody. He's 6-12 on the season. And the whining of Madison, oh my Lord, he's whining about everything.
Well, the curveball that he didn't get for a strike on the Estrada at-bat, he let that one pitch dictate that entire inning.
Yeah.
Entire inning.
Entire inning. And you're done.
Yeah.
So, but I did think it was cool for Giants fans to give him a standing ovation after he walked off the mound. They still love Bumgarner. He's a legend here. Number 40 may be retired. Who knows?
I'd still take him back. I'm going to be honest with you. I would. As a fourth or fifth starter. Yeah, I would. I'd still take him back. Here's an interesting nugget, though. I noticed there's this line of demarcation. Look, Bum is a legend. I am prefacing this properly. Yeah. He is a legend. But I do feel like there's a divide amongst Giants fans. There are a lot of younger Giants fans whose earliest impressions were the final tailspins of the 3 championships, meaning 12 and 14. Yeah. And they don't necessarily know how to juxtapose 2010 or to contextualize 2010. Bumgarner is more, and this is not slanderous, I mean this in the highest of respect, he is more Andy Pettitte than he is Roger Clemens. And what I mean by that is that Andy Pettitte was an elite all-time playoff pitcher. Yep. But he wasn't that during the regular season. No. He was a really good to great pitcher during the regular season. And at times, left a lot to be desired toward the middle part of his career. Andy Pettitte is a Livan Hernandez. Right. Great postseason pitcher. Right. I know we remember him for losing Game 7 out here, but he was 15-0 or whatever it was, 11-0.
He was electric in the postseason. Regular season, he kind of just go through the motions.
Josh Beckett is another guy. Yeah. Great postseason pitcher.
Regular season,
right? Tim Lincecum, I'll give him this. I'm not saying Lincecum's greater than Bumgarner no matter what. What I'm saying is that Lincecum had the elite back-to-back regular seasons that Bum could never put together. Yeah. He had a couple really good regular seasons. And so when we talk about immortalizing Bumgarner, what he did in the playoffs is otherworldly.
Right.
But the reality is when you take a step back and you just look at the imprint on the organization, the 2014 championship happens because of Bumgarner. Well, no one questions that. I would argue you don't get any of those World Series without the 08, 09, and then 2010 contributions from Tim Lincecum.
Well, you look at Lincecum, because this is this is where young Giant fans, they may have an argument with you, Butch, when you think about this. You think about Lincecum, 08, 09, 2010, and 2011. 2.62 ERA, 2.48 ERA, 3.43, and then 2.74. A great run that netted him 2 Cy Young Awards, right?
And no run support.
No run support whatsoever. Bumgarner's 4-year run from 2013, 14, 15 to 16 was up there. I know it sounds crazy to say because the electricity that Lincecum pitched with, the nasty fastball, the nasty curve to change, everything. But Bumgarner, 2013, 2.77 ERA, 2.98 ERA in 2014, 2.93 ERA in 2015, and 2.74 ERA in 2016. Those 4 years
were great,
especially
years.
starting with 2014 in that postseason. It felt like Bumgarner was automatic, and he's pitching over 200 innings. That 4-year stretch was good, even though he was never in consideration for the Cy Young
they
Award.
had Kershaw. Like you're the only other lefty alongside Kershaw in the National League that was worthy of being, compared up. How many Cy Youngs did Kershaw have during those particular years? I'm going to look it up right now. I bet he has at least one, if not two, during that time. And I mean,
so Bumgarner's longevity with the Giants, he may have been a greater Giant pitcher. Like, when you just look at the numbers.
Well, I mean,
when you just look at the numbers, and that's just box score reading. But the impact, and you look at the ERA, the longevity of it. Tim Lincecum was great. He was a comet, right? Came in for 4 years, and it was explosive. But look at Bumgarner's body of work there.
No, it was really good, but the team was also way, way better too. You're talking about a team that was a championship caliber team. 2013, they ended up having multiple All-Stars, Hunter Pence being one of them, having a monster year that year. And then he wasn't the ace. He wasn't the ace until about midway through 2013.
Right.
We rolled back Matt Cain as the ace, if you remember, and then he had the loose impediments in the elbow.
So Bum became the ace in 14. He was the ace in 15.
Absolutely,
he was the ace
unquestioned.
in 16. The ace in 17. Even in 2017, 3.32
he was really
ERA,
good.
109 WHIP. Not bad. It sounds crazy because I'm a Lincecum guy. I'm Lincecum through and through.
I'm taking Lincecum over him all day.
I love Timmy, but you can make the argument
for sure
that Bumgarner was not only a better big game pitcher, but was an ace for a longer period of time for the Giants. It sounds crazy. I can't believe I'm saying that. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Who are you taking right now? If I give you the ball, one game to win, most people are going, 2014 Bum is I'm still going 2010 Lincecum. As much as I love Bum.
2014 Bum was.
I know.
Think about what Bum did.
I don't think I have the winning hand.
Bum was pitching on short rest. 2 days rest.
I just look at who Lincecum went through in 2010.
Dude, the Phillies
the
lineup is an all-time.
was loaded. The Phillies team
loaded.
That Texas team was loaded.
Loaded. No
I don't
doubt
think
about
we remember
it.
A young Andrew. What's his name? Elvis Andrews. You had Josh Hamilton, Vladdy Jr.
Nelson
or Vladdy
Cruz.
Sr. Excuse me.
Nelson Cruz. No, they were loaded.
Ian Kinsler.
I think Michael Young was on that team.
Michael Young was not Blaylock. Blaylock had already left.
Hank Blaylock.
Yeah, he had already left. By the way, he was a good player.
Random story. I lost a fantasy championship in 2005 because I started Hank Blaylock over Chase Utley. That day, Utley hit 2 home runs on the final day against a pitcher for the Nationals named Patterson. Last day was Patterson.
Wow.
The numbers didn't back up Utley, so I benched him, and I lost a fantasy championship because of that. I can never look. Whenever I hear Hank Blaylock, I think of that moment. I'm sorry.
Number 9. Not good.
But you know what? Bumgarner? Damn, I may have to take Bum in the big game, man. 214. Look, the Kansas City Royals team, that Royals team at 14, they went back and won the championship at 15.
Lorenzo Cain.
That lineup was legit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Alex Gordon, Hosmer was in his prime, Moustakas, Perez.
Yeah.
They were legit, and they ran a lot, man. They had speed. They would hit triples, doubles, you name it. And they had that nasty bullpen. Bumgarner's run in 2014 may be the most impressive run I've ever seen from a pitcher in the playoffs in my lifetime.
Well, that's. I mean, I would say Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling.
John Patterson, yep. See, I told you. John Patterson.
Well, I think what Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling did with the Arizona Diamondbacks that year, that's up there with Bumgarner because both of them were coming out of the pen in both of those series. But, I mean, look. Bum's run is legendary. No one's questioning that. Yeah. I mean, if it's not the greatest pitching performance in most people's lifetime, it's number 2 or number 3.
Right.
I do think we've slept on Game 6 in Texas for Timmy.
Oh, you mean Game 5?
Or, excuse me, Game 5.
Game 5, yeah. He should have went. I thought he was going to get the complete game.
I mean, he was ridiculous.
He was ridiculous in that game.
With the entire 54 years of franchise waiting for them to win.
Well, how about Bum's Game 4? Give him a 3-1 lead
when they fixed his mechanics and he was 19 years old and he was in the World Series. Yeah, I do remember.
Look, but how do you feel about Bumgarner now? Forget Bumgarner from the championship years. The way I see him now, I don't recognize that guy.
Well, he's a hollowed out shell of himself.
Yeah, but
in the sense of him being on the Diamondbacks takes away all his mystique.
Takes all the mystique, but also just his attitude.
Well,
doesn't his attitude just kind of make you feel? It makes you love Timmy a little bit more. It makes you love Matt Cain a little bit more because they didn't have that attitude. Now that attitude is what helped make Bumgarner the pitcher that he was. But at your older age, you're supposed to be a leader with the Diamondbacks. You think anybody in that clubhouse is looking up to Madison Bumgarner for any advice, for anything? Well, this guy's just whining left and right.
I'm not sure how many pitchers are the leaders of their team in general, but I think you're probably right in your assessment. Like, Yeah, and you look at like Alec Thomas, a young player on that team, Rojas. These guys are young,
Marte,
mad swag. You think that they're dealing with the Cowboy Wrangler?
Right.
I probably not.
I was thinking about the video the Diamondbacks put out last year where they were dancing after the game. Remember they were doing that? And somebody was like, is Bumgarner in that video? And it was like, no chance. He just doesn't seem like a fun dude to be around. It doesn't.
No, but you don't have to have everybody all on the same page. Like Roger Clemens, having watched the Captain doc, Roger Clemens was clearly a complete lunatic that they rolled in just on game day.
Hey, but they loved him, though.
Yeah, he was Hannibal Lecter. No, I agree.
Jeter was like, he became one of my favorite teammates.
Well, yeah, because you know that guy could kill someone on the other side.
You beat us.
Did I ever tell you the story? The Wade Boggs story?
No.
So Nolan Ryan comes from the same era, if you will, just prior to Roger Clemens.
No doubt.
And during the Captain doc, he says it a lot, like, I've got the magic bullet.
Yeah.
So we run into Wade Boggs in Boston, and he tells us this story that he used to bat leadoff on the early Red Sox team. Well, the day before, Roger Clemens had hit somebody for the Texas Rangers, and Nolan Ryan's chirping from the dugout, I got the magic bullet tomorrow.
Wow.
So Wade Boggs goes to the manager and says, not feeling good today. The next day, he's leading off the game. So Ellis Burks ends up leading off the game, and Wade Boggs sits it out. Ellis Burks gets his helmet cracked in half right in the ear hole by Nolan Ryan. That's that era. That's that era.
That is great. That is great.
Bonte, that's that era. But that's where Bumgarner comes from.
By the way, Alex Burks, Giants legend.
I love Alex Burks.
That is a great story.
Come on, that's not great.
Nolan Ryan chirping.
And he's chirping from the dugout. I got the magic bullet tomorrow.
And Boggs is like, yeah, I'm out. It's awesome.
And Wade Boggs is throwback OG.
Throwback legend.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Like, you think of Wade Boggs, I think of Tony Gwynn. I think about all those great players. He was top of the lineup, always in the league leaders for hits. Average, doubles. He was everywhere.
On that Yankee team.
On that Yankee team, too. Oh, yeah, right. The horse around Yankee Stadium.
He said he was the only guy to go Paul Revere and then ride the horse in Yankee Stadium with Boston underwear.
Oh, man. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Innova International Inc. We'll talk a little more Giants, and then we'll get into the football team, the 49ers, as they head to Minnesota. They flew in last night to Minnesota. They're out there to scrimmage the Vikings, and we got some injury news.
We do.
And I'm going to blame Film on Mike for this. The injury to Jimmy Ward is Film on Mike's fault. I'll explain on the other side.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to On Deck.
from, Steven?
The early Madden games.
Okay, so last night...
This is early. Oh, yeah, this is early Madden.
I don't know if you knew this, but I pre-ordered the game, and last night at 9 p.m., boop, 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 John Madden, number 23, or whatever, Madden 23, was released last night. And the very first thing that you got to do in the game, when you open it up, you can't go any further. You have to play the game. It's a John Madden legendary game, and it's at Old Oakland Coliseum, where they have the old pullouts.
And you have to play it.
You have to. And it's AFC versus NFC Legends, and I picked the NFC. And John Madden's coaching the AFC, and it's 1970s John Madden. It's badass.
Wow.
Hair flowing.
Wow.
It's absolutely incredible.
Wow.
So I had Montana, Rice,
Oh, my God.
Barry Sanders.
Roddy Lott.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Randy Moss.
I can't wait to play this game.
Yeah, this team was ridiculous. And then defensively, Charles Haley, Reggie White, Aaron Donald.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it was so sick. Dion.
I heard Baldy talk about Reggie White. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish.
Tom Brady beat me in the final minute. Bastard. All Madden mode, dude.
You got me on Reggie White because, Tim Ryan, he was bringing up the stature of Drake Jackson and, how he looks like Bruce Smith. And
physically.
Not comparing him to Bruce Smith, but physically how he looks to Bruce. And then Reggie White, for some reason, I was going down the Reggie White rabbit hole. That's what happened. I read into an old Barry Sanders interview yesterday with Rich Eisen.
Oh.
And Barry was like, they were asking about LT and who's the best passer. And he goes, look, Rich, I can't. LT was amazing. Lawrence Taylor was amazing. He wants Toby after the game. Y'all need to just run and shoot. You're going to get killed in this offense. But he goes, Reggie White, I had to play against him so many times. And it was like, yeah, we can't run this play this week. We can't run that play this week. We can't run this play this week because number 92 is on the edge. And he plays well against the run, and he can club you with one arm against the pass. Like, you forget how dynamic these guys are. And then I was like, you know what? The Niners do have something with Nick Bosa. He can be, if he's healthy, he can be one of those guys. He can.
B, I'm not kidding when I say this. And I know this sounds sacrilegious. Patrick Willis is my favorite 49er player since the Yorks took over. Let's say 99. Right? 99, 2000, give or take. He's hands down my favorite player. Everything he embodies. And he was an all-pro from day one till the very end. And I know he had the turf toe that final year, and you didn't get a lot of him. But come on, he was as good as it gets. The gold standard at the position. I look at, there's a projection here. I'm telling you, Nick Bosa, I can't believe I think he has more talent than even Patrick Willis. And Patrick Willis is the gold in my eyes, the gold standard at the position.
Wow.
B, Steven, you've watched him up close and personal. Has he taken a bad rep at all? I'm asking sincerely. This is not hyperbole. He looks like he has been. I'm not kidding. He looks like he's been working out since he was 9 years old.
Well, whenever we have his dad on, I know you guys had the dad on, John Bosa on when I was away, and then we had him on last season, where he told us the story about Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa wanting to play football.
Yes,
and he threw a tantrum and said, "I'm going to kill myself if you guys don't let me play football." Then he drops him off the practice field. Joey goes to the right, Nick goes to the left, and John's like, "Yeah, these guys are football players." Like we saw him last year. Your first time ever at training camp, Shasky. We walked around the field. I go, "What up, Big Bear?" "Hey guys." And he's working out by himself. And I was like, this guy has no body fat. He has no body fat. His leg, I mean.
B, he doesn't breathe. Tim Ryan said to me and Steven, we were standing right there, and he goes, if everyone looked as good as Nick Bosa does every day, we'd go 17-0.
Wow.
How's it going, my guy?
I mean, Steven, you stood up personal, like right next to him. You've seen him work on these drills. Explain to Bonte how perfect the guy looks.
I know how perfect.
Yeah, I don't have to explain to Bonte. I think Bonte understands it. Nick Bosa is an unbelievable specimen. It doesn't make sense. You look at him and you just ask how. Like, how can any human look like that? Or move like that? And like you mentioned, he doesn't look like he's breathing heavy at all after a rep.
It's incredible.
He just stands straight up. On to the next one.
He gets off the ball so well. I love the get off the ball drills where they got the string and who's going to be first. And it was always Nick Bosa, D Ford. Then you had Buckner in there when he was here. And then, of course, you had Armstead and you had all these guys. And Nick Bosa, just his get-offs, man. And if he doesn't win the get-off, he's ticked off. He's like ticked off. It's like, this guy wants to win everything. He has a chance.
He's going to be an
all-time great, no doubt about it. I'm really excited for a season coming up.
And the one thing that, like, when I look at linebackers, it's so hard to be good for a long time because you're car crashing into everybody. Now, Willis was from that very end fullback era where you'd have to take on a fullback and you just take a lot of punishment. Yeah. And the league kind of evolved to being more spread by the time he was getting toward the end of his career. Pass rush is pass rush.
Pass rush is pass rush. But you know what? With Willis, he was a 3-down linebacker.
Oh, I'm not taking
who I
it.
believe
Come on.
could play in any era. In this
No,
era,
I agree with
where
that.
a lot
He
of
would have
defenses are in
evolved.
the nickel defense, and you only have 2 linebackers, Patrick Willis would have been great in this era, where he would have had to defend the pass. He was a ball hawk. He was a ball hawk. 3-down linebacker, play the pass, play the run, hit you, pop you in the mouth. Patrick Willis is all-time great. Now, I know some people who are a little bit older than us are saying, how are you guys going to dismiss Ronnie Lott?
Well, of course, but I'm saying since the Yorks took over was the way I put it. Like,
right.
In terms of just guys that they've drafted who I think have the highest ceilings. I thought Aldon Smith had the ceiling to be one of the all-time greats. What do you have, 48 sacks through 45 games?
You know, you think about the Watson suspension for 6 games. Now the NFL is a pill league. We'll see what happens there. You think about all the suspensions that we've seen. Aldon Smith got done in wrong by the NFL. Now I get it. He needed help. He never got that help. He never accepted the help.
Yeah,
and that's unfortunate.
It's a 3-pronged thing.
I
agree.
also didn't like the NFL saying, hey, once you're suspended, you have to stay away from the facility. I think the facility is the best thing for these suspended players. Keep them in-house. Watch these guys.
Regimented.
You know, yeah, exactly. Check these dudes. Aldon Smith could have been Lawrence Taylor 2.0. He really could have been.
I know.
I mean, it gets the run, it gets the pass, you name it. And it's unfortunate because the Niners have found that guy. Another dude where they drafted him 7th overall. I said, who? I watch a lot of Missouri football because City College was sending a lot of guys out there.
I had no idea who he was.
No idea who he was.
Broke his leg or something the year prior. I think he was like a redshirt sophomore.
Right. He's wearing like number 48, I believe.
That was before they entered the SEC, Missouri.
Yeah.
Wow, that's way back when.
So anyway, Nick Bosa, I was just thinking, because I was listening to Barry Sanders talk about these great players, and I thought about Nick Bosa, and I was just like, you know what, man, this guy can be an all-timer. Now, they need him to be an all-timer, because I'm a little worried about the secondary right now, Shasky.
Well, there's no question.
And I want to get into that, man. Now you got 3 of your 4 starting secondary members on the shelf right now. And Jimmy Ward may not play week 1. This is problematic. Let's get into that on the other side on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 if you're concerned about the Niners injury so far. I know it's only week 2 preseason, but your boy over here is a little concerned about that. We'll do that coming up. Sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds.
other guys, so he's going to be some time.
Is there a chance he won't be ready for week one?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad hamstring injury, and it's not like the other two guys, so we'll see over here over the next couple weeks how it plays out.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on Jimmy Ward, and he couldn't miss the season opener with a hamstring injury. He suffered, I guess, Saturday, right? Or Sunday, excuse me, when the Niners hit the practice field. By the way, a great song right here.
Do you know who the artist is?
Oh, this is Jimi Hendrix. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go. Oh, good old Jimmy.
I'm happy for you.
Come on, man. This boy's been brushing up on this stuff, man. Ready for Pandora's box. If we can bring it back, I don't know. I saw some emails where it says...
Jesus. The boss lost his mind. We got a little wigwammed out last week. You ever heard of Wigwam?
No. What is Wigwam?
Sam Lubman came with some group named Wigwam I had never heard of.
Wigwam?
Wigwam.
Where the hell is Wigwam from, and what is a Wigwam?
It's
a wingworm?
It's like a Norwegian new wave metal band.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
how the hell did you run down there?
Well, see, the whole point of Pandora's box, I wanted to stump these guys, and, well, you know.
The other point of Pandora's box is to play a song that the listeners have heard as well.
Right, and the listeners had no idea.
I love you, Steven.
Hey, someone tweeted at me, thanks for the wigwam, so I consider that a success.
Wow.
Twitter is not real life.
Somebody tweeted that you loved it? Your Twitter pro. By the way, I'm telling you, and I tweeted this, and I said this on Instagram when you reposted his photo with the bobblehead Saturday night. Ever since L. Sleepy Floyd hooked him up with some J's, and we got him out of those feelers, or what was it, Filas? Fila? What did you say, Lubman? Filas?
Filas.
Yeah, there you go. He's been a new guy. This guy's going to Coyote Creek hitting bombs off the drive.
Oh, yeah.
This that Trady Kemp talking to everybody, trying to holler at cheerleaders, from what I hear. I mean, the guy's been doing everything.
I booked a Gold Rush. 8:15 Thursday.
I wish.
She's been to Gold Rush for 3 years. We got her on. Just in and out, 5 minutes.
There was a dude in the Gold Rush this year. I noticed.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I
noticed that.
Good for them. How's my DJ doing down there?
Oh, dude, they're killing it. The music was off the hook.
Did you introduce yourself to Boombox Guy?
No, I just gave him the daps, the what-ups, and then I told them, like, hey, what's the name of this song? What's the name of that song?
Did they play Part B?
They were mixing in some Bay Area music. This is at practice. They play music the entire time. So there was a lot of variety.
I did miss that. Part B. Anyway, Jimmy Ward may not play week one. Charvarius Ward's out right now with some soft tissue issues. Emmanuel Mosley's out right now. Jason Verrett is still on PUP. This is problematic. And we talk about Nick Bosa and how he's going to help this secondary and this pass rush is going to help a lot of guys on that defense out. It's going to help out Javon Kinlaw. It's going to help out Keith Givens. It's going to help out Armstead and Kerry Hyder Jr. and Drake Jackson. But you got to have some dudes to guard.
Well, and Mosley's hurt too.
That's what I said. Emmanuel Mosley's out. So 3/4 of your starters, of your secondary's out. And we saw Charvarius Ward get burnt like toast Friday night against the Packers. Look, I know we were laughing at Chicago yesterday, but they got speed at the wide receiver position. They have speed. They do have speed at the wide receiver position.
Forget Chicago specifically. Just in general, you're going to need secondary players.
I mean,
I'm not really worried about Chicago.
Well, you got week 2 DK and you got Tyler Lockett.
That's definitely concerning. There's no doubt about
Chicago's a trap game to open the season, man. Anything can happen in NFL week 1. I'm a little worried.
I'm not so much. So they're going to do what they did against Detroit. Hopefully not blow the lead late in the game like they did in the week 1 against Detroit last year.
We got to get off the post-game show. The game's not over.
Yeah, get on early. 7 minutes to go.
Let's get on early.
I want to get all 3 meters. But no, it's not good. It's not just those guys. Also, Eric Armstead up front, who you referenced.
Yep.
And then, obviously their linebacking core. You've seen Dre Greenlaw's gone down in each of the last couple of years.
Al Shire
has hurt his shoulder a couple of times, and so it's not good. It's absolutely not good. And you're looking at this defense, and you're saying, I thought this could be a top 5 defense heading in. I mean, I thought this could be a top 5 defense in organizational history.
Wow,
because they look that good.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, where was the weakness? When fully healthy.
Not a weakness, really.
Corner.
But I have faith in Verrett if he wants to slide inside, or Charvarius Ward if he wants to slide inside. I think strong safety, because Hufanga is going to be starting for the first time. You let go of Jaquan.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And Hufanga showed some weaknesses in pass coverage last season.
For sure.
How's he improved? We know he's a big hitter, But I need you to be a great defender one-on-one because they're going to match him up in space, these opposing offenses.
It's tough to gauge because he knows the offenses so well. It just seems to me that he sees the field much better in year 2 because he's breaking on way more balls down the field. Now, I don't know if that's a byproduct of him knowing routes, knowing combinations, knowing plays. Like, I don't know. Like, we'll see when he's out there. And you know how it is. You turn your hips one way, these elite quarterbacks burn you the other way.
Yeah, they do. They do. By the way, Brina said that she cringed a little before I gave my answer about the rejoin music coming in.
I did too.
She wasn't sure if I knew. She cringed. You cringed too?
Well, I just, it's a hole in your repertoire.
I mean, it's a small hole. A little bit of a hole. It's small. Very small. Very small.
If your musical tastes were like a musical instrument, it would be a flute. There'd be so many holes we wouldn't be able to patch this thing up.
By the way, how are the Niners going to patch up these injuries? Here's what Shanahan said about the multiple hamstring injuries they've had in training camp.
It's been bothersome to me. I think they've all come after days off. I think this has just been a real challenge, this camp, more than any we've been in, with just how it's spaced out with these games and our day off rules, and to really get in a groove for guys. Once you get about 2 days in, they're getting a day off, sometimes 2 days off. So I think our biggest challenge has been these off days and how to come back from them.
That's interesting.
That is very interesting. And I was reading from Matt Mayoko yesterday on NBC Sports Bay Area how they revamped their training staff a couple years ago because of all the injuries they suffered in 2018. Got new doctors, new trainers, all that stuff, and they're trying to figure it out. They do have a tough stretch here where they've got the scrimmages against Minnesota, got a quick game, then a quick turnaround for the third preseason game, the days off. Can you get in a rhythm? I don't know how you prevent that. I'm not a specialist, man.
I have no idea.
Dr. Parab, Nadia, you know what I'm saying? That's his deal. I don't know how you prevent this stuff.
I don't either.
That to me is the biggest key to me this season. Outside of the offensive line, can you stay healthy?
Well,
because they have a top 4 roster in the NFC.
If we take a step back, and this isn't a Niner situation, like this is an NFL problem, right? When it comes to like practice days and things like that. The CBA has basically been negotiated to where they've lessened the amount of padded practices. There are no more double days like there used to be back in the day, which we all agree is probably a good thing, right? It's probably a good thing. But I've heard a lot of, again, I don't know where I land on this. I'm just asking out loud. I've heard a lot of football guys tell me, you got to practice hitting. And then I've heard a lot of other people say, yeah, we can hit, but we don't want to take to the ground, because that's what the Niners do. They'll hit a little, but they don't want to take to the ground, on especially certain positions.
And not to cut you off, but the Niners have been one of the best tackling teams under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
For sure.
They've been a great tackling team.
For sure. But, like, I don't know what the appropriate method of action is. Is it you condition your body to take the punishment, or do you lessen the amount of punishment that your team is subjected to? I think it's a very interesting question, and that you just ask out loud about the NFL, and I don't know if there's an answer to it.
Well, you do notice in the first month of the season that tackling's terrible around the league. A lot of missed tackles. A lot of guys going 10 yards and turn it a 10-yard hitch and then 90-yard touchdown. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of bad tackling.
You're asking about tackling. I'm talking more about the injuries.
Well, the injuries, I don't know. I don't know what you can do with that. I personally think you need to practice tackling.
Yeah,
how can you not practice tackling in practice and then go into a game situation without tackling? And then all of a sudden you get in game one, you're like, oh man, this guy's not wrapping up. Oh man, these guys are missing tackles. Now the injuries, I don't know how you monitor injuries.
Well, think about
it could happen to a guy getting out of bed.
No doubt. Zach Wilson didn't even get hit when he fell and he got hurt. But like, I'm watching the Niner-Packer game back. I watched it back a second and third time just to look at certain things that I wanted to kind of dive in on. There were so many injuries. I mean, every other play, a guy from both sides was limping off the field or being helped off the field. So I don't know if there's an answer to this.
The speed of the game is at an all-time high, right?
Oh, totally agree.
There's never been faster, more physical, stronger athletes in the NFL ever.
I don't think there's a question on that.
And the collisions are just like, they're car wrecks. We can hear them from section 327, 227. It doesn't even matter. I've been on the sideline at a Raider game in the last 5 minutes of the game, and I heard Geno Smith, because they would let you down in the last 5 minutes of the game, go down to the sideline and get a beat to go to the press conference and whatnot. So I'm watching. It was a Jets-Raider game. Geno Smith got cracked by Danico Autry, and my ribs hurt from that hit. I was like, it was just like, damn. Like, so I'm not surprised that guys are lipping off left and right, but I don't know what you can do to prevent it, man. When the game is at are you going to tell guys to slow down? No.
No. But there's one thing that I noticed that they're doing in the practices all around the league is they're wearing these like
shell helmets.
Yeah, these shell helmets. I'm just thinking out loud. Do you think they ever get rid of the actual helmet itself and go to something like the shell pads to where guys aren't projectiling themselves, face first, head first? I don't know. I'm asking out loud.
It's possible. It's possible. It
because
could be the beginning of it.
They're saying that the reason that they're wearing those shells for all of the linebackers, tight ends, and offensive and defensive linemen is all the micro hits that you take, where you're banging up against each other. They can dramatically reduce the amount of concussions. And if you listen to it, the logic makes sense. I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be. I'm not some injury specialist. I don't pretend to be that. But like when you tell me, hey, I'm going to lessen the amount of head-on-head collisions by 2, it sounds like pretty good math. So I'm asking myself, well, you can't stop broken legs and torn ACLs and things like that. But if you can slow down some of these head injuries, I don't know.
Sean Salisbury is going to join us at 8:30, former NFL quarterback down in Houston doing some Sports Talk radio. He's going to join us at 8:30. It's a great question for him. How do you prevent these injuries? I don't know if you can prevent these injuries. Because the staffs, they're pumping so much money into the training staffs and the doctors, the team doctors. They get 24-hour care now. You know what I'm saying? Medicine has never been better for athletes. What's the deal? How do you prevent? You know what I'm saying?
The game is inherently violent. That's the other element. I don't think
it feels like, and it feels like too in the 90s and 80s. Not to cut you off, but guys are playing through stings. Guys are playing through concussions. The doctor's like, yeah, he's all right.
Jack Youngblood played with a broken leg.
Exactly. That's not happening today.
Well,
as soon as you get hit in the head, they're going to do all the blue tent. They're going to take you in the locker room. They're going to do all the tests. And it's just different these days. So even if a guy can go, and he's like, look, man, I know I'm only 75%, but I can go. Teams are going to be cautious, be like, yeah, you're not playing.
No doubt. There's no question about that. That being said, I still feel like the Patriots cleared Wes Welker every single time when he shouldn't have been.
Oh, yeah. He had somebody. He still looks like he has a concussion. You ever see his eyes when he was in training? He's just wandering around. He's looking. It's like, this guy's off his rocker.
I know.
Then you think about the Kentucky Derby, how he was wilding out there.
I didn't even think about that, but that's a good point. That's a good point.
By the way, you can download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock, Sean Salisbury at 8:30. Real quick, because I do want to get into the Niners and the Vikings and what you want to see out of these scrimmages.
I'm really excited for them.
I am too. I can't wait to see the
footage.
footage.
Wish they were televised.
Oh my gosh. We need a camera. So we got to tap in with someone.
Well, I don't understand why it's not.
Should be. Remember back in the day, they showed this is like 90s. Remember the Niners and Pittsburgh Steelers played a preseason game in Barcelona, Spain?
Oh, of course I do.
They showed those scrimmages, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know about that. I don't remember that. I don't remember that part.
Maybe I'm just soft
NFL Europe, I remember they were trying to make that a big thing. I believe Andrew Luck's dad was the head of NFL Europe.
Yeah, Oliver Luck.
Before West Virginia, before taking over that particular program.
Yeah, no, they need to show these scrimmages. And I've been saying this for a long time. Do away with the preseason games.
Well,
just have scrimmages. Have scrimmages with these
Sean
teams.
McVay's kind of proven that you don't need to play in the preseason.
No, exactly.
But I do think that the scrimmages are way more important. And you see that the 49ers, for example, they're going to play Trey Lance exclusively against Minnesota. What do you get, 8 plays, 9 plays the other day?
10 plays, I believe, 11.
Well, and I think the hard part is, like, here's an example. A lot of parents out there brought their kids. They don't want to bring their kid to a regular season game because maybe the kid doesn't want to sit there throughout the entire thing. It costs a lot of money.
Traffic.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. I brought my nephews out there to a game. They were easily bored within, a quarter, 2 quarters, and they're younger. So we did a lap, and we did the slide, and we did this, and we did that. Perfect setting for a preseason game.
Right.
You do that with me week 1, week 3. I guess it's week 3. Whenever they play the Seattle Seahawks.
It's week 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bring them because I know that they're going to get bored.
Right.
So, do you see what I'm saying? Like, from a family aspect, I kind of understand why one preseason game makes sense.
Right. Maybe do one, but then do 2 preseason games in a scrimmage. Give me that. And you slash the prices for these preseason games because you're charging everybody all this money for parking and hot dogs. And I get it. You're a business. You got to make your money. But these preseason games, by the second quarter, especially the first one, these teams aren't risking injury at all. Derek Carr, Devontae Adams yet to play for the Raiders. They played 2 preseason games. They've yet to step on the field in the preseason game. You know what I'm saying? Sean McVay, like you said, didn't even play his starters all 3 preseason games. That's the NFL now. And I think Belichick, he scrimmages all the time. He's been scrimmaging for years. He said it. The best work we get is when we scrimmage another team in practice. We don't have all the cameras. We don't have all the fans. It's just us and another team, and we're getting in good work. We're getting in good drills, getting in good reps. That's the way to go, man.
All right, so you brought up kind of, the preseason game. Did you notice that it was a good crowd, I thought, for the 49er game?
Well, it's the only preseason game on the slate. And I think everybody's excited about Trey Lance.
Yeah, there was a buzz when he came out. They showed him on the main jumbotron, and everybody started clapping.
Was it a bigger buzz than last year?
No, last year was like, oh my god!
And remember that first play he rolled out, hit Ayuk, and he Johnson on the sideline.
The whole stadium went, like watching him. It was incredible.
It was incredible.
But now that we're here, because everyone's making a big deal about the attendance for the Giants last night, and we'll get to that in a second. The drive is something that I'll never be able to, come to grips with, going from my house to Santa Clara. And I'm sure everyone has this drive. Yeah. You're coming from Petaluma to go to a Giants game. You feel me on the drive. The drive sucks for you. You're coming from the East Bay into the city for a Chase Center game. Probably not the greatest drive for you. So This is not exclusive to the 49ers. I want to make that very clear. But what is a nightmare, and they need to fix it, and I wrote this in the survey yesterday, that parking lot, the green lot, the main lot, and everyone's going to come in, I park here, I park there. Your main lot is an absolute dumpster fire for ingress, egress, and it needs to change. Yeah. If there's somebody with the 49ers who can hear me, if you're within the sound of my voice, your parking lot is a nightmare to enter and to get out of. Now, you could say, Joe, every parking lot, when you have X amount of people, no. You need to find a way to have easeways in, easeways out. You got to have spots and cone areas for people walking. It is an absolute dumpster fire. I don't care if it's the, rent-a-cop security thing that's setting it up. Whoever is setting up the cones.
It's a rent-a-cop.
No, I'm serious. I'm not dissing anybody. I mean this sincerely. I don't know if it's the Niners.
Right.
I don't know if it's Great America or some third-party entity. I'm saying the green lot is a nightmare. They need to fix it.
Look, I've always been in the belief that when you have 80,000 people, 70,000 people trying to leave at one time, there's going to be traffic. There's going to be bumper-to-bumper traffic.
Traffic is one thing. You can't control freeways.
But I think about Oracle Arena, right? Out in Oakland when the Warriors played. And you get a strong 19, 20,000 out there every single night.
Yeah.
The freeway being right there and the access in and out of that parking lot.
Boom.
Boom, boom, you're gone.
And they open up all the gates
to leave. They open up all the gates.
They open every gate up to leave.
Levi's constricts all the gates you can leave.
Exactly.
Oh, you can only leave this way. Oh, if you're in this lane, you got to go all the way. How about getting out the parking lot? And you're on the main road, and you got to make that left and go all the way around these buildings to get to the freeway. That's a joke. That's a joke. The policing of the traffic in the lanes out there, it's a nightmare.
So, but where I'm going with this is last night, I seen a lot of rhetoric about the Giants game. Where are the fans? Where are the fans? Why are they not at the game? And I'm just thinking to myself, right? A lot of people's kids came back to school this week. Maybe they go back Wednesday, Thursday. Some started yesterday. Not many people are like, hey, let's start the week off with going to a Giants game at 6:40 on a Monday night in the city. Because, again, if you drive in, where are you parking?
Whoa.
Walking around, you stay to the game till 9:30. You finally get to your car by close to 10. It takes you a half an hour, 45 minutes to get home. So I'm kind of sick of hearing, where are the fans for every team? The A's, Giants, Niners, Warriors, whatever it is. Like, people have normal lives.
Let's just be honest, too. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks on a Monday night.
Yep.
And your baseball team is 57-57.
Yep.
All right? You're coming off a sweep against the mighty Pittsburgh Pirates.
But they were getting pretty good crowds for the weekend.
Yeah, but the
for the weekend.
Complaining about a Monday traffic. Oh, my gosh. There's 6 games out of they're 4 games now back of the Padres in the loss column. But you entered the day 6 games back. All right?
If little Chaz was in third grade, if she was in third grade, okay, and she had school this week, are you taking the Monday of school?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday deal.
That's my point. Yeah. And I'm trying to defend the fans here is what I'm saying. It's like, I think it's a difficult ask to think that people are going to go in droves, even if Bumgarner's pitching.
Look, we've seen Bumgarner pitch already at Oracle Park. Been there, done that. We've read that story before. We've seen it. And Bumgarner's coming in with an ERA over 4. He's not the Bumgarner of old. He's a shell of himself. And again, it's the Arizona Diamondbacks who are 53-62. 53-62.
I like their roster, though.
I like their roster, but they're fit. How many Giants fans know the roster of the Diamondbacks?
Not many. I would ask this, and I'm not ripping Giants fans. I'm not sure how many casual Giants fans know that Bumgarner's on the Diamondbacks.
There you go.
No, I'm not dissing. I'm saying, like,
I know
a
you're
lot
not
of
dissing.
fans, like, once you leave us, we kind of forget about you.
Yep.
Even if you're the legend of Bumgarner.
Yep. So 20,000 on a Monday night against the Diamondbacks. I'll take that all day long.
I will too.
I'll take that all day long. And I'm not just being a homer here, but here's the reality. The Giants came in 57-57. The Diamondbacks are 53-61. These are middling teams in the NL West, teams that are outside of the playoffs right now. And you don't really have any premium players out there playing on a Monday night. Bumgarner's not a premium player anymore.
I think Bart could get to that point.
Bart can get there, but he's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
He's not there
but
yet.
I do think he can get there.
You've got no sizzle there on a Monday night. So, hell, if it was 10,000, it's 10,000 more than I wouldn't have went to a game. You could have offered me tickets behind the plate.
I'm going tonight.
Yeah, I know you are, but you could have offered me tickets tonight. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one.
Really?
I'm going to pass. I would pass on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday game now. That's where I'm at now.
The Monday night game, I will just say this because I went to a Monday Dodger-Giants game about 2 weeks ago with my brother and my dad. It does set you back in terms of your sleep patterns.
Exactly.
For the whole week.
It sets a bad tone, man.
Now imagine taking kids or taking a whole family or whatever. And
it's spending all that money on a Monday.
And then you got school, at some point in the near future. I don't know. I just feel like we chastise the fans in the media, and I'm like, when was the last time any of these media people spent their own money to go to a game?
Exactly.
And none of them have to wake up early outside of you and me.
Right.
Most people can sleep in. They don't have to go to work. They don't have to be at the job site at 6:30.
There's a lot of media members who don't even use their press pass to go to the games. That press box been empty all season long. All right.
Yeah, but they're the first people. This is where I get mad, though. The first one, like, where are the fans at? Why are they not here?
Your team's not good. That's why they're not coming. Win games, and they're going to come. Giants aren't winning games. It's simple.
Well, it's
not complicated.
But that's the thing I think that really scares me for the Giants in general. If they think they can continue to win games by not spending a lot of money, the games are going to look bleaker and bleaker and bleaker on TV, right?
No doubt.
You got to have some star appeal.
Real quick, before we hit the break, I want to get to Anthony and Livermore. Wants to talk about the Niners injuries. We'll get back into the Niners. Plus, I want to ask you about Draymond's wedding. Did you see that setup? Damn.
I did.
How much money did that cost?
I did. And there's something about that as well that again, the media is driving me a little crazy with.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Anthony, what's happening? Good morning.
What's up, fellas? Top of the morning, man. Hope you had a good trip, Monte.
No doubt.
So, I'm sure it was awesome. I'm going to Hawaii in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
Oh, absolutely.
Across the other way. But, yeah, but Joe, man, you mentioned something about, the guy, football. I remember you guys used to have Lowe on here all the time, and he talked about, callousing the body. And what he was referring to was, hitting more, having more hitting practices and more padded practices so your body can get used to those collisions come the regular season. And I know with the CBA and everything, they took a lot of that stuff out. But if you talk to some of the older players, they do mention that, and they say that a lot. And I remember playing football, and I remember, just getting your body ready for stuff that you was going to deal with in the regular season. And I think it's no secret, and it's an easy correlation that, when you take away some of those hits and some of those padded practices that they used to have during the summertime, it does result in people getting more of those soft tissue injuries during, the first month or two of the game. So I know you guys are going to have Sean Salisbury on in a little bit. Maybe you guys can ask him that, but I agree with Joe that there has to be a correlation between the two things.
No doubt about that. Great call, Anthony. Great point there. Maybe you do need more hitting. Lions were hitting it day one. I can't wait for
Did you hear what he said at the beginning? I know we're going to go to break in a second here.
Yeah.
He said, this is the healthiest you're going to be all year.
Yep.
He said the first day.
Yeah, first day. It is, and he's right.
He's 100% correct.
He's right. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. We'll get into Draymond's wedding, more into the 49ers and their scrimmages, a little baseball talk. I know you got some thoughts on Draymond's wedding. Looked like it was a great time. We need to get D. Wright on. See if D. Wright can spill some beads about that wedding, man.
Oh, he was there?
Oh, he was there. Dude, it was a who's who. Maybe I'll DM Festus. Yo, what was going on, man? Where was my invite? E40 was there.
E40 was there.
Kaminga was there.
Oh, I saw Kaminga. Kaminga looked like he was putting out an R&B album.
Yeah, dude, he was having the time of his life.
I said, are you the fifth member of Drew Hill?
When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Dude, I'm telling you, that song, I never thought I'd be singing that song at the third grade. But here we are with Baby Ches.
Yeah.
Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at san diego.org.
Spend your mornings with the Morning
$50 up for grabs with MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Maybe I'll bet on Joey Bart. He's hitting a lot these days. 3 for 4 last night for the Giants as they win 6-1 over the Diamondbacks. They're now 4 back of the Padres in the loss column.
Back then you didn't want him. Now he's hot. You're all on him.
Yeah, well, a lot of you guys didn't want him, man. Get a kid a shot, man. The kid's playing well. 4 back of the Padres in that loss column, man. That's big time. Big time for the Giants. Maybe they could get on a roll here. Maybe they can get on a roll.
What's the longest win streak of the year? Does anyone know off the top of their heads?
I would have to say...
They're going for 5 tonight.
I would say 7 games. They won 7 games in a row at one point.
I don't know. I'm just asking out loud. This would require our producer to do something in the notes. I don't know.
I don't know. Real quick, as he figures that out.
Number 6.
6? All right.
Maybe. That's a guess.
Well, they got 4 here against AZ.
Yeah, they got 3 more here against AZ. AZ trying to play spoiler, but this is a team they should be able to beat. And by the way, AZ, could you play Kyle Nelson at Oracle Park? Can you let the kid pitch in his hometown? Jesus Christ. Anyway, Draymond Green's wedding. Looked like a good time. Jason Tatum, LeBron James, you had Steph, you had Moody.
You star hunting.
I was star hunting. Darrell Wright, Mia was there.
Yeah.
The Wrights were in the building.
Oh, were they?
Festus was in the building.
So you were clicking on all the Instagram
I was just looking
stories.
at the photos. I was, because you get media members who tweet out the photos.
So
and
you were
go
like
down the rabbit hole.
Wolverine, looking at the pictures.
Looking at the pictures saying, damn, what would it take to get into a wedding like that?
Pool party.
Klay Thompson was in the building.
I guarantee that.
Did not see pictures of Jordan Poole. Maybe Bob Myers was there. Maybe Joe Lake was there.
Was LeBron there?
LeBron was there.
Oh,
There's no emotion on my face because I'm numb.
Rich Paul was there.
Oh, Rich Paul. Oh, yeah.
Jason Tatum and his dad. Are you surprised Jason Tatum was there?
I mean, no, these guys are all buddies probably.
Kevin
Didn't
Durant?
they all play on Team USA together?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I was looking for KD.
Oh,
He's a buddy sniper.
Was Kyrie there? Burning sage.
But one of the perks of this wedding, man, look, the baby was there. Roddy Ricch was there. They were having a great time. Roddy Ricch.
Is that the rapper?
Yeah, rapper. Roddy Ricch.
What's
Not
his
Roddy
song?
Piper. Roddy Ricch.
Yeah, but what's the song that's
I don't know. This is Langford territory. I'm not a big Roddy
The Box
Ricch guy.
is his most popular
The Box.
one.
Okay.
What's The Box? How does that go?
Well, in the background, I'm not going to play the beat right now, but in the background, it's like, that one.
Oh, I'm thinking Rich
That's on
Boy.
point, by the way.
I'm thinking Rich Boy.
Are you thinking Rich Boy? They got a Rich Boy now?
All the haters want to check.
Rich
Just
boy.
bought a Cadillac. Throw some D's on
that
it.
guy.
That's what I was thinking
Throw some
of.
D's on it. Yeah, that was his one hit
That was
wonder.
a hit, though.
It was a hit. That was it, though.
That was a hit,
Rich
though.
Boy. Wow.
I was
Rich
thinking
boy.
of the wrong guy.
Wow, Rich Boy. Forgot about Rich Boy. Is he still rich? Because that's the only hit he has.
So the one thing that frustrates me, look, there are so many social media accounts out now that are like team aggregator or individual player aggregator sites. Like I started following the Tiger Watch guy, right? Tiger Woods Watch on Twitter. And this is like 10 years ago. And every step of Tiger Woods on a golf course, this guy would report it. And it was cool. I could follow it. Now it's gotten to the point where every team, every player, there are like these like stan accounts, these fan accounts where you like every step of this guy's life. Jordan Poole's a great example. Right now there's like Pool Party Watch 2.0, and anything that Jordan Poole does, he's in Greece, he's, dribbling a basketball, he, helped fix a hoop in Oakland. Anything that he does, boom, it gets posted. But then I'm seeing like actual media people, and I put that in air quotes, just constantly throwing things out there that are basically they're aggregating,
getting clicks or
stuff
whatnot.
that's already out there. And the thing that I'm like, I want to tell everybody.
Real quick, folks, I'm not really ticked off about Draymond's wedding. I don't know Draymond like that. It's all good.
Nobody thought that.
Yeah, no. People coming down my road and Comcast business text line.
Calm down.
Hey, it's all good.
The photos of the weed, because there's lots of like cigars and weed and everything.
That was pretty cool. Did you see that?
Yeah, okay, it's legal.
Yeah.
It was in California, correct? Is that where it's
Del Mar, California.
Okay, it's legal. So are we taking photos of champagne bottles now too?
Right. We always do.
But
we
the
always
media's got to get over this taboo. Like, get over yourself.
So what did you see that people were?
I'm like, look, the weed is here to stay.
People are complaining about the weed. Media members.
I just see a lot of people aggregating it. Like, look what's going on here. Eye emoji.
It's not cocaine.
No one's saying
it's not heroin.
It's legal.
It's weed.
It's legal.
It's marijuana.
Nothing wrong with smoking weed.
Nothing wrong with smoking weed. If it was mountains of cocaine, and they were between, hey, Draymond's wedding, they got cocaine for free. Well, that's a different story. What are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
You got mushrooms sitting on the table, that's a different story. Oh, wait, people are all psychedelics?
Micro-shrooming's a thing now. I don't know if you know this.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I heard about that. I'm not involved. I'm good. But marijuana, like, I don't see the big deal. And I know Mary Babers-Green was going at it with some people.
What'd she say?
Well, no, you know what she was going at it with people. Somebody was like, oh, Draymond said he would love to play for the Pistons. And she's like, no, he didn't. I said that. And then people were making up fake quotes.
Oh, I saw some trades, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like Draymond for a second rounder and Kelly Olynyk and Alec Burks. And it was like, come on.
Yeah, come on,
That's the best we can do in one of these trades?
Dude, now we're trading Draymond Green again, coming off the
Kelly
championship.
Olynyk.
For Kelly Olynyk. Who, by the way, got married as well.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it is ridiculous. By the way, we're talking about preseason. Wedding looked cool, though, right?
It looked great. It looked great.
Awesome. And congratulations to Draymond and Hazel.
Well, and I'm sure a lot of Warrior fans were like, why is LeBron James and Steph Curry and all these guys taking photos together? Because they're all buds.
Yeah, it's a fraternity.
I mean,
it's all good.
But we have this false narrative in our head that Michael Jordan would have killed everyone. He played 36 holes of golf with Danny Ainge the day he played him in a playoff game.
I know. Let's chill.
I mean,
let's
come on.
chill.
Like, these guys are all buddies.
When they get on the court, they go hard and they want to win. Steph Curry's not saying, oh, LeBron's my buddy. I'm not going to go sink this three in his eye. Yeah. He's my cool. I'm not going to embarrass him.
Professional peers and compete against each other, and then off the court have a mutual respect. And in fact, I would say that these guys all have way more in common than they don't.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, think about all their lifestyles and where they're at in their professions. They have a lot in common.
Right, no doubt. By the way, we were talking about scrimmaging and preseason games. Corey Thompson covers the Patriots. Covers the Patriots for WEEI, our sister station.
No.
Shout out to Jermaine Wiggins, Greg Hill, and the crew out there in Boston. Bill Belichick just said something to kind of what we're saying. Bill Belichick just said, in some respects, he believes joint practices are more valuable than preseason games. Specifically, he said these sessions allow coaches to map out game-like situations for the actual starters that otherwise might not come up organically in the preseason game. So to that point, I say, yeah, we need to have more joint practices. All of a sudden, you get with a coach. Who's the coach in Minnesota now? Did they hire somebody from the Rams? Who the hell did they hire in Minnesota? I don't even know the coach's name.
I don't know.
Kevin O'Connell?
Kevin O'Connell? Is it Kevin O'Connell?
Doesn't he have a podcast for The Ringer?
It's O'Connor, but yeah.
Yeah, he's got the hipster beard and everything.
So Shanahan
Looks
goes
like
up,
he's never dribbled a ball in his life.
Yeah, and they don't even
7 billion followers.
Don't even get me started on that. Shanahan, O'Connell, right? They get together. Hey, man, let's do some red zone. You get 15 plays. I get 15 plays. Mm-hmm. We're inside the 10-yard line.
Drill.
Move the ball. All right. So now we're here to move the ball drill.
I knew it. It was like lighting a fire.
Now that we're here. Now we're here. You totally derailed me. Because one thing that was driving me crazy. So Trey Lance was 6 to 7 in the move the ball drill. You idiots! When are you not trying to move the football on offense in practice? Move the ball. I've never heard of this in my life. In my life. Who comes up with this stuff?
Hey, we're going to do the not move the ball drill here.
So we're not going to move the ball.
Get stuff behind the line.
Yeah, we're not going to move the ball, so we're going to throw incompletion after incompletion after incompletion. When are you not trying to move the ball down the field? Didn't you hear from Hank Stram in Super Bowl III? Boys, wait a minute. They're trying to let the football down the field. Like, what? That stuff drives me crazy. What this that's the new ramp up. You know how ramping up. Hey, he's ramping up. He's gonna be ready to go in 2 weeks. This move the ball drill thing drives me insane.
Joey Bart's doing the swing the bat drill.
The blocking pitches drill. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
the swing the bat drill. In the swing the bat drill, Joey Bart was 3 for 7 with 1 home run and 3 strikeouts.
Lionel Messi's doing the kick the goals.
What is the move the ball drill? What is this?
I don't know.
The move the ball drill session, Trey Lance was 3 for 7. But when they went to the red zone, he was 6 of 8. Like, just stop it. Just come on, man. Too many media members trying to be football coaches. They're trying to be basketball coaches. You're trying to be traders. Slow it down.
Well,
you're a writer. You're a podcaster. Let's stay in our lanes, folks.
Well, I think what it is, and I'm not to defend. Well, I am going to defend them.
Now you're going to defend them after ripping them?
Because things are moving so quickly at these practices. Guys are coming in and out of the drills. Like, for example, when I was there over the 3 padded days that I went to like, I think 4 non-padded because it just works out. Like, they'll be in pads for 2 days, and then the next day they're in clothes, whatever. guys are coming in and out of the drill so quick. Nobody has the entire roster of who's on offense and defense at any given time knowing what's going on. It's not like during a game. During a game, you run out there for a series or you see guys for multiple plays and like, Womack's in the slot. Like, he's the guy in there. In this one, like, Ayuk and Debo were never on the field together. Like, outside of a couple of plays because Debo hadn't signed that contract. And then finally he did, and they were easing him in. And then, hey, they're working in Colton McKivitz, and they're working in, Brunskill here. And then defense, they're going to play Givens, and Bosa's not going to play. So what I'm saying is things are moving so quick that all we take away is Jennings dropped the pass from Trey Lance. And there's no context to anything of what was going on. Not who was out there, who was going up against them, what kind of play they were running, was that the first, second, third read, and things are happening so quick. So I'm going to defend the beat writers. They're doing the best they can to chart things because it's happening so quick.
Right, but you know what?
I will defend them.
The best method, because I see Mayoko, he doesn't tweet much during practice.
Yeah, but he's reached a status that's...
But I get why he doesn't tweet much during practice. Because he can watch everything, take his copious notes, and then after practice, all right, let me sit down and rehash some of the things that I think
that makes sense
and add context to it. Instead of doing it second by second, like I think Brad Graham from SF Niners does a phenomenal job of breaking down practice. Like, he's charting everything, and I get context from it. Oh, this guy missed a block, which forced Trey Lance to throw it quicker, and he threw it outside to somebody.
But he's allowed to use his phone in the stands.
Because he's a fan.
A lot of the guys can't use their phone on the field. It's kind of a faux pas for the media, and I'm sure that they need to upgrade this at some point because nobody wants you to have afraid you're going to film something and then post it, which someone ended up doing. It wasn't one of the main media people. Someone on the sidelines posted the video, which they don't want to see. I don't understand why we treat all these things like they're the Manhattan Project.
Well,
like, dude, a smokescreen's a smokescreen, Kyle. Like, you're going to run it during the regular season. I know you like to run power. Newsflash.
RPO, you're going to run it in this situation.
I know that you're going to like to throw a slant to Debo. The whole stadium knows.
We know you're going to run Kittle down the seam for a big chunk play. We know that. We know that's coming.
So I think there are certain rules that are in place which kind of prohibit the beat writers from being even better at their job.
It does. However, we don't need all of it.
Yeah, but
it's like Summer League. It's like breaking down Summer League games. How critical we were of James Wiseman during Summer League. Oh, well, he didn't seal his man on this post up, and he didn't get the ball. Like, it's practice.
But I guess to me, the fervor from the fans, it makes sense. Like, it means people care about your team. We don't even care about Wilmer Flores at bats the way we care about Trey Lance at practice.
No, we don't.
Or the way that we care about James Wiseman in a summer league game. So I guess in one sense, if you look at it from the fan engagement aspect,
no doubt,
you want your fans literally tripping over themselves to find out every detail from practice.
No doubt, and I'm not mad at that.
But I get what you're saying because you're trying to monitor it from afar.
Right, I'm not mad at that at all. And I get the context. There's so much going on in the play. And I've been down there training camp to where you're on the field, you can't see everything. You can't see everything. Sometimes you can't see. Sometimes you can't see the other side of Nick Bosa. What's going on the other side of the line
the whole time?
Right.
Because I want a better angle. Because when you're at ground level and all the guys stand behind you or whatever, and you're not allowed on the other side of the 20s, you're so right on the angle thing. You can't necessarily see everything.
The way I position myself, and I've been doing it for a while, I get 5 yards behind the offense. So I can see the offensive formation, but I could also see where the defense is lined up and how they're lined up and what they're doing. Or the best position is to be behind the defense like Kyle is on game day. He's behind the defense like 20 yards.
Yeah, but see what happened this year is they had the guys all stacked up behind, and they wouldn't allow the media down the line, so your angle was kind of crummy. And this is where it gets frustrating because you're there. Like, for example, there was a deep ball to Debo Samuel, and everyone was like, "Oh, Trey airmailed that one." It was coming right at me, and I was the only one in that area because they flipped the field immediately, and I happened to be down that way, and practice was moving quick. So all the beat writers are running over, and they're all said, "Oh, overthrow by Trey Lance." Well, from where I was, it was a perfect throw by Trey Lance. And Debo just dropped it. But again, your angle, it looks like a bad throw. My angle, where I was, it looked like Debo dropped it. So then, now, I would love to have seen a replay because I'm not sure what really happened.
So then you get to the point where then this is what happens. You get your fans who say, I trust this beat writer.
Yes.
Instead of that beat
Which is
writer.
not fair.
Which is not fair. A lot of guys may trust David Lombardi more than they trust Grant Cohn.
Or vice versa.
Some people may trust Grant Cohn more than they trust Matt Mayoko. Some people may trust Cam Inman more than they trust Matt Mayoko or Jin Lee Chan or whoever it is. So it's a lot going on at practice or whatnot. And look, I'm not ripping the media because I know how hard it is to cover training camp. Stuff is moving fast.
Well, especially people caring about this guy.
Right.
As much as we do. I mean, this is a big deal, B.
It's Trey Lance's first training camp.
Exactly.
It's Trey Lance's
as
first
the number one.
as the number one, as the starter. This is his job. Jimmy's gone. So, by the way, somebody said the over-under on Jimmy Garoppolo references today. They said it would be over 50. That was the first one of the show.
And it was you, not me.
Exactly.
So
surprise.
Getting back to it, like I do think that just the way football is, we clearly have a thirst for everything that's going on. Like that's number one. The second part is that people want this guy to succeed. But other people, I do think that there's a small segment, not a large one, but a small segment that are very skeptical of young quarterbacks in general, just in general. I don't care if it's Trey or anyone else. And then someone who has the least amount of looks that he has, reps and time. Like this is a quantum leap for a lot of fans to wrap their arms around Trey Lance. I think for the most part, sports fans are very much like this. I trust him because I've seen him. Right. I don't trust the unknown.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't. And that's how a lot of people operate. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just think that's how they're wired.
Isn't it similar to like prospects in baseball, right?
100%.
It's similar to, think about what we talked about this postseason with the Golden State Warriors. Well, we don't really trust Wiggins because we've never seen him in this position before.
Exactly.
You know, he had to kind of prove it to you.
Exactly.
Poole had to prove it to you.
But it's weird because yet we see Damian Lee get minutes and people lose their mind and they're like, why is Moody not getting these minutes?
Yet we never seen Moody play that position. There's people who wrote about Kuminga starting in a finals game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait, let's pump the brakes here.
I think it goes back to the fan fervor is through the roof. That's number one.
No doubt. No doubt.
I love that. I love that people care that much.
No doubt.
But the thing that I'm learning myself, and I'm working on it, is everything you got to take with a grain of salt, and you got to have some context to it. Can you be encouraged by certain trends? Absolutely. And so that's why when I look at Trey Lance and the body of work and everything that's going on, I've been saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it. To me, it's the intangible things I've been most impressed with. First off, he has clearly dedicated his entire offseason to footwork and getting a synchronicity, if you will, with Brandon Ayuk. He's clearly worked on his delivery. He's clearly worked on being a leader. He seems more comfortable. He's a rah-rah guy. Do you see him grab the footballs for two different guys who scored their first NFL touchdowns?
No doubt about it. He's excited.
He's an uplifter.
And this is just, we're weird like this, Chasky. You and I are in the same boat when it comes to this stuff. And I'm watching him at North Dakota State, and we go back and we watch the film, and we watch the way he reacts after touchdowns, running down the field, sprinting to celebrate with his teammates. I love that stuff. Instead of a quarterback just throwing a touchdown pass and he goes to the sideline, he's not high-fiving. Aaron Rodgers does that a lot. It kind of ticks me off. It's like, dude,
well, this is why I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
You know, you scored a touchdown. Yeah. What happened to your passer for scoring touchdowns? You know what I'm saying? Trey Lance gets excited with big plays. And the demeanor, we saw this in training camp last season. His presence in the huddle, his mannerisms in the huddle. He commands that bad boy, calls out the play, gets on that line, and there's a presence there. And he's obviously worked at it. And he's obviously worked with Brandon Ayuk. Here's what Trey Lance said about Brandon Ayuk and their relationship.
Yeah, we got to spend a lot of time together, got to live together for a few months in the off season. I mean, for us, just getting to know each other better, you know, not only on the field, but I mean, Brandon had an incredible off season. I mean, the way he came to work every single day, not only on the field again, but taking care of his body, the mental reps, everything from those standpoints. I mean, he wanted to separate himself, and I think he's going to do that this year.
And he was sitting down with Peter King the other day, right? I want to get your thoughts on that in just a second here, but I want to play this clip because Trey was talking about putting pressure on himself.
Okay.
You know, Peter King was asking him, do the critics get to you? He goes, with all due respect, what you say does not bother me. It's about what my teammates and my coaches say. And that comes from his father.
That's a mature. That's 22 years old.
22 years old, but how beneficial is it? Think about Steph Curry. How beneficial was it for Steph Curry to have Dale Curry in the NBA and teach him the ropes, right? Teach him how the NBA was played. Same thing for Klay Thompson growing up under Michael Thompson, who was a former Laker. We forget that Trey Lance's father had a cup of coffee with the 49ers, had a cup of coffee in the NFL, so he's been prepped. He's been prepped in a great way here, and this is a great answer from Trey Lance on the pressure of playing quarterback for the 49ers.
For me, I mean, I put that pressure on myself. I don't worry about, you know, respectfully what you guys say. Anyone in the media or anyone outside our building, I know I've said it, you know, a million times, but I really mean it when I say the only opinions that matter are the guys in the locker room and, you know, my coaching staff. Anyone outside of that, you know, has no impact on me at all. So, you know, I put that pressure on myself to not let the guys, you know, on my team down.
The thing that I keep going back to when it comes to quarterback, you're asking a 21, 22-year-old kid. I mean, they're kids. I mean, straight up, they're kids. To be the face publicly and privately of your corporation. And this kid's maturity level for 22 is through the roof.
Through the roof.
It's crazy.
How could you not be excited about this kid?
Well, just we'll see if he's better than Kyler down the line. We can measure the two up. At a podium, I can already see levels of maturity that I don't see in Kyler Murray, which bother me. And I told you, Kyler is a talent. He's an unreal talent. But there's more to playing the quarterback position that is required of you at a podium in front of your teammates. You need to be more eloquent. I'm not saying you got to be the greatest public speaker. No one's saying you got to be Obama in his prime. But you can't just be like dismissive at every turn and angry with everyone. It didn't work for Kaepernick. Then there's a reason. Like he didn't garner himself any love with the media.
But if you win, and it's not about winning love from the media.
But when you struggle,
love from your teammates.
Yeah, but when you struggle,
coaches.
I think it people look at you in a different light if you show a little humility and you show a little class and you're a little more eloquent.
But that's not for them.
Willing.
Yeah, but that's not for That's not them. It's not for them to worry about. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's
they
not.
Get up to the podium and like winning clips and winning headlines. Like if he struggle, okay, this guy may not he might not. They're going to be just as critical as Trey Lance if he struggles. Being a nice guy or a bad guy, they're going to write the same article. I think they're going to write the same article.
I think if you're a nicer person to people and you seem, very thoughtful and genuine, I do think that buys you more. That's just me.
Aaron Rodgers has been a jerk. Do they write anything differently about him?
He wasn't for the first 10 years.
But they still...
and I do think people don't like Aaron Rodgers now. I think it's slowly starting to come out.
He's on a Pat McAfee show, and this stuff goes viral all the time. You know what I'm saying? And those beat writers, they kind of butter up Aaron Rodgers because they're...
he's a god.
You know what I'm saying? So... the Kyler thing is interesting. By the way, what's going on in Arizona is just wild.
Well, they're a nightmare.
It is just absolutely wild. But the prep of North Dakota State, the prep of what's going on with his father, Trey Lance, and his household, growing up biracial in Minnesota, having that perspective like Derek Jeter, we just saw with the
was a really
documentary.
interesting.
Very interesting.
And his dad talking about how every room he stepped in, you would have to know that people are staring at you and stuff. That was really interesting. And then just to think Jeter grew up in the late 70s, early 80s. The amount of subtle racism and not so subtle racism that he had to encounter throughout his entire life. It's you think that's lifetimes ago. No. That's still happening in certain pockets. And the way he described it was really, it was not eye-opening isn't the way to put it, but it kind of just reinforced what I already kind of thought.
Right, no doubt. But the podium thing with Trey and, obviously growing up in Minnesota, it's a lot more white than it is black. And everybody's looking at you. He's been prepped for this moment. So the podium stuff I'm not surprised about. But what I do is 2022, and there's so much emphasis on press conference, and I'm guilty of it at times. You try to read between the lines with press conferences or whatnot. That's what got KD. All of a sudden, KD's going at it with media writers, and everybody's calling KD a sour. Oh, man, he's a whiner. He's this and that. We put so much emphasis on press conferences and how they conduct themselves. I'm just like, it has nothing to do with the game. It really does. Now, you want to put your best foot forward, and you want to represent the organization and your company in the best way. But we put so much stock into these press conferences. It's actually, it's starting to drive me a little insane. And I went to journalism school.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? I attended broadcast journalism school.
I agree with you on the premise that we probably put too much on it, but I do think it's an indication of whether we like someone or not. I do. Like Kyrie at a podium is viewed a certain way for a reason.
T.O., do you like T.O.?
I love T.O.
How did he conduct himself at a podium?
But I wouldn't want T.O. being my franchise quarterback. But you
love him, though.
As a wide receiver. It's totally different. I require different skills.
Cam Newton.
What?
Cam Newton.
I love Cam Newton, but Cam Newton didn't work on a lot of little things.
Think about what Cam Newton
had. And his lowest moment in the NFL was losing that Super Bowl, and it's the thing that sadly he's remembered for. It's his lowest moment.
Which is a joke.
Well,
he just lost Super Bowl 50. You want a guy to be all chipper and
no, not that he has to be all chipper.
He's a sore loser. He cares. Like to me, with that show with Cam Newton, was that he cared. It was like he's ticked off about losing. He's thinking about the game and he's playing it through.
Is Cam in the league right now?
No, not now. Not now.
You don't think that plays a little part in it?
Maybe, but think about the way he had to enter the league. He had an owner telling him, "Hey, don't get tattoos."
No doubt.
That's how Cam Newton had to come into the league.
There's no doubt.
And then think about all the coverage at Auburn and what was going on with them.
You can't be flamboyant and good when times go well, and then when things don't go your way during an MVP season, you don't want to even talk to anybody. Like, I see both sides of the coin. I don't even crush him for it, but I understand the perspective of, so you can wear this outfit and that hat and be all happy when you're winning, but when you lose, you can't come and face up. That is part of the requirement of the job.
It is. It is. I mean, it is now. It is now. You got to appease to the media members, but hey, just say a lot of fluff and move on. They're going to crush you anyway. Like, it's just, we psychoanalyze every presser now, and it kind of drives me insane.
Well, don't you think
like, even Shanahan, when Shanahan is short, and I went at Shanahan because he called the media hardhead, I'm like, oh, come on, Shanahan, just name a damn starting quarterback.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot. Number one, Shanahan's really good at what he does, but he also leaves himself open for criticism because there's a lot of things that you can critique. Jim Tom Sula, the way he started his NFL tenure, he was done before he even started. Because of a press conference. Wouldn't you agree? You know, the guy up in, was it Sirianni? Who's the Eagles coach?
Oh, yeah, Nick Sirianni.
We all laughed at him from day one.
And you know what? They got things rolling in Philly.
No, they do. They do. But he had to overcome those because you looked a little goofy.
We laughed at him. Just like Dan Campbell.
I was just going to say
now
Dan
everybody
Campbell.
loves Dan Campbell.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people would want Dan Campbell as their head coach.
I mean,
I'd want him as my assistant
he's
head coach.
perfect in Detroit.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
He's perfect in Detroit.
He was talking about one toe, three toes, one butt, one foot falling down, and then he said, we're still going to beat your A.
We're going to take your other kneecap.
Did you see him doing the up downs?
It was great.
He's doing up
and Aaron Glenn did it too.
Yeah, he's doing up downs, man. What is he doing?
I hear you on the podium stuff, Beat, but it does buy you a little. I do think it buys you a little.
Which is sad,
and
right?
It costs you nothing. That's the thing. It costs you nothing to be nice to someone. How many people do you meet randomly on an everyday basis? And if you just give them a couple of minutes of smiling, it's part of the job.
No, it is part of the gig. It is part of the gig. But it's like, what if some of these writers are curmudgeons and they're a-holes?
Oh, no, that's true.
And so, like, you get into a back and forth, like Howard Eskin. Do you blame somebody for going at Howard Eskin?
Well, Howard's a relic from a time.
But you get what I'm saying?
No
That's
doubt.
the old guard. It's a lot of that.
But you kill him with kindness.
It's not social, and it's not media.
Sometimes it doesn't work.
No doubt. You're not going to please everyone. That's not the accomplishment. There are millions of people, myself included, that find Russell Wilson corny.
Exactly. And he conducts himself in a professional manner, right? At the podium.
Absolutely.
But people still rip him because, he's a square.
Yeah,
he's
but
corny.
people are always going to rip. People rip Steph Curry.
So you can't win.
No, you can win. If you just be a little nice and a little humble, it buys you more. I think it does. It's an easier path of resistance.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's go to Dre and Lamar. He's been on hold for a minute. I hear you on the podium stuff. But you get it, though? Like, we put think about 2014,
No, I agree.
13.
We put too much on it.
Way too much on these pressers.
But I do think that there are little tiny things that you can see, like Kyler's attitude at a podium. I can be like, man, what's he going to be like when the team starts losing and it's the fourth quarter? Well, he taps out in press conferences, and he taps out in playoff games.
Let's get Dre and Lamar real quick, because I got some thoughts on Kyler. Dre, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Bonte. Welcome back, man. I hope you had a great vacation.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Butcher boy, green lot is a joy compared to being in blue lot.
Oh.
Blue lot, SUCK sucks. I don't know if they've ever put any pavement in that thing. It's a joke. I got 2 more points if I can real quick.
Yeah.
I got to agree with you with them bump. I was watching a game the other day with a buddy, and
Dre's cutting out. Anyway,
he was talking about getting in and out of the parking lot, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Kyler is going to be an interesting case study this year because people are already out on him, and the way he conducts himself at a press conference is kind of the Cam Newton disease. Where he's just a sore loser, and that playoff game was not pretty.
I'm not sure he's a great leader either.
Well, I didn't hear anything about that at Oklahoma. When it was at Oklahoma leading them to the Orange Bowl.
It was 1 year.
I didn't hear anything about that in high school. You think about the way they talk about him. They say he's the greatest high school football player in the state of Texas. Out of all the players, you had Drew Brees coming out of there. You had Roy Williams coming out. You had all these stars coming out of Texas. Adrian Peterson. They say he's the best high school player to ever come out of Texas.
Don't you judge people through the adversity that they face, not through the good times? Anyone's going to be cool in the good times.
I do, but
how do you act when you're at your lowest?
Yeah, he stunk it up in the playoff game. He stunk it up. He didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to talk about it. He was sore. He was a sore loser. He's got to work on that. He's got to grow up. He's learning on the fly. How come we can't get these? Like you just said,
I agree with.
How old is Kyler Murray?
23.
Got to give him time. You expect him to be a finished product? He's not going to be Tom Brady, Peyton Manning right away.
No,
he's not going to be that guy. And then with the whole film study thing, That was just like bizarre.
Well, here's the problem is that you have to make a decision on these guys, and giving someone $200 million is a franchise-altering move. And so when you do that, you want to believe that the person is emotionally mature enough to handle that. How many times do we think about this in life? Like rapper X, singer X, or actress X gets millions of dollars and then falls off the deep end. It happens in all of entertainment.
Let me ask you this. How many quarterbacks you taking over Kyler Murray?
In the league?
In the league.
Right now?
Right now.
For this year?
For this year.
Or just moving forward?
For this year. How many quarterbacks you taking over Kyler?
Tom Brady.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes.
It's 2.
Okay. I'm taking Josh Allen.
Okay.
I'm taking Lamar Jackson. Absolutely. I think he should get paid. I'm actually really disappointed in that situation. Yeah. I'm taking Herbert over him, even though I believe that they're very comparable in terms of their accomplishments on the field.
Okay.
I like Herbert's demeanor a little more. I'm taking Aaron Rodgers. That's 6. I'm taking Joe Burrow at this point, too. I'm absolutely taking Joe Burrow. That's 7. Who else? I'm taking Matt Stafford. Absolutely.
You taking Dak?
I probably would take Dak Prescott, yes. Even though I think that Kyler has more potential, I'm definitely taking Dak over him.
Derek Carr? Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson, absolutely. I'm taking over him. There's probably 10 guys. He's up there.
He's up there. Top 12 quarterback.
No doubt.
Top 12 quarterback.
No one questions the talent.
With the potential to be a top 5 guy. At his height, at his weight,
I'm with
and
you.
Everything.
I'm with you.
You know, and so if he gets his weapons back in DeAndre Hopkins, and he has Hollywood on the other side, and he has the great running backs in James Conner, this guy, Kyler's a problem, despite all the media stuff. I think the organization has shown itself to be a joke.
I agree there. Well, and your wide receiver is suspended for steroids. No one's even talking about that.
And he lost that guy towards the tail end of the season. So you had nothing. You had all the injuries. You don't have Larry Fitzgerald to be that veteran to help you grow up. They don't have any leadership in Arizona. So that situation, you look at that situation in Arizona, can DeAndre Hopkins be your leader? I know he's like a little too quiet. Hollywood Brown, can he be your leader? Probably not. Isaiah Simmons, still young. J.J. Watt is there. But how much cachet does he have in that locker room?
Well, I mean, not a lot. But B, I think we bestow leadership qualities upon the quarterback position unlike any other position in all of sports.
We do.
Like, that's what we do. Steph Curry is not your template for what I envision a classic leader to be. He's more of a lead-by-example guy, not a lead-by-barking you guy, right? Like, it's different.
Is fine.
Kobe is like, in my mind, Jordan and Kobe are the guys like screaming at teammates, elevating others. Like, that's what I envision in my mind. But does that mean that Steph Curry's not a leader? Of course he's a leader. He's more of a lead by example guy. But Steph Curry says and does all of the team things that I want in the huddle, outside of the huddle, off the court, at the podium. Kyler's just not there yet.
Yeah, no doubt. 408 makes a good point here. Before we get the Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock, we'll talk some Giants. Joey Bart, Giants 4 games out of the Padres in the loss column. There is a chance for the Giants to sneak into the playoffs. And who knows? Walker Buehler out for the season for the Dodgers.
That's a huge blow.
I think the National League is the Mets and the Braves to lose. I don't believe in the Dodgers pitchers. I don't believe. You believe in Tony Gonsolin in the postseason?
No.
Or Tyler Anderson?
But their lineup is so good.
It is good.
I don't. But they're getting Ginger Guard back.
They are.
Dustin May.
Yeah, they are. They are.
And Urias has not been great by his standards.
But he's been really good.
But I'll take him all day.
He's been really good.
That's what I'm saying.
But the Braves and Mets look good. They got better pitching.
You know, no one brings this up, but the Trevor Bauer, situation set them back in terms of their pitching staff. Because just a couple years ago, you look at their pitching staff and you're like, oh, they're loaded. Now they don't really have anything.
408 does make a good point before we close this conversation about Cam Newton. The injuries to his shoulder did play a huge part of it.
No doubt.
He was damaged goods. All the running and
no
stuff.
Doubt.
We would have bypassed the press conference stuff if he wasn't hurt.
I still think there would be people putting that up in the air. I just do.
They always will.
I mean, I just think it. I think being nice to the media, it doesn't guarantee you anything, but when you struggle, it buys you a little more leeway. I think that's the best way I can
Which is sad, right? Which is sad. Not to play on the field. It's about how you conduct yourself in a press conference to some guys we don't even know. Like, that's silly.
Let's take it to our job. If someone's nice to you and they do something that ticks you off or whatever at work, you're going to give them a little more leeway than the guy who's a jerk to you.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that human nature?
Maybe. You're talking to a psychopath over here, though. So
that's true.
You're talking to a psychopath.
You brought up the Ayuk and Trey Lance thing.
Yeah,
I find it to be quite interesting. When you go to practice, clearly the two of them are in lockstep, and they have been working together just nonstop. And to see Brandon Ayuk emerge, I think he is going to have a monster year this year. You've been all over this for about 6 months. I'm late to the party.
Right.
Having seen it in person.
Hey, you're still welcome.
No. Having seen it in person, the best thing that I can say about Trey, podium, no. The work he put in with the quarterback coach and with that wide receiver, and that's the biggest thing that I wish the Debo thing kind of got ironed out earlier. I wish Debo would have got on the same page with them. That's the only thing I wish would have happened.
I thought about our conversation yesterday with Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday, and I was like, we don't give Debo any heat for not working out with Trey Lance. And the excuse, I get it, he had to iron out the contract or whatnot, but he was just like, from what I heard, it was like he wanted Trey to come down to Miami or whatnot. It had to be his way. And it's like, Debo, man, this is a first. Build a rapport with this guy. Like, I didn't like that.
Yeah, but
I didn't like that.
I also see it from his standpoint.
Business and like, I hear you.
And he hasn't really gotten paid. Like, I get it.
I wish he did.
When people are like, well, why is Debo behind in terms of his synergy with Trey? Well, that's why.
That's why. And that's why Ayuk may have. I think Ayuk's going to have an explosion like Jordan Poole did with the Golden State Warriors. I'm really high on that.
The guy that we're not talking about, who I think is going to be the safety net for him all year, George Kittle's going to have a monster year.
He looks stacked.
George Kittle looks incredible.
He looks like he's in the best shape.
No one brings him up when we talk about weapons.
Well, think about when the Niners turned their season around last season. It was when they were force-feeding George Kittle.
Absolutely.
And that opened up the entire offense. The big Cincinnati game, the big game up in Seattle.
Yes.
Boy, I can't wait to see George Kittle.
He made a couple of plays in the second padded practice where you were like, oh, God, if they could just open up the seams and down the sidelines with him, his speed for his size is unreal.
All right, Langford, you know what time it is.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The 49ers announced that free safety Jimmy Ward suffered a severe hamstring injury during a non-padded practice this weekend, joining a growing list of 49er players who have suffered a hamstring injury during training camp. Elijah Mitchell, Emmanuel Mosley, Daniel Brunskill. Boy, head coach Kyle Shanahan said that Ward's injury is a little worse than the others, and that his availability for week 1 against the Chicago Bears is in question. That would be a big loss for the 49ers. He's their defensive captain. He's their leader in that secondary. Now no Travarius Ward, no Emmanuel Mosley, no Jimmy Ward. Justin Jefferson is going to eat in these scrimmages, as well as Adam Thielen. Boy, they're going to go crazy against this Niners secondary. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Then the one and only Dave Fleming joins the roast after the Giants beat the Diamondbacks last night 6-1.
Spend your middays with Willard and Dibs.
These preseason games, August is the scariest month of the year in the NFL. I know it's no better if they get hurt in week 1, but at least you feel then like you went down trying for something.
Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Line drive, left field, up against the wall. 2 runs are going to score. It'll be a single for Joey Bart.
And that's a 3-hit night for Joey Bart. It's going to happen sooner than later. He's going to start climbing up the lineup.
Kruk and Kipe on a call, NBC Sports Bay Area. By the way, the walk-off on Sunday with Tyrell Estrada. Flem had an unbelievable call. And we have Dave Fleming on the Morning Roast presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at seccfreevax.org or call 211. And Flem, they're saying there's a chance. The Giants are 4 back of the Padres in the loss column for the wild card. And how about Joey Bart? Joey Bart at this time last month, he's batting like 178, Flem. You know the numbers. You cover the team every single day. Now he's up to in the 230s, 3 for 4. And what do you know? He may be batting 6th or 5th tonight against the D-backs.
If it were up to me, I'd just keep him right where he is. I think for now, because you're trying to accomplish 2 things. You are trying as a team to get back in the race, and maybe they've done it now. They still have to make up a lot of ground. It's not easy to do. They got to get over 2 different teams. Really, they have to get over 3 teams. But so you're trying to do that, but then you're also long-term trying to develop a guy who has a chance to be a really important player for your franchise. Mm-hmm. And so how do you balance those? Well, you play the guy, you're giving him tons of chances, you're working with him, you're grinding it out with him, but also maybe just ease off on like immediately thrusting him into the middle of the order. And I think Joey can handle it. I don't think it's a issue of like this guy's intimidated or something like that, but leave a good thing alone for now because he's got a good thing going. It's been really exciting to watch.
Yeah, Dave, I'm loving where he's at. I mean, at one point during this year, he was striking out essentially every other at-bat. That's down to about 28%, which is great, but he's using the whole field, and he hit that home run to dead center the other day, and then he goes to right field last night. The situational awareness to drop that bunt as Bumgarner's arguing with the umpire from the previous at-bat, third base is kind of falling asleep. Like, he just feels like he's in the zone and he's in the moment right now. What are you seeing maybe mechanically different in terms of his batting stance or his approach to the plate?
Well, he did the little thing where if you do compare the swings, he did change his swing, not much, but slightly. And the position of his hands where he starts, the idea was to try to keep the bat in the strike zone for a little bit longer. Have it be a little bit. I don't think anybody ever teaches a flat swing anymore. That's not what anybody wants. The modern swing coaching isn't, when you and I were kids, that's
line drives,
swing, line drive right back up the middle. That's not what they teach anymore, and for good reason. But his bat's staying in the zone a little longer. I think the other thing that he's done now, he has tweaked his approach slightly, where he is being more aggressive. Part of what was happening before was his only avenue to helping the Giants was to get on base by a walk, and so he really became very passive, and he was actually taking some walks. That's a big part of what's happened this year with Joey is he's demonstrated he knows the strike zone. But the problem was that was the only thing he was doing that was helping the Giants offensively. He sacrificed some of that walk now to be more aggressive early in the count, and putting the ball in play, it helps you in a lot of different ways. But we've seen in the last 2 games even, he had the bloop hit against the Pirates, which was a big hit in the middle of a rally. Last night he hits the ball hard to right field, but basically that's just a fly ball. He's so strong it carried out to the wall. But if you put the ball in play more, you're gonna get more of those hits. So then your confidence starts to grow a little bit. So there've been some big benefits for him being just even a little bit more aggressive. It's really exciting, and all the credit to him because I just can't. It's hard to describe how hard it is in the middle of a major league season against the kind of pitching that you see day in and day out, to be making tweaks and adjustments and have that actually work. really, really hard. Credit to him.
No doubt about that. Dave Fleming on a morning roast here on a Tuesday morning. Dave Fleming, of course, calls everything. Giants games, college football, basketball, all that stuff. Before we get back into the Giants and D-backs, because Merrill Kelly against Jacob Junis tonight, it's a big game for the Giants to try to win 5 in a row. I do want to get your thoughts on a player on the team the Giants are chasing in the Padres. They're 4 back in the loss column for this wild card spot. Fernando Tatis Jr. What was your thoughts? What was your reaction when the news hit your cell phone that Fernando Tatis Jr. was popped for 80 games?
Yeah, I was surprised, obviously. I mean, especially since we had just been there, and we had seen him on the field working out with the team. We had talked to a bunch of the Padres people, and basically they were counting down the days. They were thinking it was going to be, 3, 4, 5 days from when we were there that they would see him in the Major League lineup. And, we watched Soto and Machado, and I thought, oh my gosh, what's this going to look like? Profar was doing a good job for him, but what's this going to look like when it's Tatis, Soto, and Machado? I'm thinking, we're cooked. This is how do you deal with that? So I think 2 things. I give the Padres some credit because they haven't collapsed since the news. Sometimes something like that happens, and it can be a hangover effect for days on the rest of your players. And they haven't let that happen, and maybe that's part of having Soto now and new blood, and that's helped him a little bit. But gosh, it's terrible for the game. And he's got the comments from the Padres were so blunt. This is like your guy,
right?
And between AJ Preller and Bob Melvin, and even some of the players, basically saying, we've given this guy one chance already after, he lied about riding motorcycles and breaking his wrist. And obviously he didn't learn from that, so I'm not sure how many more chances we're going to give him. But essentially was the message. I mean, that's pretty stark. You got the guy signed up for the next 12 years. 12.
Time to grow up. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Time to grow up. He's
Really,
the face of baseball.
really time to
and
grow
it
up.
was weird, Flem and Shasky get in here because the Red Sox-Yankees game is going on, and you see all these Gatorade commercials with Fernando Tatis Jr. All these Gatorade commercials. I think what makes him look worse is the comments from his father. The comments that, it was a bad haircut. There was fungus due to her haircut. It's like in this situation, just, hey, I accept the responsibility. I'm taking accountability. I owe an apology to the fans, the organization, my teammates, and just move on. Because now he looks worse, Flynn, with these comments from his father and himself.
Well, he does look worse. That kind of stuff is always just ridiculous. But because I think one of the main points is also it's like this stuff is so silly. Like I'm not saying that steroids and performance-enhancing drugs don't help you. They do. They obviously do. There's a reason that players and athletes for the last many decades have taken them. They work. But, does anybody think that what this guy was messing around with was somehow going to, make any massive impact on his career? Just say, I screwed up, I used the wrong thing, and move on. And everybody would accept that. I just don't get why that's so hard.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's transition back to the Giants here, Flem, because I'm looking at 2 guys that have flown under the radar this year. But I've been talking about them every single day, I feel like, because they're the biggest contributors on this team, and I didn't have this on my flow chart of success for the Giants heading into the year. Wilmer Flores and Thairo Estrada. To me, these are the 2 guys. I mean, maybe there's somebody that I'm omitting from like a pitching staff perspective. These are like my Willie Mack Award guys. Like, these are what I'm looking at. Wilmer has been unbelievably clutch and versatile for this team. He's playing great defense when he's out there at second. Thairo Estrada has just been clutch as well, and the shot in the arm that this team needs. I love where both of these guys are at, and I feel like they're getting no fanfare at all from the common fan.
Yeah, I'd love to see that flow chart sometime, by the way.
Well, let me tell you. It started with Jock maybe hitting a home run in July or August. That would have been nice.
That's another crazy thing. I mean, look, here's what I would say. The starting pitching is the headliner this year.
For sure.
The stars of the Giants this year have been the starting rotation. They've done an unbelievably good job, like as good as anybody in the game job. But if you're talking about on the position player side or anybody other than those starters, I think you're right. I think there's a pretty strong case that those are your 2 position player MVPs, Flores and Thairo Estrada. Maybe Tyro's starting to get a little more, when you hit a walk-off home run, that helps. You start to get a little more, notoriety. Wilmer's always just, because Wilmer doesn't do anything flashy. Everything for him is just solid and consistent. And when you do that, it's hard for people to really recognize it. Tyro does a few things that are actually a little he's got 16 steals now. He's only been caught twice, so he's been one of the better stealers. The Giants haven't had a guy. Eduardo Nunez was the last guy to steal that many bases in a season. Like 5 or 6 years ago. Wow. They haven't had a guy steal 20 bags in a while. So Tyro hopefully is going to get there. That'll get him a little notoriety. He's got, weirdly, I think, the two have about equivalent power. Wilmer's hit a few more home runs, but I think Tyro's got the power to equal Wilmer Flores. Here's the one thing, my wish list for the offseason is Tyro's got to tighten up that defense.
For sure.
He's got the tools to be, you see some of the spectacular. He makes too many mistakes, doesn't get to some balls that he should get to. Now, some of that may be just instincts that isn't going to get corrected, but so maybe he's not going to win a Gold Glove. But if he could tighten up the defense to where just be solid there, you're talking about a really good overall player. The advanced numbers are killing him on defense, and I think the eye test actually confirms some of that. Sometimes I disagree a little bit. But you watch him play, especially second base. He's more comfortable at shortstop.
Yes.
But especially second base, there's some moments where it's just like, oh, come on. He's capable of much better, and he's put in. He's the most prepared, professional, serious guy. I really like the guy, and I think the Giants may have something. He might be a guy you can kind of pencil in as an everyday player, especially if he can get that defense cleaned up.
He's got this little energy about him like Profar, where just positive things happen when he's in the game. I don't know how to put my finger on it. You referenced the pitching. Saturday night, unbelievable performance from Logan Webb. It's exactly how you draw it up. He goes 8 and barely gets out of that 8th inning, hands the ball to Doval, and they shut the door on the Pirates. That was just awesome. But just pitching in general, we obsess so much about the free agents and the hitters. We got to get hitters. I'm of the nature Rodon to me is he is step one. Re-signing Rodon. Obviously, I don't want to give him a 10-year deal, but keeping him on this roster because the best way to neutralize some of the hitting that's in this division, that's in the National League, is through elite pitching. And obviously, they're going to have to shore up the bullpen. But God, I need to bring Rodon back for next year. Him and Webb, and then obviously Harrison. Then you sprinkle in DeSclafani and Cobb and Wood. Then they'd have an elite top-end rotation. They've already got a great one. You got to bring Rodon back, right, Dave?
Here's what I would say. I don't want to throw a wet blanket on you because I agree with how important he's been for this team, and I agree that having just a stud, an elite stud alongside you already have one in Logan. Having two of them means just about every series you get at least one, and sometimes you match up two of those guys, and it's intimidating on the other side. Mm-hmm. I've loved watching him in his Giants uniform. But that said, I think almost as you started to rattle off those names, you got a guy coming who's real close now, who many people consider the best pitching prospect in the game. You're hopeful that DeSclafani, after getting this thing cleaned up surgically, is going to be. Hey, people forget Anthony DeSclafani last year was really good. I mean, he won. I can't remember how many games he won, but he pitched 175 innings and had a 3 ERA. Maybe you don't get that performance again.
Flynn, just don't throw him in. Don't throw him in there against the Dodgers.
Well, no, I mean that's true. But if you bring Junis back, you got Wood coming back, you got Cobb coming back, you got Webb. All I'm saying is, the Giants have demonstrated an extraordinary ability these last few years. Between Gausman, between Rodon, Cobb, Young, or Wood, Junis, all these guys that they have brought in here and helped make better as starting pitchers, a pretty amazing track record in just a few years. I think they're confident in their ability to do that again. And I'm only saying that in the event that I think some team's going to come in with Rodon and just, make a massive offer. And I just think the Giants are going to believe that we need some help on the position player side. We got to spend some of those dollars on getting a beefier, consistent lineup, and we can find more pitching.
Well,
I'm not saying they don't want to bring Rodon back. I think they really do. My fear is that somebody's just going to make a massive offer, and the Giants are less likely to decide that, man, our big move this offseason is that. I think they probably feel like they need help elsewhere. But I hope I'm wrong, because it's been a great part of the Giants' year to watch him pitch.
Well, Rodon, we're talking to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every single week. By the way, Flem, I got to ask you before we get off, how the hell did you drive in Paris? Those drivers are insane. You told me, but I don't know how you drove out there in Europe. But look, Rodon's going to be 30 years old by the start of next season, and I kind of agree with you to the point where it may cost them 5 years or $120 million to sign Rodon, a power pitcher like this. And do the Giants want to do that? Kevin Gausman got $110 million. 5 years. I mean, that's a lot of money.
That's the market rate for pitching.
I hear you.
And I think if it's that, I think they're going to be willing to do it. Now, my guess is that with Rodon, it has a chance to be even a good bit higher than that, just because the ceiling is so high with Rodon. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's viewed a little differently than Gausman. But
he's a lefty too.
Yeah,
he's a lefty. That helps. That fastball is such a. Gausman's got the split, which is a great pitch, and I have a lot of faith that that's going to hold up over time. But one thing about Rodon is it's like, man, when the fastball is working like that, everything else can be going wrong, and you can still get guys out. So it's almost like a safety blanket if you commit that much to guys. I mean, my reluctance on Rodon would be, again, not a criticism of him, but what's his career high in innings? Is it this year? I mean, I think he's pitched 130 innings this year. That might be his career high.
His career high in 2016, 165 innings.
Okay.
His second season in the bigs, he threw 165 innings, had a 4.04 ERA. So he's going to surpass that this season, especially if the Giants want to make a run. Speaking of making a run, look, there's 47 games left. Yesterday we were discussing it, Shasky and I. Hey, can the Giants go 31-17 over the next 48 after that walk-off against the Pirates? Rodon, Webb have to be win days. They have to be win days. But if the Giants want to win, they need another bat. And I'm looking at Brandon Belt, Flem. You know Brandon Belt as well as anybody in this market. Where's he at mentally? Because he looks like a shell of himself, and it's almost a detriment to that lineup to have him out there hitting, because it's just that knee's shot. It looks shot, Flem.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it does look that way. He's not shot. Mentally, Brandon is determined to help this team at the end of this year. He really is. Like, I've never really seen Brandon as determined as he is to do something about his performance. He's been really adamant when I've talked to him, like, it's on me. And not that he's never done that before, but he really is feeling a lot of responsibility. And it's just not happening, and that's not his fault. It's nobody's fault. He's really trying hard to be that guy. And not that it makes me sad, but it's hard to watch sometimes when the guy's just not 100%. I mean, I think it really shows up on defense. Brandon Belt's a brilliant defensive player, and he's just not moving the way that he usually does. And so anyway, they need him big time. I mean, I think if you circled one guy to say, get better performance and we can go somewhere, I think it's him because of what he means to this team. And I hope that somehow, he wakes up one of these mornings and it's just feeling a little better. Sometimes it happens, but it's obvious he's pretty compromised.
All right. Before you get on out the door, Bumgarner in Arizona Diamondbacks uniform, it just looks goofy. It's like looking at Mays in a Mets jersey or McCovey in a Padres jersey. But that's not what I want to ask you. I want to have fun. There's no wrong answer, okay?
Okay.
Game for your life on the line.
Ooh.
Are you handing the ball to 2010 Tim Lincecum or 2014 Bumgarner?
Wow. Game life on the line.
It's a great game, isn't it?
I'm giving it to 2014 Bumgarner. Very reluctantly.
Wow. We agree on something though, Flem, because I'm with you. It's hard. It's hard to go against Timmy.
Yeah, I mean, Timmy actually, yeah, and if you told me, okay, pick one of those pitchers, but in today's game, I might take Lincecum. Because I do think Lincecum was so ahead of his time with his repertoire and the way he pitched. Bumgarner was almost perfect for that era of baseball. And maybe, although, I mean, I would always bet on Bumgarner's just pure competitiveness. And there's never been a guy with better big game makeup than Madison Bumgarner, ever. I just believe it's not possible to have better big game makeup than that guy. But it is possible that his repertoire in today's game with these swings might not be quite as effective. So you could talk me into Lincecum's stuff, just that pure stuff against today's hitters, might be the better choice.
I can't go without referencing Game 1 against Atlanta is one of the all-time greatest pitching performances I've ever seen. Well, the night that Halladay threw a no-hitter, I thought Lincecum pitched better. I don't even know if that's an accurate statement, but that's the way it felt.
I think he did, actually. Yeah. I do. I think I would agree that he pitched better than Halladay. It was one of the all-time great performances in Giants history and playoff history, and it was incredible, and it was a tense, tight game. It was exactly the kind of game that Bumgarner had to navigate through, but Bum was just 2014.
Incredible.
It was silly. That's silly.
Starting with the wild card game where it's a winner-take-all right away, where you're facing elimination right away, and he didn't even blink. I mean, in an atmosphere and environment that was really something else in Pittsburgh, it was like, yeah, bring it on. What do you got? You got something more for me? I don't think so.
That image of him coming out of the bullpen in Kansas City Game 7, where it's like, yep, ball game, give it to Bum, and he just goes out there and finishes it off, man. What a night that was in Kansas City as the Giants win their third title in 5 years. Flem, always good to hear from you. Let's see if they can win 5 in a row.
I'm going
5
tonight.
in a row. Chancey's going to be there.
Tonight.
Yep.
Don't bother Flynn. It's a big game for him.
Flynn, whenever I go to the game, don't I come by and say what up?
He does, of course. You do, and I appreciate that. To come by anytime and and say hi, you can do that.
Exactly.
Well, Shasky likes to overstay his welcome.
No, I
one
don't.
inning may turn into 3 innings, and then it may turn into 5.
afar.
All right. I'm kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
Put the hex on Merrill Kelly, would you?
Yes.
Seriously.
He's been harder on the Giants probably than any other pitcher these last couple of years. They have had a hard time with Merrill Kelly.
Yeah,
no doubt about that. Let's see where the Giants are out. Jacob Junis, man, big start for him. Flem, always good to hear from you, man. Have a good call tonight.
Talk to you guys soon.
All right, Dave Fleming on the morning roast here, 95.7 The Game. I do want to recap the Rodon stuff.
Yeah,
I saw your face.
I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, I know, but we got to move on.
Also, Jacob Junis looks like someone. I'm going to tell you who on the other side.
Who?
I'll tell you.
Somebody around here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Fictional character.
Oh, okay. Because Logan Webb looked like John Curley, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Who's got a bigger chin? Just a jawline.
I've seen John Curley a long
Eric
time.
Armstead or Logan Webb?
Speaking of weddings, we talked about Draymond Green not sending the morning roast an invite. If John Curley don't send us an invite to his wedding, it's going to be some problems.
Oh, I'm Irish.
Yeah, I will not be happy about that.
Kate's getting invited first.
What's going
doing
on?
that to you all day, Joe.
Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. Sean Salisbury coming up on the roast. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, outdoor adventures, inspire ways of feel good vibes. Carly, be careful. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Spend your mornings with the morning roast. Greasy's in the end zone and he's yelling what the coverage is post-snap. The amount of teaching that I'm watching from just Greasy and Trey Lance, that has me the most excited. And your afternoons with Damon.
we're back. Just like that. Just like that, we're back. Willem Moran will get you in just a second. He's got a question about Carlos Rodon. We will get to you, Will, but right now we got our main man, Sean Salisbury, a 95.7 The Game Insider. What's up, Shasky? What are you about to say?
I'll tell you after Sean.
Why? Why after Sean?
We'll do it after Sean.
All right, we'll do it after Sean then. Sean Salisbury's back on the morning roast. What's up, man?
What's happening, guys? Good to be on with you, man. I appreciate it. It's that time, man. I love it.
Oh, man, we all love it.
Let me start right here, Sean, because we were having this kind of like a question we were asking out loud regarding, the current model of how practices are, the CBA, all of that stuff, injuries, right? The Niners right now have a ton of hamstring, soft tissue, whatever you want to call them, injuries. What's your belief? What is your belief that you need to build up the callus with more hitting and actually play football, tackling all the way to the ground to prepare for the season, or this is the best we're going to do based on the science, and this is the way it's going to be, and this is the way it should be in terms of light hitting, not taking someone all the way down to the ground? What's your philosophy on that?
Well, we've changed over the years because of roster money and guaranteed money and meeting starters. I've kind of evolved too. It used to be where you'd practice 2 days in a row, 2.5 hours, bringing people down, and knocking them around. I think you have to hit. Now that doesn't mean all the time, guys. You got to learn. And I know maybe we don't talk about it enough, but I know at camps I teach at, or when you talk to people that are involved or coaching it, like during the off season, you got to learn how to practice. You've got to learn how to be full speed, go as hard as you can, but play smart at the end. And that's a hard thing to do. Like, suspend yourself as the Matrix in midair and not hit somebody. But you still got to be physical because, listen, I don't know many teams that go into a season that finesse themselves to death and end up winning championships. Now, Bill Walsh started it, and a lot of guys carried it on, the Marv Levy's and Denny Green, who was with us in Minnesota. You start to get to a point where you taper off as the season goes on. You don't need to be wearing pads and beating on each other in November. I need fresh legs. In camp, though, for me, real quick, guys, is one thing about these injuries, you can't simulate it, guys. Yeah. When people say, well, don't hit it all, guys are still going to get hammies when they make cuts out of the breaking shorts and a T-shirt. Guys are still going to get dinged up. You got to learn how to practice. I'm not a believer in bringing somebody to the ground. What good is it going to do? Now, wrapping up and holding, when you get a guy, you tackle a guy, Derrick Henry runs through, and you grab him and hold him, sure, wrap up. I don't need to bring guys to the ground. Every now and again it's going to happen, but I want to practice smart. There's got to be drills. You have to have physicality. But the most important thing is making sure you know who to get and how to get them. And if you don't practice it, you'll be behind. So I know it's not the full answer we want to hear, but you can't go 2 a days, 3 hours a day, because eventually you won't have enough bodies to line up when it actually really does matter. So the mental part, guys got to learn how to stay focused and go 100 miles an hour without bringing people to the ground. And it is an art on teaching them how to practice.
Well, Sean, it is wild to hear you say that, because I feel like tackling in the first month of the season over the last 5, 6, 7 years is awful. It's atrocious. Guys are not wrapping up because of the lack of tackling in practice. But you brought up injuries, and you can't simulate that. These teams are spending more and more money on training staffs, doctors, or whatnot. There's no way to prevent this stuff. Days off, days on. Guy wakes up out of bed. He may feel sore. There's no way to prevent this stuff. Injuries are going to happen.
Of course, and when you're, on one-on-one drill, when a left tackle's blocking a rush in, a guy may step too quick and step out and get beat underneath on a dip and grab him and gets caught for holding, and he hurts his shoulder or his fingers a little bit. A receiver, listen, you could train all you want in the offseason. There's a different intensity when you're playing against the fellas, and it just is. So you come out of a dig route, and you, boom, put your foot in the ground, and you come out precise and dynamic, and boom, a little twinge in the hammy. Whether you're in gear, whether you're in shorts, it is going to happen. That's why the depth of a team with a 5th-round pick has to be good. That's why when we talk about, that guy's a 6th-round pick, those are the times that guy, that's who preseason's for. Preseason is not for Trent Williams. Preseason is not, in my opinion, for getting Deebo Samuel 47 touches. Preseason is to get guys who are bubble players, who have a new coaching staff, to get them work. So mentally we know that we can trust them to line up, but physically they know how to get to the spot. There's going to be mistakes. This is the way it's always going to be now. And we're not going to start practicing more, guys. You know that. The next time in 10 years the CBA comes around, we're going to practice less.
Wow.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And you're going to preserve your starters. If I'm a coach, for instance, in Indianapolis, Jonathan Taylor wouldn't see a snap. I wouldn't give Debo much. I don't need to. They're going to be fine.
Right.
And that's when the depth of a roster and a general manager and a draft come into play. Those guys have to know how to rear their head when pressure's on.
Yeah, we got the football hour guy, Sean Salisbury, him and Lowe coming back on Mondays, 6 o'clock, talking with us right now on the Morning Roast. Sean, Trey Lance. I mean, we have like a running joke now. Me and Steven started it a couple weeks ago. Trey Lance, your thoughts? So, Trey Lance, your thoughts?
Listen. I'm not putting anybody in a Hall of Fame after Kenny Pickett or Trey Lance, and I'm sure as hell not all of a sudden. And I know he's got a lot of issues going on off the field. That 1 of 5 and looked like he didn't belong to Deshaun Watson. When he's ready to play, he's going to be a good player. Okay, those are things I do know. But you know what? All you judge is when a guy's in there doing it. And the things I'm looking for, guys, I'm usually not a big stats guy in preseason. I'm looking to how you got there. Because we all know somebody will throw a ball up late in the game in the fourth quarter. Some dude makes a great catch. When you know as a quarterback, I've done it in the preseason. Well, you shouldn't have thrown it there. The guy goes up and catches it with 3 dudes and comes down and it's a 70-yard game. So you look at the stats and say, oh, 70-yard completion. Yeah, when you go watch film with the coach, it's like, dude, did you see that check down in front of you that would have run for 30 yards? So you know, right? And the players know. But listen, I thought his pocket presence was aware. So for me, I'm looking at stuff like off-the-ball players and with the quarterback, decisions you make. Now, his timing will continue to get better, and he'll see things more urgently, and his eyes will move quicker. What you're trying to do is get a guy to speed his legs up and slow his mind down, but move those eyes and get through progressions. But a great play on third down to hit the big play, the home run, to protect the football, to make some throws, to evade the pocket and get up and get down after he made the run. I was actually impressed with his game, and what this does, it's not the stats I care about because this is going to have no bearing on the opening game in September. But what it does, it starts to believe trust because he's had an up-and-down camp statistically, but what it does, you haven't seen him waffle in practice, and you're not going to see him waffle in the game. I never want to coach the big play out of him, but I want to make sure he understands that those simple plays are going to sustain him. So I thought he performed well in a short stint. And he'll get a little bit longer stint, I would imagine, in game 2, and then cut it back a little bit. I don't need to see a lot. I just need to, when I do see it, that the decisions are there. As long as I know his head, meaning his decisions are in the right place, the spectacular plays will come. You'll see by the end of this year, if he's making the simple play, meaning the one that you got to make on a daily and every series basis, that Trey Lance is going to come out of this thing when it's all said and done this year, as people are looking around saying, ooh, those numbers with that roster look pretty good. This guy is a sneaky, big, when I say sneaky, we're going to hear all the big names for player of the year and offensive player of the year. If things are working and his ability shines, don't be surprised if you see things that maybe you haven't seen on spectacular plays the last 2 or 3 years.
Whoo, I love hearing that. Sean Salisbury, the Sean Salisbury Show, Sports Talk 790 down in Houston, Texas, former quarterback, of course, in the NFL, a USC Trojan. And look, you were talking about practice in preseason game number 2. We're not sure how much Trey will play in game 2 of this preseason game against Minnesota, but they are having the joint practices. And Shasky and I have been talking about this for years about what if they just cut back to preseason games and just have more scrimmages? We see teams do this all the time. Where do you stand on that? Because Belichick had a quote today saying he can get more out of joint practices and simulate more game situations in joint practices as opposed to preseason games where those situations may not come up. Where do you stand on that?
As our guy Low Neal would say.
As Low Neal would say nothing because Sean Salisbury phone just clunked out on us. Let's get Sean back on the line and get that answer from him. But Trey Lance, I'm seeing SportsCenter all the time now. Trey Lance is like a top 3 story when it comes to NFL topics.
Because he's the quarterback of the Niners.
Look at you. I knew you were going to say that.
So now you're subscribing to my opinions.
No, I'm not. I just wanted to hear you say that. That's how I know I'm back home.
He's not the 11th man on the Kings. He's not the 5th outfielder for the Marlins. He is the quarterback of the Niners.
Oh, man. Let's get back to Sean. He's back on the line. Sean, as Low Neal would say, what?
I'm saying that we're in the same church pew and in the same church, as Low Neal would say. I'm with you 100%. If I had it my way, which I don't, and I don't have any pull I'd get rid of all I'd do what college does, but I'd add this element. I'd be ready to roll in the regular season. No college. I wouldn't do any preseason games and risk like what the Jets are going through with Zach Wilson. I know people want them and that they're not going away because of money and all that. But for me, I'm telling you, the best practices we ever had when I played were joint practices. Yet you knew how to control them. You could say, okay, this is the blitz pickup drill. Full speed, don't hit the quarterback, but now we're going full speed. Then there's the 9-on-7 run drill. All those things, I am with you. The intensity, you're tired of beating on your own team. You can blow that whistle when a guy breaks out of the pocket. Don't you think the Jets would have loved a whistle with?
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah,
yep.
He's run for 7 yards. You could have blown the whistle once he crossed the line of scrimmage, and bingo, we're now moving on. Yes, to me, the best practices are joint practices. I don't know why everybody doesn't do 3 or 4 of those with teams throughout the preseason. And then I would go to the regular season. I'm not a big preseason guy. I know it's for fans and to find that one bubble guy. I find more out about a player on the practice field, and if I can do it against somebody else, I find out even more. I like the intensity. I like those far more than preseason games.
All right, Sean, before you get on out of here, Sean Salisbury talking with him and Lowe coming back for the football hour after the first week in the NFL season, first week in September. No one can wait. He's also going to be a contributor here at 95.7 The Game all year. Madden came out last night for early release, the Madden video game. Sean, did you ever play as yourself? Are you a gamer? Do you still play Madden? Do the kids play Madden at your house?
Now, well, first off, I don't even know. I'm not even going to ask what my point total was because I may have been non-existent, number one.
Oh, the rating?
I've had buddies of mine say, Sean, you were huge for me in Techno Bowl. I'm thinking, right on, brother. So you're aging us a little bit, too. You know what? I hate this. I'm not a big gamer. My kids, obviously, had all the systems, and they are great at it. I played football probably 5 times. I loved the baseball. I was big into the hockey and the FIFA part of it. But I didn't want to because I said, I don't want to throw a pick here. I did enough of that when I played. I didn't play. Now, I love watching my sons who got into it, and I actually do teach off it. I got young quarterbacks coverages. If they're having trouble, we'll put coverages up, and they'll understand because they can see movement on it. It's really good for teaching kids how to read coverage.
Wow.
I love the video game. It's phenomenal. I just don't play it. I play other sports when I did. I haven't played a video game in 10 years, so for me, I didn't. And real quick, I remember talking to Tony Gwynn, God rest his soul. I was hosting Up Close for about 10 days. Tony Gwynn came on, and I asked him, I said, do you play video games? He goes, I do. I said, baseball? And he goes, yes, I do. He goes, I just never play myself. And I said, why? He said, because what they're doing there, I don't want it to affect me. This was when he was a current player. I don't want it to affect my hitting. And I found it odd. Then I thought, well, that's why he's one of the greatest hitters of all time. The little things like that, and I would imagine some of these great players feel the same way.
Well, unless you're Kyler.
I'll throw some touchdown passes for you in Techno Bowl.
Yeah.
I ain't doing a squat for you in Madden, brother. Sorry.
All right, well, here you go. 1992 Madden ratings for quarterbacks.
Oh, my gosh.
The number one rated.
You're going to ruin my day?
Yeah, the number one rated quarterback, Steve Young, the MVP of the league. He was at 92. Number 2, Troy Aikman. All the way down at the bottom, number 67. You had a 67 overall rating for the Minnesota Vikings. Sean Salisbury.
Well, here's what I do know. That there was other quarterbacks that weren't on there, so screw them.
Thanks for being a good sport.
That's good stuff right there.
A good sport.
Disrespectful to the former.
Is there a Madden rating for the CFL? We won the Grey Cup. Can I squander it some way? I'll take it. And you know what? That's exactly where I should have been at that point in time.
You're higher than Dan McGuire, who was a 52.
Yeah, there you go. Dan McGuire. Yeah. There you go. San Diego State Aztecs. Screw San Diego State.
Buddy.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, Sean, you're a good sport, man. We can't wait to talk to you soon, man.
You guys are awesome, man. Thank you.
Anytime, Sean Salisbury, man. There on the Morning Roast, 790 in Houston. Dude, can you? Yeah, please do, because I want to get to Will and Marin on Rodon. I do want to follow up on Rodon and what Dave Fleming had to say, but so let's summarize what Sean Salisbury had to say. Trey Lance looked great. Preseason games are a joke. Should be more joint practices. And you need to hit in training camp to get ready for the season. There you go.
Trey Lance is a 72 overall right now on Madden.
That's a joke. But you know what?
He
franchise mode. Franchise
quickly.
mode becomes a 90 very fast.
Right, okay. So let's go back to 1992. The Madden ratings. Best quarterback in the game. Steve Young, 92% or 92 overall
rating.
is his rating.
Where's Troy Aikman?
86.
86. Drop off from 1 to 2 is that much?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he was a systems quarterback, Troy Aikman,
yeah,
Guru. Dan Marino, 84. Brett Favre, 84.
Wait a minute. All right, see, that bothers me. Dan Marino at 84 and 92.
They didn't give out 99s like they do now. I mean, think about it.
Dan Marino should have been a 90 in 1992.
I'm just...
All right.
Relax.
I'm getting a little ticked off here. I know
Montana, after not playing for 2 full seasons, 83. Randall Cunningham, 82. Warren Moon, 80. Elway, 80.
See, that's...
Jim Kelly, 79.
See that? In 92?
In 92.
The Bills are on the cusp of going to their 3rd straight Super Bowl in 92.
Let me go down to the bottom.
Oh,
this is where it gets great. Bono, 70. Scott Mitchell, 70. Flutie Flake, 69. Frank Wright, 69. Jay Schroeder for the Raiders.
Jay Schroeder. Yeah, Schroeder.
69.
Former Washington football team in
Eric Kramer, 69. Tom Zach, 69.
Mike Tomczak.
Sean Salisbury,
By the way,
67.
You bring up Mike Tomczak. I'm not going to bring up my trip every single day, but I did find it fascinating. Right? I'm not going to bring it up. But I met a lady from Toronto, Edda did. They were talking. She was like, I was a huge Mike Tomczak fan. Out of all the things, this lady was from Toronto. Said she was a huge Mike Tomczak fan. I said, how?
That's like being a Nick Mullins fan.
Exactly. Mike Tomczak
I love
fan.
the NFL. Nick Mullins is my favorite player.
Mike Tomczak got me going with the Bears, and then I started liking Brett Favre with the Packers. So you became a Bears fan and then became a Packer. Okay, whatever. It's like become a Giants fan and then switch it over to the Dodgers. But Mike Tomczak, out of all people, this lady from Toronto was a Mike Tomczak fan.
All right, so I don't know if you know about this, but there's this thing called Kirby right now, and it's absolutely incredible. Your boy's got some problems right now going on with his vehicle, and Kirby is a driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you, B. Brakes, tire replacements, oil changes, you name it, they got it.
Wait, it could do oil changes in my driveway?
In your driveway.
I don't have to drive anywhere anymore.
It's very frustrating when I have to drive my vehicle, even if it's messed up, to the mechanic, leave it there, take an Uber back home, do whatever I need, and then my car's sitting there for 4 or 5 days. I don't know when it's going to be done. Well, that's where Kirby brings it to you.
Wow.
All right?
Wow.
Ultimately convenient, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in the driveway. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code right now. Oil50. But here's what you got to do. Go to Kirby.com. CURBEE.com.
Wow, I'm going to have to use that. Going to have to use it. By the way, Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, sat down with Shanahan and Steve Kerr. Maybe we could discuss this tomorrow.
A crossover.
Yeah, a little crossover. A bond has been forged between Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan. The two told Kawakami about what it's been like to sit down and pick each other's brains.
Kapler wasn't invited?
Guess not.
Probably, but maybe not.
Guess not. By the way, 323 Comcast Business Text Line. I need a blunt rolling station on the level of Draymond Green. That was pretty next level. That was. But I want to get back to something Flim said about Carlos Rodon. What kind of deal he's going to get once he opts out of that player option? Because he's going to opt out. He's going to get a 5-year deal, 6-year deal, 7-year deal.
Then no one's getting 7-year pitching deals.
Flynn believes he may get a 6-year deal. Maybe. Let's go to Willem Moran.
Outside of the buyouts from arbitration, when was the last 6-year or 7-year pitching deal?
What,
on
Max
the open
Scherzer?
marker?
Was it Max Scherzer?
I mean, his was like 7 years ago, 8 years ago.
That's a long time. I don't know.
He's the only big money deal contract-wise. I know Bauer got a pretty big deal with the Dodgers, but it got null and void.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Will. What's up, Will?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I look at Rodon, and it's like, I don't want a guy who's going to throw a bat and possibly hurt one of my players when the moment's too big. I don't want a guy who has the same track record of being injured like Brandon Belt. I don't want to pay $110 million for that, even if that's the cost and price. Like, yeah, he's a great guy, but you know who I want? This is who I want. SF, please pay Logan. For the next 10 years, I want him repping our slogan. If you gave the boy a mic, he'd be killing it. Joe Rogan, with his hands raised in victory like the kid was Hulk Hogan. Pay that man. Pay him. He does his business. Giants, let's go.
I had no idea that call was going to turn into a freestyle. But the bars were hot.
I'm not mad at that.
The bars are hot. The bars are hot.
Coming in hot.
That may be the flex moment of the show.
Yeah, I think you should readjust that.
I mean,
here's the thing with Rodon.
That was fire.
He's not a perfect player.
No,
I don't admit that he is. I don't love the crazy temperament like that. I don't love it, but there is an element of you cannot create another weakness. Right now, B, you're looking at this roster. Just right now, you can make an argument they need everything.
First base, third base, second base,
shortstop long term.
Yeah, Brendan Crawford.
All three outfield positions.
Long in the tooth.
Okay,
yeah.
More starting pitching, right?
Yeah.
Like let's just take a step back. Relievers, right? So they need everything.
They need about 20 players, right?
Okay, so you got 110, 120 million off the books this year. You got nothing basically over the next couple of years on the books long term. The cost of doing business for starting pitching is about $30 million a year for an elite type of an arm like Rodon. I don't love giving him a 4th and 5th year deal, but at some point you got to just go into the deep end with one of these guys. And if you're thinking that Harrison is just going to go into the second slot of the rotation, look what happened this year with Joey Bart.
Nah, you can't do that.
You got to have insurance policies. I would much rather have Harrison have an ease in as the number 3 or the number 4 in a rotation than to take on the burden of being the number 2.
Yeah, no doubt.
And this thing that like DeSclafani, I don't care that you paid DeSclafani to come back. He sucks. All right? I'm willing to see a flyer and see if he could be your 5th starter.
He had a rough year.
He had a rough year. It was unpitchable.
He had a rough year, but you know what? Last year you took away the Dodger games. DeSclafani was damn good. He was good. As your 4th or 5th starter, I'm not on DeSclafani.
He came on a 1-year deal for a reason.
I get it. But he was good last year. I can't take that away from him.
Yeah, okay.
I can't take that away from him.
Brandon Bell was great last year.
Yeah, Brandon Bell, he didn't finish the season.
No, but neither did DeSclafani.
I mean, look, he was unpitchable against the Dodgers, but he was 13-7, 3.17 ERA. Had a lot of strikeouts, 152 strikeouts and 167 innings.
It's not about what he did. It's about moving forward.
As your 5th starter, I'm not mad at that. Now, he's got to show me something. This year was a joke. This year was an absolute joke. But he's under contract.
Again, look at the free agent market, all right? And if you don't get Aaron Judge, which it still feels like a long shot. You have 110, 120 million off the books, and you're going to say, too rich for me with Rodon. It would make sense if you had an entire payroll and everything was tight and you had to worry about money. You have no need to worry about money.
No doubt.
The only way you're going to neutralize this thing in this division is with elite pitching.
And you have to spin.
Yes.
You watch the captain doc. You know what the Red Sox did against the Yankees?
It is spent.
We got to spin.
Yeah.
We got to spin to keep up with these dudes.
Deals.
No doubt.
Then if you don't keep Rodon, my pivot is going to be like, well, then why didn't you trade him at the deadline?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a good point. Let's go to Moose real quick in San Jose. He's got some thoughts on Rodon. What's up, Moose?
Hey, real quick, fellas. Good morning. I wanted to just say on Rodon, last caller calling him about to get hothead. Like, this is one of the most boring Giants teams.
Thank you.
There's no personality. There's no personalities.
No doubt.
Rodon being a hothead is the only personality.
Right.
And not to say that he's as good as Bumgarner was, but Bumgarner wasn't actually the nicest guy. I mean, he's kind of a hothead too. I mean, maybe he wasn't throwing bats around, but we liked it when he did it just because he was killing it for us.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying Rodon's the answer, but you need to bring faces back to this team. Like, we need panda hats. We need people in the stand jumping around the way we were with the players that we had in the past. I think signing a Rodon, again, not to say he's our ace in the hole, but he's a good piece, a good personality piece for this team, and his game's backing it up well enough, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
And even
Moose.
if he fades as a lefty, he can be a 4th or 5th starter easily on this team.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the carcass of Alex Wood has given them great innings the last couple of years.
Well, the boring part.
And he's carved out.
The boring part, again. Everybody welcome to the party. The boring part. You need some dudes. Well, you can't just have laundry every year and keep flipping over the entire roster. There's got to be some cohesion year to year. We're going to get into this tomorrow. This just hit my timeline.
What's that?
Sheil Capadilla of The Ringer. I don't know who he is.
Okay.
He has 60,000 followers, and he wrote this article for The Ringer about the best offenses in the NFL this year.
Oh.
And where he's going to have people ranked. He has the Chiefs number 1. Can you guess where he has the 49ers?
6.
15th.
Oh.
And the first sentence is, I have no idea what to do with the 49ers this year. We'll get into that a little bit tomorrow. But now
fair.
it's time for the
that's
Xfinity
fair.
Flex moment of the show.
We don't know who they are. But what is a nightmare, and they need to fix it. And I wrote this in the survey yesterday. That parking lot, the green lot, the main lot, and everyone's going to come in, I park here, I park there. Your main lot is an absolute dumpster fire for egress, and it needs to change.
Yeah.
If there's somebody with the 49ers who can hear me, if you're within the sound of my voice, your parking lot is a nightmare to enter and to get out of. Now, you could say, Joe, every parking lot, when you have X amount of people, no. You need to find a way to have easeways in, easeways out. You got to have spots and cone areas for people walking. It is an absolute dumpster fire. I don't care if it's the, rent-a-cop security thing that's setting it up. Whoever is setting up the cones.
They're rent-a-cop.
No, I'm serious. Like, I'm not dissing anybody. I mean this sincerely. I don't know if it's the Niners.
Right.
I don't know if it's Great America or some third-party entity. I'm saying the green lot is a nightmare. They need to fix it.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
It's a great flex. Damn, it was 3 minutes long. The boys trying to get in there. You're just stiff-arming me. No, I got this. I got this about the parking lot. I got this. We did do a great Periscope from the parking lot when there was a lot of traffic. Remember that? Monday Night Football,
Yeah, my grandfather.
I tell you.
Longest day of his life.
I've seen a lot of great wins. I've seen a lot of bad losses.
Hey.
There was a 5-second pause. That was a bad loss.
He was 85 at the time, and it was Niners Seahawks Monday night.
Monday Night Football
and
when Russell
went
Wilson
to
won it.
overtime to the final
2019.
minute. I got him down there at like 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, because we were like broadcasting and everything. I didn't get him home till like 2 a.m.
It was great.
I felt so bad. He was exhausted.
Papa Shasky had the time of his life.
He did have a good time.
He was in a Periscope. He just got in there. Little quick cameo a couple times, and we were in that parking lot for about 50 minutes. 50 minutes coming out. That's why sometimes when you just cover the game as a media member, you go to the pressers, everything dies down about an hour later.
Yeah. Not bad.
Boom, it's smooth sailing.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, this is true everywhere, too. I was just saying, like, as I was listening to that, I was thinking, okay, what's worse, if anything? Because you're right. You're right. That parking lot, you end up in somebody's tailgate. I'm like, how this is the car barely even fits in here, let alone the fact that people are trying to throw the football, or get some burgers and dogs going here, and I feel like I'm in everybody's way. That thing's a mess. Is there anything worse? I'm sure most of the people in our listening audience, hopefully if they're good people, have never had to do this, which is go to Dodger Stadium. But if you ever leave there, if you ever leave there after a fireworks night,
a nightmare.
Like, it's not, hey, I don't fit here. It's just, we're not going to move.
You don't
We're
move.
not moving for an hour and a half.
But honestly, though, what parking lot isn't bad at a sporting event?
Well,
the Giants effectively now don't have one, so that's pretty good.
Oakland Coliseum, I would say Oakland Coliseum.
Coliseum's probably the best.
Because once you get boom, they open all the gates up, and so you can boom get onto whatever 66th or whatever that MacArthur.
Depending on what side.
Yeah, but you boom.
I was always south
side. Especially good this year because there's only 5,000 people leaving.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, your team. I mean, you want to talk about 5,000 fans?
No shade. That was terrible. I mean,
it's terrible.
Well, the crowd at the Giants game last night.
Why? Why is it terrible?
It was tiny.
It was just small.
Yeah, is it what, 15, 20,000?
I don't know what they announced.
20.
Are your kids back to
sales?
Are your kids back to school
tomorrow?
So tomorrow. So I'm asking out because I asked him this question when his daughter gets a little older. I know a lot of people are going back to school this week. Monday night of the kids returning to school,
no
would you
doubt.
take them out there?
Summer's over.
That's what I'm saying.
Summer's over,
Yeah.
although we snuck in. I took my boys out yesterday. We snuck in a nice round at Indian Valley.
Nice.
Yeah, like
Very
we're trying to soak up. Yeah, well, we got a cart, don't worry. Yeah, like we're trying to just soak up.
You never take the car to Indian Valley. You need to get on the tram between
They tried to get on and it doesn't work.
Yeah,
the tram's broken. They both got it.
We get
sidetracked about that.
Before we get sidetracked, though. I don't get the disappointment of a crowd yesterday when the Diamondbacks are in town. The Giants are 57 at 57.
Mad bum.
They were 5 games behind the Padres in the loss column. Bumgarner doesn't have that sizzle like Lincecum or anybody.
No.
And he's been with the Diamondbacks for a couple years now.
It didn't matter, though.
You didn't even know he was starting until 48 hours ago. So, no, I get that. It's just that the crowds with the 2012 thing over the weekend, the Pirates are in town. Who cares about that? Crowds were huge.
But it's the weekend.
Yeah, I get it. So it's just kind of, you're falling into kind of the cadence that we used to see at Candlestick.
I think it was way less at Candlestick, though.
Well, yeah, it was at times, but that whole, like, it's a weeknight,
I hear
and so we're out thing, that's the old days.
Diamondbacks. Like, I wasn't expecting 40,000, and I was a little surprised to hit the timeline yesterday and see so many people crapping on the attendance. I'm like,
hey,
it was
Diamondbacks in the Monday Night
It's 35 though, like by accident.
You also had Bonds though.
even after Bonds, I mean, you still look at the attendance. You used to get 30 on the regular. Now, I mean,
Bonds,
you're
those 3 years
17.
were awful. You should be able to get low 20s, but listen. This was the beat writers that were taking notice.
Yeah,
this started because the beat writers were taking video, and if they're taken aback by it, they go to every single game, and they were like,
those
"Wow."
beat writers do.
Yeah, well, but you know,
my problem is again, you start off with the Diamondbacks on a Monday night. You got
guy goes to Europe for 2 weeks, taking shots at beat writers, taking a couple days off.
Seriously, what premium player on that? Yeah, well, what premium players on that field that's going to drive me out of the house?
No,
I love the Giants. I'm a sports fanatic. I got free access. I'm not going to that game.
You got 7 million people in the Bay Area, and you can't draw 35,000. That's embarrassing. And I understand what you're saying about premium players, but the product, it's a premium product. Or at least it used to be. And you're right, they're mediocre.
Yeah.
They don't have stars and all the rest of it. But we used to go to baseball games just because we went to baseball games. And maybe part of it's what you guys are talking about with parking lots and
that's
accessibility and price and all the rest of it.
So, like, I think the parking thing is a factor that I was kind of late to the party on. There is no parking down there.
No.
Like, at all. And one of the things that I love about going to a Warrior game, I feel like because there's less traffic in the area in general because people are taking BART and things like that, I take an Uber. Now I'm going to, like, tonight we're going to the game, me and my wife. I'm taking an Uber down there. But if you live in Petaluma, if you live in the North Bay, South Bay, the East Bay, you're not taking an Uber. Now, maybe you're parking somewhere else and taking an Uber, but it's really difficult to get to, I think, for a lot of people.
The parking lot prices just out of control. The lots I used to park at for $20 are like $50, $60 now. So you park on the street. I parked on 3rd Street one time thinking at the meter, okay, it's going to be about $25 for the full game.
Marked everything.
Oh, yeah, it's like $45. So people are making that cash back from the losses of the pandemic.
I'm not acting like the Giants or any team doesn't know this. The Warriors, they know this. They're aware of what's around them, but they are also not directly the company that is profiting off of parking and or food, for instance. But if you, like, I just wish teams were able to or did a better job of taking all this into account, because they can sit there and go, okay, said ticket is whatever. You want to sit in the lower box and let's see if you can find your way in for $75 or whatever. If you and you can go to these apps now and you can get in.
Tonight, club
you can get in for $5.
You could sit club level right now for $50. Great seats.
All right, so you get great seats, and 2 of you are going to go.
Damn.
You and your wife are going
to.
For this team? Yeah, but Joe's got a lot of real estate.
No,
anyway,
I'm just saying for club, that's a good deal.
Right, it is. And so you and your wife can get in for $100.
Yeah.
But what is it actually going to cost you to get in?
$500 because I'm going to get her a
parking,
sweatshirt
and then you've got to eat, and we've got to find our way there, which is a pain in the rear.
Lumpia Shack?
I mean, it's like I told you this with the access that you pointed out, Bonte, that we have. You know, there were times where I can grab the kids and go, we're going to go for free.
Yeah.
We're going to go for free. Yep. And then I kept doing it, and I kept looking at the statements and going, we're not going for free.
It's not
because the tickets are free, and I'm still out $300 to take my kids to this game.
By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. We appreciate our audience on YouTube and Twitch, and of course the Comcast business text line. But again, what you just said there, the food is expensive. The parking's expensive. And then you have a watered-down product. Nobody's going to go to these games. This is the Bay Area. This is a pro town. You got to show me. If the Warriors start losing, Chase Center, it's going to be some empty seats.
Well, you got to, look.
The Niners, we saw that with Levi Stadium.
You have to earn your keep. You have to earn your keep, but there is also something, as I think that Dibs just pointed out, there's something about going to the game. It doesn't I know you guys have been locked all year on a premium player. I can't remember any time in my history where I've been like, I got no interest in going to a Giants game, but I do now because they got this one guy.
Barry Bonds drove me to the yard.
Without
Barry Bonds,
that's
some
fine.
people are different,
right? But I think the majority of people who go to a game, you go to a game. Barry Bonds, even at his height, in a 3-hour experience, is up there for 4 minutes.
Yeah, but you wanted to see history.
I understand.
Which was a little different.
And it was a little different. And obviously, Bonds,
it's a unique time.
Right? But you still should be able to get people to go to a baseball game.
Yeah.
Even for a mediocre team without a premium player.
Well,
boring.
3 hours and 15 minutes of what? And in terms of action, 3 hours and 15 minutes, you're going to get about 12 minutes of actual action.
Yeah, but you guys, if we're talking about families, like Bonte, your little one not old enough yet. You'll go to a baseball game
and you'll
just
do a lap.
Well, you'll just be like, look, can we just do something with these?
Exactly.
With these people.
Yeah.
Here's
Throw
something
the ball around.
Here's something we can go do.
So right.
Here, sit here, watch this. Here's a nacho.
Yeah, but the zoo
Stop
is
yelling
like
at me.
$20 to get in, as opposed to you're going to spend, like you say, you go to a baseball game and it's $50 for club level, and you're feeling like you're getting a deal. Family of 4, that's $200 plus parking and food. You're looking at a $500 day.
Hey, Shasky, you were just talking about bringing your nephews to the preseason game and how bored they got.
I heard that.
Baby Chen saying things. She's going to get bored, whereas you go to the zoo, the turkey's out there. She's losing her mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, except for there's always that animal that just hides all day. That's pretty boring too. So where is the tiger? Well, don't tell me there's a tiger in there. Where's the tiger?
Where's the roar? That's what she does. Where's the roar? The lion.
If there's a giraffe that could hide, I would actually go see that. I want to see the hiding giraffe.
Let me ask you guys about this element, which I believe to be the realest one that everyone's afraid to tackle. What about the exodus of people out of the city of San Francisco?
No, it's big.
For work, for living, for condos. I've got so many friends that born and raised, all in here, have all moved really far away. Okay, they come in for work because they're an electrician, they're a garbage driver, or they work at the airport, or whatever they're doing, and then they want to go home and see their family. So, you know
how many friends I've got?
2 hours away. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to go home, grab their kids, drive back. No,
they're
the
not.
other part is people aren't in the office like they used to. My wife works at a huge office
That's
just down
the big part. It's
She's
people
the
who
only
used
one
to
there.
work here. Like you'd work here, you get off at 5:30. Yeah, game's in an hour. Let's go down.
As a crew.
And let's be honest.
So true.
There's still people who fear the monkeypox, the COVID-19 stuff.
No doubt.
So people are like, you know what? I'm at home. I'm chilling. I'd rather just watch this game on the tube. I don't have to pay for food. I don't have to move. And I can go to bed when I want to go to bed instead of fighting out of the stadium, trying to find a bus or an Uber. An overcharged Uber, by the way. You know what I'm saying?
The city is not what it was 3 years ago, pre-pandemic. I don't know if it ever will be. I was just talking to a neighbor the other day who said he came down to go to a bunch of his favorite lunch spots with some friends, and first two places they went to were boarded up. They didn't even know, So it's completely different.
I was just surprised that was a topic of conversation on the timeline yesterday on a Monday night.
There's just not much else to talk about.
Yeah, I was like,
but it is glaring because it's
stunning.
a legend.
It's stunning when you hit a foul ball down the right field line and you go, oh, there's 8 people going for that foul ball. That's what the hell is that?
And the real rat on the table, is I like to borrow from the Goo, is that these owners they don't even care if you go anymore.
No,
they don't even. It's not that they don't want you to go. Shout out the
It's
A's,
a bonus,
but they don't even care anymore.
Yes.
The money comes from the TV rights and all the rest of it. So whether or not you want to show up, if you want to pay $50 for the club level, come on out. But they're not going to make it cheaper so they can fill the building.
You should have showed up. You and Matchin yesterday should have showed up to the game. You played hooky at work for your birthday. Should have been there celebrating your birthday.
Playing hook. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dave.
I got a fiance who's about 3 weeks away from giving birth, so I'm just going to go ahead and bounce. Yo, honey, it's my day. It's not your day. As you know, every day is her day, Bonte.
That's just my way of saying happy birthday, Dan.
That was a Roger Federer.
That was.
Backhanded compliment.
Pickleball Bonte. Mark, you made a great point about the balls going down the sidelines, or down the foul territory. So we went to the Giants-Dodger game. Me and my dad, my brother. We were up in the club level, and there's a lot of Dodger fans out there. We brought the gloves. We played catch in the club level
in the stadium
from 2 rows, like 2 aisles over the whole time. And like the security guard came over, was like, you can't play catch. I'm like, there's no one out here. There's literally, you could play catch from sections over, and no one's tripping because there's no one out here.
Sounds like Candlestick Park.
Candlestick was even worse.
This was a Dodger game.
Dodger game, and it was, and I would say 50-50 is generous in terms of Dodgers Giants fans.
A lot of blue.
There was a lot of blue.
Oh, there was a lot of blue.
A lot of blue.
There was a lot of blue.
It was black and blue.
Boarded ship with the Giants.
This is something that Dibs and I are going to talk about here in just a few minutes.
Tease.
And I wonder what you guys think. Well, okay, so it's funny because the Padres right now are this example that everyone's using, right?
Yeah.
They just went and got all these big contracts. They go get Machado. They go trade for Soto. The Tatis thing happens. There's another, and you and I had this conversation on the podcast as well, which is that's great, and I support it. City Connects, those are cool. Petco Park is popping.
It's amazing.
But in the end, baseball-wise, what they have to show for this so far is a big old pile of nothing.
Underwhelming.
But they're cool.
Yeah.
The Padres are cool. The Dodgers, to the Dodger fans right now.
Oh, they're the coolest.
They are cool. This is my question for the Giants, and it should be their question inside their offices right now.
What's that?
How do we get cool again?
Oh.
Because whether their record...
Welcome to April 2022.
Well, so...
Seriously, you have to say that. You have to get cool.
Whether their record is good, I know some of you will just say they need a star. I don't think it's that simple.
Not even a star. It's not even a star. They need some swagger.
How do the Giants... So tell me.
Give me some golden...
So
give me
talk
some
to me.
Cuban League chains.
So talk to me.
Give me some backflips.
How do you...
Give me some neon.
All right, so you're
gotta get some players.
So you're in the marketing
department. Well, Baggerly was on this.
They got to get cool.
Baggerly was on this. The in-game entertainment. It feels like I'm stuck in 2008, 2009, 2010 again.
Well, it's the exact same
It's the
thing
same
they've been
thing.
doing forever. But there is something...
Gotta mix it up.
There's something nostalgic about baseball being, hey, here comes the kiss cam and DJ Umami in the seventh inning.
If you're 18 years old, you don't care about nostalgia. You don't know what nostalgia is. You were born in 2004.
Okay, so my nieces go to the game because they want to have fun and party in the bleachers.
How cool was it? Because obviously there were some complaints about relievers. Relievers are like, they're cutting off my music when I'm getting ready, and they're doing all this other gimmicky stuff for the stadium, and nobody cares about it anymore. Think about how cool it was to see that video from the Mets. Was it SNY?
Edwin Diaz?
Edwin Diaz or
but
Jacob DeGrom.
That's the regional sports network going the next level and creating, because that's what it was. The regional sports network took the camera and went out with them, and then they went black and white.
It was awesome.
It was genius.
Doval's walk-up song last year.
Nesson? Is that the name of the
whatever it was, Camilo Duval, he walks out today coming in hot. And it was getting the stadium rocking.
Yeah.
They should have heard it. And they cut it off, and they went to some other music, and it was like, wait, what's going on here? So you have to get cool players. You got to get swagger. You got to get personality. That's why you can't let Rodon go.
What makes something cool? There's only one Shohei, so there's a billion other clones. Jim Rome, that want to be something special. But there's very few of those guys that transcend in baseball. So it's a very difficult question that you're asking. There's only one Shohei.
What made the A's cool in the 2000s with the big three? You saw those great commercials. You saw those great advertisements
and
on
they were
Bart.
winning.
That was cool. That drew me as a Giants fan. I was like, damn, the A's are
The Gold Glove one was really good.
Yeah,
where
right.
Chavez kept trying to field grounders with the Gold Glove.
The marketing has to get a little bit better.
All right,
it starts there.
So in-game entertainment, obviously you're talking about different players. I think that youth is just actually a very simple but effective answer to this. Youth. The Giants are old.
They are.
There are too many points. When I watch the Giants, it's because right now, they've won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
But there's too many guys that when they get to second base look like they're in pain. It's like they got to second base.
Don't I know it?
Right? They got to second base and they're like, holy hell, I made it all the way to second base. It's like, oh my gosh, Longo and Belt and Flores and we love Flores. But Joel looked like you're in pain when you got to second base.
I might beat him.
Trey Turner
race.
Slides in as if he never touched the ground.
And he doesn't breathe.
Right? And the Giants
and he just
are
pops up.
Oh, crap, my hip. So, I don't know. That's a big and simple piece to this.
That's a tough question.
But it's not. I think that you're going to see some things happen as far as the farm system is concerned this offseason because I think the Giants see the same thing we see, which is that whatever and this is great what Joey Bart, this is wonderful.
No, this is my favorite part of the year.
This is huge, but there needs to be more that's being fed. And so, they just need to be younger.
Think about this before we get out of here. What the Niners do on social media, what the Warriors do on social media. They appeal to the fans, to social media or whatnot. I see the Giants social media page and I see Game Up, and I'm just like, this ain't it. This ain't it. This isn't moving the needle. You're not appealing to
It's
cooler
baseball,
people.
too, across the board. Baseball slowly getting better at that. But Mark's right about the general personnel of this team. They look old. They're not exciting. Mark's got a possible fix, and I'm looking forward to hearing. He had an idea on the show call, and I think he's crazy, but he's going to sell it, and that's coming out.
I'll be listening.
I'll be listening to that.
Yeah.
One last thing on the replay thing. You're talking about the Twitter. Basketball. Curry, crosses over CP3, and it's all over the internet
Immediately, yeah.
I'm watching the Yankee game on whatever, around the pitch or whatever is on 729 on the MLB network. And David Cohn goes, I swear to God, he goes, look at Roger Clemens. He hasn't missed a meal. And then I'm like, I got to find the video of this on Twitter.
Right.
No one had
Can't find it.
It's nowhere. You have to wait for the team to tweet it out or the regional broadcast partner before you can share it, because Major League Baseball won't let you share it.
Even the Giants at their stadium.
Believe it.
Oracle Park is the worst replay system.
Oh,
They'll
my
show
God.
highlights for the Giants, but they don't show. I need to replay every single play. Why not show? There's not a lot of action in baseball games.
Correct.
Show me everything. Something happens.
They're showing me exit velocity. I don't care. Show me what happened at the plate.
I'm out on that one. What else you guys got coming up? I got an appointment in like 12 minutes. I got to get to it.
Go, man.
Do your thing. What's going on?
What kind of an appointment do you wear a Qatar Airways soccer jersey to?
Just,
this is very important.
PSG, Paris Saint-Germain.
Is he meeting Ted Lasso?
Yeah. Possibly. I'm in love with PSG.
Yeah, and also, birthday boy over here hasn't had a chance to weigh in on Trey Lance yet. So, So I want to hear what. Yeah.
Also, Chelsea Tottenham. I want to thoughts on the handshake gate number 2.
Yeah, and the red card yesterday. Look at Bonte talking soccer.
Goes to Europe for 2 weeks. He's not back yet.
Hey, that's Roma out there getting the new stadium, the Italian league. Come on, man. I'm all in.
Who are you?
I'm all in.
Who is
Until
this guy?
9/11 when the Niners play the Bears.
Bougie Bonte.
Have a good show, guys.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy birthday, dude.
I'm so glad to be back. I had to
wait, I wasn't talking to you. Happy birthday, Kyle. No, now you did. Happy birthday, Dibs.
Kyle's not even in there. How dare you?
Well, that's because I sent him on an errand.
We share a birthday, Kyle and I. We both took the day off, and I didn't take the whole day off because Larry Krueger sounded a little too good for me. I had to call in. And put a little kibosh on your little plan. I got a baby coming in 4 weeks, and you're trying to replace me?
I got no plans, man. This is what I've learned having 3 kids in this life. I have no plans.
Bunch of problems.
Oh my gosh, because there's absolutely no point in making them whatsoever. Do y'all still make plans? That's hysterical to me. This is the number one thing that my mom and I laugh at one another about. I mean, she will call. There's an email thread going on right now with my extended family about what dates work for them next year. They all want to go. There's a family trip every year. I think they want to go to Mammoth this time.
Okay.
Let's go to Mammoth. What date works for you in 2023? July 23rd
Nice.
or August 14th? I'm like, wait, next year? Here's my only answer. I got no idea.
Right.
I have no clue. Don't talk to me. I want to make plans for next year. So, not only does God laugh when you make plans, so do I. I'm out. I'm planning.
Especially 11 months in advance. I mean, you have no idea, especially when you have 3 kids. You've got a high schooler, an almost high schooler, and a grammar schooler.
Yep.
You got no ability to make plans. They decide what you're doing and when you're doing it.
Exactly. So, welcome back, bud. On the Stretch 4, it's Willard and Dibs. Thank you for being with us. We'd love to hear from you, specifically with the question we're about to ask, which we'll do in a moment here. 888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text Line, same number. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Aren't we so pretty? Look at us. Thank you so much for watching us here today. And you can keep your comments coming there as well, and we'll bing bang and bat those around as well. So appreciate you so much. So, okay, how do you do it? It's an easy question. It's a hard answer. To me, it's kind of what you're looking for. We've said it so many times in sports. It's one thing to be good. That's perfect. It's actually okay sometimes to be bad. Like rebuilding always has to happen. What you can't be is in the middle, which is irrelevant, indifferent, boring, all of that. The Giants right now sit as maybe the poster team for that. Here we are, we're 58-57.
Wow.
And we're just like, we're not out of it, and we're also not in it. and we don't have that player that everybody else in the division seemingly has. So how do you do it? How do you make the Giants cool again?
Well, you draft really, really well, and you wait for between 3 and 5 years, which they've done, and we are waiting. And then the other side of it is you find free agents to come in, you pay free agents, you buy free agents, and you bring them in, and you have exciting players. Well, that part they haven't really done. Carlos Rodon is one of those guys, but the expectation is he's going to leave. And other than Rodon right now, who on this Giants team is really that exciting? Thairo Estrada is exciting, but if you're a general casual Giants fan, you don't know who Thairo Estrada is unless you're really paying attention. You've never heard of him. You don't know how he's doing. By the way, he's doing really well.
Yeah, but he's not your lead guy. Like, Tyro's perfect if he's your sixth most exciting player.
But he's your second most exciting player right now, would you say?
Joey Bart's the guy now, suddenly. Within the last month, Joey Bart. And that's not to be undersold at all, because everyone's been waiting for homegrown product and who's going to replace Buster. And so the fact that Joey has come back up and played the way he has in late July and now in August is huge. And I do not understate, huge for this organization if he can go ahead and hold down that position for the next 5 to 7 years. That is absolutely monstrous if he can produce like that. But that's just a start. We know that. And all of the answers that we're going to give here, and we'd love to hear from you. What do you think? How do you make the Giants cool again? 888-957-9570. All of the answers we're going to get are probably just building blocks. There's a bunch of answers to this. You've got to do them all. It's not as simple as, they need a star player. It's not that simple.
It's more than that.
I don't think the Angels are cool. I don't think the Angels are cool at all. Did you see them blow That's the funniest rundown in the history of baseball last night. Did you see them? Did you see them turn the pickoff against the Mariners basically into a rally for the Mariners? Yeah. Catcher runs the player back to third base, throws to the third baseman, turns around. There's nobody at home plate. Mariners like, cool, I'm going to go score.
If you don't mind, I'm going to score.
The Angels are not cool. They stink. They are a terrible, terrible baseball
team.
But
at least when Ohtani is going to start, you have some excitement.
No doubt.
And when Trout is healthy enough to actually bat, you've got some excitement. Right now, the Giants have Carlos Rodon, who is exciting. Logan Webb is a great pitcher, but from a batting order standpoint, you don't have anybody who you can pencil in every day. Nobody you have in your everyday lineup is that exciting.
Yeah. So, who's that guy? It's funny, when I was still working down in Southern California, feels like so long ago.
Yeah. About 4 years ago.
This was the thing for the Lakers. They did this. This is how they ended up with LeBron. It became an obsession. This is how they ended up with Anthony Davis. This is how they ended up missing the playoffs, by the way. But anyway, it was the obsession of who's the guy. When Kobe retires, who's the next guy? All right, well, Buster Posey is retired. So who's the next guy? There are plenty of candidates. We batted around the name of Juan Soto for a little bit. That didn't happen. Is it going to come from within? Is it Bart? Is it Luciano? Is it Aaron Judge? Okay. Before I say this out loud, I'm going to admit all the things that are going to go through your head the second I say it. You're going to say, well, that's unlikely.
Right.
You might say, that doesn't sound very smart right now. You might say, neither side would do that. You might say all those things, and I'll admit that you're probably right. However, is it worth a phone call? And more importantly, Giants fans and San Francisco Bay Area sports fans, how would you receive this idea? Would you be in? Would you support this happening to the Giants franchise? I'll tell you exactly what that idea is coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This football season,
are going to score. It'll be a single for Joey Bart. And that's a three-hit night for Joey Bart. It's going to happen sooner than later. He's going to start climbing up the lineup.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Running on time right now.
Yeah.
303 over his last 30 games, the batting average. He's soaring right now.
Although, Kyle, did you say that there was a deer in the way on Bart today? Is that did we get that message? Was the deer harmed in the process of this transportation?
No, our Bart conductor slammed on the brakes, expertly avoiding the deer that was in the tracks. First time I've ever heard that happen.
A deer?
A deer.
What time of the day was this?
About 6 o'clock, 6:30.
Okay, yeah, they do.
A deer. The wickedly stupid.
The wickedly hungry Adele deer. Okay. All right. So the deer was okay. That was my question when you sent that to us. I was just like, is the deer okay? I'm an animal lover. I'm sorry. I love animals.
Do you know, I would have been traumatized had they been like, sorry about that jolt. There was a deer in the way. We had to stay on track.
Exactly.
You will be arriving at Embarcadero in time.
Totally.
That would
Or
not,
on time.
That would not have been good at all. All right. I don't.
Rudolph.
If anybody hung with us throughout the commercial break for that tease, returning to our story, I don't want to make you wait. Here's the thought, and I already qualified it, right? I get it. Probably not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Both sides would be like,
pie in the sky. It's a 4 for your Scooby.
Thank you.
Maurice?
Call the Padres and ask them what they want for Fernando Tatis.
It's so stupid.
It's not.
It'll never happen.
Let me pull this apart a moment or two. Have you?
It's like a Cinnabon.
Have you? Which, by the way, that came up the other day. Do you know, I've never had one.
Really?
I've never. They're at every airport in America. Are they anywhere else? Are there any just like Cinnabons like that are on the street?
Yeah, malls.
Or are they malls?
In malls.
But
Malls and airports.
But on the street.
Oh,
like, is there just a Cinnabon?
Like a brick and mortar?
Right? Yeah, like a Starbucks on the corner.
I don't think so.
Cinnabon. It's only airports and malls?
Airports and malls.
Yeah, like the
that
smell.
And Better Call Saul. It features very heavily.
I think I just need the smell. I don't need the calories. I just need the smell.
But
I don't think I've ever done it.
One thing you do pull apart is a good cinnamon roll.
Absolutely. I mean, come on.
It's the only way to eat it.
All right.
And coming up on Friday, you buy donuts, but we'll get to that later.
I don't know. I got a green check yesterday.
Huge.
Your boy Kyle Madsen struggling. I'm coming up on the rear right behind. I'm going to catch him. So anyway. The Padres are really mad. I don't know if you noticed this. There's the news. Tatis is suspended 80 games. And then there's two things that happen next, both of which are negative for Tatis. One thing that happened was he and his dad came up with really stupid excuses. Not good. People are not going to like that.
Bug bite, right? Is that what he said?
Well, no. So his dad says something about a haircut. He was treating some sort of something that happened because of a haircut.
Yeah.
And Fernando himself said he was treating ringworm.
Ringworm is what it was.
Here's the other thing. If you're going to come up with really stupid excuses, make them match. I mean, literally,
you and your dad.
2 days apart. It's ringworm, haircut. What? Okay, this is idiotic. So that's not going to go well, number one. And number two, if you're the Padres, understand that this is not his first offense. This is multiple motorbike accidents. He lied about those to the team. Remember when Machado and him got into it in the dugout a year ago? And by the way, if Manny Machado is your voice of reason and you're a mature guy, holy moly, okay?
Makes you look a little bit bad.
So I even heard the words of Joe Musgrove yesterday, the Padres' newly minted $100 million pitcher, who I don't think has won since the contract. But anyway, he's like, I'm really looking forward to this team meeting that Fernando called because he owes us some words. He owes us the truth. And I want to hear what that is. They are furious with him. I don't know how furious, but if you're going to try to re-sign Juan Soto in San Diego, you're probably going to need some stuff to come off of your books. This is a classic buy low phone call from a brass that loves to buy low. It's what they do. Let's grab Kevin Gausman coming off of injury or whatever. This is what they do. And so, yeah, there'd be a lot of fear. I don't know if Fernando Tatis Jr. is actually that good. Maybe he's just a production of PEDs for all I know. So there would absolutely be some risk. But make that phone call, because if he is actually good and if what he needs is a fresh start, and if the Padres would be interested in a pretty jamming prospect for this guy because they want to dump him, and if they would be willing to do it within the division, probably not. But I'm calling.
You got to call.
He's exactly the type. If he is who we think he is, he's exactly the guy the Giants need.
Sizzle, young, a guy who is still under team control, and somebody who absolutely would bring fans to the yard, put butts in the seats. I wonder, though, if Giants fans would want him at 888-957-9570. Is he the kind of player that the Giants fan base would want? And even another byproduct of this, Giants ownership. And we know that the ownership group is different than it was a couple of years ago. Is he the kind of player that this ownership group would want? Because, so far, the players that the Giants have went out and sought are cut from a different cloth than Tatis Jr.
Right, old.
Right.
Yeah, they like 35-year-old guys as opposed to 25-year-old guys, at least if you look at the roster. I know that's not what they like. But that's my first answer to this. How do you make the Giants cool again? They just need to be young. Just be young.
And exciting.
Right. Well, but I think they go hand in hand. I mean, when you go to a game in San Diego, it pops. Why? Because there is a youthful exuberance on the field. Tatis and Soto play a certain way, and it's infectious. And that works its way into the stands. Giants fans right now, we're watching Longo get to first base. It's like, got a pinch run for him now.
Exactly.
If he hopes to score. I mean, he's not going to get around to home plate, and if he does, he's going to be on the IL tomorrow. So that to me is a really big piece of this. Jonathan in San Francisco on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just mailman duties. I have an idea, but this is more for the off season, and the Giants should absolutely do in their powers. Hey, Farhan, use all your brain energy, and the Giants should absolutely do everything in their powers to land this guy, because this guy is secure. He's got an arm and a bat, and that one name is Shohei Ohtani.
Sure. I mean, this is getting out. The Ohtani thing is so interesting. Jonathan, thank you. I don't think who disagrees with that. Nobody. And the Jason Stark comment from a couple of weeks ago that if and quite frankly when Ohtani leaves the Angels,
which is after next year, right? When he's done,
the Giants and the Dodgers would probably be the first two teams on his list. There's an executive who said he just doesn't think Ohtani's an East Coast guy. We know the teams who we're talking to and were close with Ohtani at the original time of his posting and coming over. And the Giants at the time, all the National League teams, Padres too, Dodgers, I think they were all at a disadvantage at the time because the DH didn't exist. And now it does. And so, I think the Giants are in great position to get Ohtani, but how do you do it is interesting. Because, yes, free agency is still a year away. If it just becomes money, I don't think that's much of an issue. But what do the Angels do with him between now and then? If I'm the Angels, I'm not waiting until the deadline. I'm going to trade him this offseason. If you're that convinced, and everyone seems so convinced that he's not staying,
right,
why wouldn't you do it before he's a rental? I would totally do that this winter if I'm the Angels.
And that way the acquiring team could figure out a way to sign him long-term and make him a part of their fabric going forward. And if you're Ohtani, you don't want another temporary destination. You want to be able to put roots down and be in a place where you feel comfortable. And I think that San Francisco would be a great destination for him.
Totally agree. So that's one piece of it. But again, as I've said, the presence of Ohtani doesn't make you cool by himself. The Angels are currently not cool. This has to be all about some sort of youthful exuberance. Bonte was talking about the in-game entertainment. It's Kyle Madsen's favorite word. It's a vibe.
Yeah.
They need to find, and I don't, listen, I don't have all the answers, but they need to somehow create a vibe. Part of this is just also winning. You're going to win more baseball games.
Yeah. Well, you're winning more than you're losing right now, but you got to win.
Glad you're saying it today.
Well, and
might not be true by 9:45 tonight.
And last year you had much more of a vibe, and you had players with nicknames, and you had a winning culture. Late Night Lamont and Yaz was something, and all the rest of the stories last year were stories like you like to talk about because you were winning. Stars come from winning, and when you win, stars are born. And when you don't win, you can still have stars like the Angels, but their team, their franchise is a disaster, even though they do have a couple of stars.
So, I mean, look at these two texts that come in almost side by side, and I wonder what you think. 925, who wants cheaters? And then a different 925, I mean, we embrace Bonds.
Right.
Why not Tatis? Every time a PED thing comes up in baseball right now, I think San Francisco fans, and this is true for almost every fan base, but we have got to check our own hypocrisy.
Exactly.
We will run around this town and scream till the cows come home that Barry Bonds was the greatest hitter that any of us have ever seen. And then we wag our finger at somebody for doing steroids? Come on.
Melky Cabrera was a Giant who cheated. It's been
Although
more than just Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I got rid of him right away. So that was when you find out, okay, you move on. Well, and that's why I'm saying call the Padres, because now this is different. Melky was great. Tatis is not Melky. That's $335 million that have been invested. But look at what Soto is bringing us through. If you are confident that Fernando Tatis Jr. is as good as he's shown, and that's not simply a result of PEDs. If you're confident in
ringworm. It was a ringworm treatment.
335 is a deal. I mean, Juan Soto just turned down $100 million more than that. So if you're going to have Tatis for 12 years, 13 years, 335, that's what's left on his deal, and you're going to get the guy that we've seen so far, it's a bargain.
But it's a dice roll because of what you're talking about. Is he a byproduct of his ringworm treatment, his steroids, or is he really that player? And, also the volatility of what's happened off the field makes it, to me, much more of a cautionary move. I'd rather invest in a 30-year-old Aaron Judge than I would to try to figure out if Fernando Tatis Jr. is the player that he's been. Has he been on the stuff all along, which has led him to his great success? And, what is his maturity curve like? Because so far, he showed a real glaring lack of maturity. You mentioned the 2 motorbike accidents and the fight with a teammate, and now a positive steroid test, 80 games. And by the way, the next time he gets popped, if there is a next time, P.S. there will be a next time, he's gone for 160, right?
Yeah,
he's gone for an entire year.
Right. I don't know that there's necessarily going to be a next time. There isn't always. But, I wonder, too, about surroundings whenever a guy is called immature.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like a year ago this time, there was, and it's a much less of a drumbeat, but there was is Brandon Ayuk, is he mature? Is he reading his own headlines?
Yeah.
What's going on there? And the 49er organization not only held him accountable, but man, they also wrapped their arms around him and took him to a spot where now it looks like he's having the best camp of anybody on the entire team. I wonder about the Padres.
As an organization,
you got a whole lot of energy there. This is part of the reason you bring in a Bob Melvin. You had a baby manager last year. Now, the reason they gave $144 million to Eric Hosmer was this. They're like, come, you've been to World Series. You're an adult.
Yeah.
Come be an adult for all of these young players we have. But that was one guy, and he didn't produce that well, and now he's gone too. And so I wonder what the Padres clubhouse is like in terms of stability. It's one thing that the Giants do have, right? They've got veteran leadership. I don't know if everybody wants it to be there anymore, but they do have that. And, if Brandon Crawford and Tatis could be teammates for a year, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing.
Maybe it's the structure that Tatis would need, potentially. I would just balk at the off-field maturity issues because he's only, 23 years old?
I think he's 24.
And he's already had a couple of real boneheaded off-field maneuvers with the motorbike and with the positive steroid test. On the field, you cannot deny the unbelievable talent that he shows, but this year he has a grand total of 0 at-bats because he got hurt off the field and then he got popped for doing the juice, and he's out for a month next year anyway. He's going to miss the first 30, 35 games. So the idea of it is great, and if you could get him on the cheap in terms of what you'd have to trade to get him, I'd be open to it. I think they do need to make the call, but by and large, I would much rather have them go after Aaron Judge and a player, who shows more of a track record. If you're going to spend 9 figures on a guy, give me Aaron Judge, somebody who hasn't shown the same level of immaturity, even though he's older and even though, the contract will probably be more per year than Tatis. Tatis scares me.
Yeah, no, I get it.
He scares me.
You know what, though? The whole scares me thing, this is where I think the Giants are. You can talk yourself out of any major multi-million-dollar deal.
Yeah.
They're usually bad deals. If you go from the arc of beginning to end, they're all like, what would you say the percentage of the time is that they're a bad deal?
90.
Right?
9 out of 10, they're bad deals.
They're a bad bet.
Yeah.
They're a bad bet. But you also kind of need them sometimes. And this is my concern with the Giants. My concern with the Giants is that they're so mathematically brained, and they are smart, is that they can sit there and go, boy. And Farhan's even said it. Those kinds of deals, that's how teams get themselves in trouble. That's how teams get themselves in trouble.
Mookie Betts looks like the only one right now that maybe isn't a bad deal.
That's a good deal. Scherzer was a good deal.
True.
But for every Scherzer and every Betts, there's a Pujols and a
so
Rendon.
many of them.
And by the way, now a Tatis.
And Bryce Harper, we don't yet know.
Well, Harper, I mean, yeah, that's 13 years. He's played well, but he's played very little this year.
Yeah.
He's injured. So there are so many things that can go wrong, but I also think you can't just take that off the table. You can't say, no, sorry, we're not doing any $300, $400, $500 million deals. Well, then you're never going to have somebody we want to tweet about.
Exactly.
And you got to have somebody to want to tweet about.
And Tyro Estrada, that was pretty cool on Saturday.
That was very, very cool. Joe in San Jose next up. Hey, Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Joe? Joe?
Hey, Joe.
Okay, it sounded like Joe hung up on himself, right? right, Spadone? Did you hear the
pressure.
click? Yeah.
Right when he called you, he got scared.
He tried to click himself in, and he clicked himself out. Joe, give us a call back. 610. Wait, are you really holding it against this guy because he got into a motorcycle accident? Let me take a deep breath. Yeah, for two reasons. One, when they asked Fernando Tatis what happened with the motorcycle accident, his answer was, which one?
Exactly.
Okay. Secondly, I mean, we've all been through this. Jeff Kent, Madison Bumgarner. You're not supposed to be messing around on a motorbike when you're $335 million guy.
Exactly.
And actually, let me give you the third reason. He lied about it after the fact. I'm just telling you what the Padres think. They're furious. They're furious with this guy. They are absolutely furious with handing him $335 million, and so far what they've gotten out of that is a motorcycle accident and a PED story.
Exactly. And 0 at-bats this year. In the year where it looks like the Padres might finally be something. They might actually finally pop as a team. And, you're going to get him back in August. And here we go. We're the Padres. We're exciting. We got Soto. We got Machado. We've got maybe the best lineup this side of the Dodgers. And gone.
Well, by the way, the other reason and the other thing that I think really matters with some of these names, did you see the Mookie Betts thing last night where he played catch with the kid in left field? So there's a kid in left field, and he's got a sign, and he knows he's sitting in left field, and he knows that the Dodgers are going to be playing. He's going to be out there in the outfield, and he's got a sign, and he says, and I don't have the exact words, but Mookie, please play catch with me. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's got his glove out there. Next thing you know is Mookie comes out to get ready for an inning, turns around, points to him, throws the ball to him. Kid throws the ball back. And then the kid just becomes overwhelmed for a second. Like he sits down and puts his head and says,
wow,
I can't believe. And I looked at that and I thought to myself, I don't want to admit this. I can't stand admitting this, but I got to be real. This is the first time in my life where my Dodger hatred ended at a certain player.
You like Mookie Betts?
I do. I like Mookie Betts. I really like Mookie Betts. I like everything Mookie Betts has done. I like everything he stands for. I like the way he plays. I like the way he handles the fans. I like the way he handles the media. I like the way he walks around in the dugout. I like the smile on his face. I like how damn effective he is at every single thing. I like his arm. I like his bat. I like his legs.
You like his uniform?
I like his... No! I like his...
You like the way he wears that blue?
It's the only thing I don't like about him is how he gets dressed every day.
He puts his pants on one leg at a time.
I'd kill for that guy on this team. I mean, I used to not get bothered by the Red Sox. The Red Sox used to be the only other, right? Nobody hates the Red Sox. They were the lovable losers alongside the Cubs. I hate the Red Sox now because they gave the Dodgers Mookie Betts.
Wow.
What were they doing, by the way?
I mean,
real quick, what are you doing? Hey, Red Sox, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? That's a terrible deal. What is your plan? You're like, yeah, we don't
getting rid of this guy. He's no good.
Let's rebuild. Let's start by getting rid of our young 23-year-old superstars.
Alex Verdugo.
I mean, what are you doing? Unbelievable.
You like a Dodger. You like a Dodger. You like a Dodger. So good.
Makes me so uncomfortable. He's so uncomfortable. He's so great.
Yeah.
He's so
Great player, great guy.
He's playing catch with the kids.
It's pulling at your heartstrings.
Hey, Mookie, you want to have a catch? He's like, yeah, kid.
I do.
I do.
He points to him.
Oh, my gosh.
I got to pull up that video here. It's so good.
So good. All right. We got some Mad Bum stuff to get to, but you know what we got to do coming up next? Because Eric Crocker, former DB, I want to talk to him. He's on the Locked On 49ers network, and he's, the Jimmy Ward injury. We got to talk to him about that for sure. So he's coming up next hour, but you haven't had a chance yet to weigh in on one Trey Lance.
Oh, I got thoughts too.
All right, so let's do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers.
my Dodger hatred ended.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's not okay.
Wow.
That's not okay.
Man, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Stop using Adobe Audition so well, okay? Please. No more editing. That's
no edit. That's a direct cut.
Yeah, exactly. No, you clip the ends off. ... There was more to be said there.
Heads and tails.
Seems like a good time to say it's all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org unless you're going to see Fernando Tatis Jr. because he'll be on the Giants next year. Anyway.
Dream on.
No, I know. My buddy John Schaefer, who does the Padres postgame down there in San Diego, he is apparently following 95.7 The Game on Twitter. Because, Kyle, I think this was you. You just put out the picture of Tatis. Tatis. and it says, quote, call the Padres and ask what they want for Fernando Tatis, - Mark Willard's got an idea for the Giants.
That's your idea. You said that.
It is.
That's a quote.
Yes.
Those are facts.
You're so scared.
I'm terrified.
I thought I was going to say, oh, it's not what I said. Yeah, I said that. I totally said that. But he responded, and he's got this gif of a guy just tapping a stop sign. He'd like me to stop. Stop. You're not getting Fernando Tatis. You sure?
Well, they're not getting him either until May.
And you're not getting Juan Soto as long as you keep him. I hope you all know that.
And they've got a couple more years of Juan Soto. Yep. And, ultimately, when push comes to shove and Soto needs to be paid, you can't pay Tatis, Machado, and Soto. You can't pay them all. So somebody's got to go. Yeah, and Musgrove. So if you're the Padres and somebody's got to go and you want, I would assume you want to keep Juan Soto, then Tatis is the guy who you probably would want to get out from underneath in his monster 13 years remaining on his contract.
So how do you make the Giants cool again? That's what leads to this conversation. We'll take your calls on that throughout the morning. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We'd love to hear from you. How do you make the Giants cool again? I will say this. I just got this text from a buddy in L.A., and he has no idea what we're talking about. He is not following 95.7 The Game on Twitter.
He should be.
He should be.
Be a lot cooler if he was.
Idiot. I mean, actually, I don't know that he's not. But that's not what caused him to text me. He texted me because he runs a little fantasy league for the kids down in Southern California, which Abe used to be in, and Abe still wants to be in it, even though he's not there on site anymore.
Okay.
So it's a coordination sensation. We're working that out. But anyway, in the process of texting, he's like, okay, right on all the fantasy stuff. And then he wrote this, unprompted. And I wonder how this would land with Giants fans, because the Padres and Dodgers are so cool, right? He goes, hey, I finally made it up to San Francisco this summer to catch a ball game at Oracle. It was the Dodgers and the Giants. His next sentence, I'm so envious of that park. Long past time for the Dodgers to build their stadium downtown. It was the only good idea that Frank McCourt ever had. And the tram idea is horrible. That's something that's going on in L.A. But I wonder how that lands with Giants fans as we sit here and talk about the parking and the Uber and the hot dogs and the tickets, and that's all beyond fair. It's beyond fair. But here's a Dodger fan, quote, I'm so envious of your ballpark.
Yeah, and they should be. Well, it's the best ballpark in baseball. And it's not the ballpark's fault that all these other things are hurdles to actually wanting to go watch baseball. Because when you get to that park, it is the best ballpark in baseball. It's just everything else around it that is a little bit unwieldy now, and it makes it so much more difficult to want to go to a game because the location is spectacular. It's kind of hard to get to. The only freeway is the 280, so unless you're coming from the south, the freeway is largely meaningless.
That's San Francisco, though. San Francisco's not a freeway city.
Candlestick was accessible by a freeway,
yes.
Although getting in and out of the stick when it was very busy was a little bit of a nightmare. But getting to this ballpark is difficult. Fine. You can take extra time. You can take a ferry. You can take BART. You can take light rail. You can take an Uber. You can drive. There's many ways to get there. That's not an issue. The cost of putting my car in park is exorbitant. So that, again, is not the ballpark's fault. The team is largely not that excitement. That's not the ballpark's fault either. So all these other things, the fact that it costs $22 for a crab sandwich and beers are $13.50, that's not the ballpark's fault either. So the ballpark itself is still spectacular. It's all the rest of it that's making it so the ballpark remains half empty.
415, if your parents have a beautiful mansion with all the amenities, but they are depressing and boring to be around, how often do you visit? Is it really all that cool? All right.
Depends if they have a pool or not.
Are we that far? Are the Giants, is this roster, quote, and I know some of you are about to nod your head, or is that an overstatement? Boring and depressing?
It's mediocre.
Right, but depressing? Like, are you depressed when you...
I don't think any sports team... Like, the A's are depressing.
Like, Slates is coming to the plate again. I'm so depressed.
The A's are depressing.
Yes.
You've lost 9 in a row, and...
they might leave.
Well, they might leave.
And it looks like the owners are trolling you. Like that, yeah, that's depressing.
That's depressing. I mean, you're a team without stars, and your team is looking to leave. Your ballpark is largely a dump. It's our dump, but it's still a dump. And so many things, to go there and to watch a game, to watch the A's. If you're an A's fan and you want to go to 40 games a year, it's tough. It's tough to go out there. Gosh. They're 41-75. That product is depressing because of what you said. The owner's looking to leave. The ballpark is decrepit. And by the way, they've raised prices.
Yep.
We send out our stars. P.S. We're raising prices and all the rest of it. That's depressing. The Giants aren't depressing. The Giants are just blah.
Was there a story when the Giants played the A's a week and a half ago about a possum in the broadcast booth or something?
That happened about a month and a half ago.
No, I think it happened again or something. Like, yeah, Dwayne Kuiper was not pleased about a discussion of the presence of a possum in the broadcast booth, and apparently do the A's employ someone who, like, I just sort of got like some of this story, the periphery.
Well, the possum came back in May.
Right, there's
an appearance of a possum.
Is there an employee who's running like sort of like critter security in the booth up there?
No, the possum is an employee.
Okay, the possum is hired.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Assistant GM, I'm told.
Possum is a prospect. Absolutely. We'll be playing for the Braves in a couple of years. No, but
anything is possible.
Oh.
The A's are playing possum with the city of Oakland. That's, where we should go.
What is going on here?
It's a 2, Kyle, for your anything is possible.
One of these days. I mean, it actually is a 3 because it's such a bad joke, but it's also so intricately perfect. I mean, you deserve something for that. I want to someday put you and my dad in a room and let you just pelt each other with dad jokes and see who comes out alive. I just leave you in there for 45 minutes and be like, all right.
I'd have the time of my life.
¿Quién es más macho? I want to see who wins. Oh, my gosh. So funny. All right. Okay. Glad you're with us. And a friendly reminder that it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises. Hey, look. Dibs is back from the little mini vacation, everybody. And he's now... What is 50?
Something like that. North of 50, you stop counting.
Something happened.
Yeah. That's true.
And Kyle, what are you, 18? What
even
happened?
30.
What happened yesterday?
32.
32.
The most boring birthday.
Well, they all are now. Mm-hmm. They all are now. Like now, people will just start affixing stupid things like jersey numbers. You're like, 32. Like
O.J. Simpson.
All right, Magic Johnson. Yay. And then next year will be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And honestly, bud, that's all you got left. Nobody cares about it. Until you get the ones with the zeros, someone will throw you a party.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. You got a 40. You got a 50.
Just looking forward to kicking the bucket.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be here.
But with your mini absence, we haven't gotten any Trey Lance reacts from you.
Oh, God, he's incredible. I mean, the MVP chance should already be starting. I thought he was incredible. He was great. And, the one incomplete pass was probably not his fault. It was a very catchable ball along the sideline, better body control, and he goes a perfect 5 for 5. And the deep ball. Oh, the deep ball. The fact that the 49ers were able to design a play in which a receiver ran more than 12 yards down the field and they threw a ball in the air to that receiver, that was incredible in and of itself. But just his ability to make that throw, he made plays with his legs. He seemed to have great command of the offense. I've seen all I need to see from Trey Lance.
Stop it.
It's Super Bowl or bust. No, I'm being serious. Yesterday, what Lo Neal said to you and Larry Krueger when Larry was in for me, I absolutely agree with, where he's not a rookie, and we should take off the training wheels. We don't have to treat him with kid gloves. Trey Lance was in this offense for a full year. He can make all the throws. He's got all the tools. So we all need to, in the media, in the old media, the new media, we need to stop couching all of the things that he does as, well, Trey's just learning. No, BS. Trey's here. The expectation for this team is that they win games and they go to the playoffs and they go on a run. So I'm going to now change the bar. We've all set the bar at a certain spot, but Lo Neal yesterday took the bar and raised it for everyone, and I agree with him.
Yeah, he's right.
He is right.
The 49ers have to make the playoffs this year. And again, I'm always open for the journey and how it went. So I don't know who's healthy and what's going to happen this year.
All that, yeah.
Right? Jimmy Ward being hurt already is a concern, and that's one of the things we'll talk to Eric Crocker about, how big of a deal is this? I think you could honestly make the case that outside of Trey Lance, if there's one player that you really don't want to lose this year, Trent Williams, Jimmy Ward, these are the names. Debo, that you really don't want to lose. So not that they've lost Jimmy Ward for a lengthy period of time, but a significant injury to his hamstring. How's that going to affect the team? We'll get into that and more.
Doc Pandia tomorrow, too. We'll get into all the hamstrings.
For sure. We'll start with the Jimmy Ward situation tomorrow for sure. But all of that said, if you just look around at the NFC, the 49ers have zero excuse to not make the playoffs. And I don't think they would use that either. I think that we're going to do that. We're going to sit here and say, well, hang on, Trey's going to have bumps in the road, and that's all true.
Yeah.
But this is a playoff. Look at this roster, and then look up and down the NFC. There are so many teams in the NFC right now that are essentially just handing you the season, and I know that there will be surprises.
And you got 16 teams in the conference, and 7 of them will make the playoffs. 4 division winners and 3 wild cards.
That's correct.
So, you take the NFC East, they're a 1-team division. The NFC...
Probably. I'm going to give the Cowboys and the Eagles a possibility of both being solid.
Fine.
But there's 2 teams that are out. Who can we eliminate?
There's 2 out in the East.
The Giants and Commanders are out.
In the North, the Lions are out. And the Lions and the Bears, I would say...
I agree with you.
...are out. So already we're down to 12 teams.
I do think the Lions could be interesting, though. By the way, that thing that you retweeted from Chad Millman over the weekend, I sat down and read it.
Isn't it incredible?
It's super fascinating, and it's all about either gambling or fantasy.
Yeah.
And just these little quirks, these things that you need to know. I read them all. I jotted some down. We could actually play with some of these in a little bit.
Weeks of material. We ran some of it on Sunday's Bets on the BetQL network. If you follow me on Twitter, I favorited it. I tweeted it. I'll retweet it. It's basically 100 different nuggets as it pertains to gambling and the NFL season, including, by the way, unbelievable week 1 trends.
Totally. You will feel, you're going to be like, if I haven't opened an account, I got to now.
God.
You're going to feel like there's just some bunnies, some tap-ins.
As I'm looking through that, I'm like, that's a segment, that's a segment, that's a segment.
So the reason I bring it up, though, right now is that the favorite for NFL Coach of the Year is Dan Campbell.
Right.
Is that because there's something there, or is it because they're on Hard Knocks and he's the only one we're actually seeing right now?
Both of those things, and the notion of Detroit being better. If Detroit goes 8-9, he could win Coach of the Year.
It's true.
Because, the expectation for Detroit is not very good.
I don't know about losing record, but yeah, if they go 9-8.
You're right.
Yeah, but I do think they're an interesting team, especially offensively. Like low-key, they got all kinds of weapons now. I know it starts with DeAndre Swift, and there's Amon-Ra St. Brown, and DJ Chark is there now. I think Jared Goff might have an interesting, not disastrous year.
My former neighbor's on the coaching staff, so I got a soft spot for the Detroit Lions.
So everybody does.
Doubt.
But I'm with you. You can eliminate. They're not going to the playoffs.
To the South.
Okay, to the South.
Carolina and Atlanta.
The
Saints?
I guess I won't eliminate the Saints. Somebody in there will be surprisingly okay, but Winston is such a turnover machine. The Panthers are like, we don't know who our quarterback is.
Right.
The Falcons have a placeholder. So, yeah, if I eliminate 3 from there and then we eliminate Seattle from the West.
We're down to 9 teams.
For 7 spots.
Exactly.
And the roster that the 49ers have? Get out of here.
No excuses.
You got to go.
So when I saw Trey Lance on Friday play like that, and, obviously he didn't light the world on fire. He only played, 11 plays or 12 plays, and he had 5 throws, but he looked like the real deal. The throws he made were awesome. The command of the huddle, the command of the offense, and I was listening to Lowe yesterday describe exactly what Trey Lance means for this offense in terms of the run fake and the ability to get, hey, diddle, George Kittle down the middle, and the ability to freeze the linebackers because of his ability to run the ball, the zone read, the fakes, the keeps, the bootleg, the waggle, all the rest of it that he brings to the offense is going to give Kyle Shanahan much more of an ability to call plays different than last year, combined with what you're talking about, the roster. This roster, the defense looked legit, and they didn't play with 4 or 5 of their best players, and the defense still looked pretty solid.
Their DBs right now are concerned just because of health. And I know Mosley and Ward, the other Ward, Charvarius Ward, you're looking at stuff that's not. I mean, they're sitting out because it's camp, and those are small injuries, and they should be fine. But the Jimmy Ward thing scares you. And, they're deeper than they used to be. There's a couple spots where you look at and you go, you can't have too many injuries there. One is the offensive line, and then the other one is the quarterback, because it's the quarterback. That's true for all the teams. And then the last one is safety. That's
Hufanga?
Yeah, but he's not Jimmy Ward. He's a very different player. Jimmy Ward is, he's fantastic. He's fantastic. But, isn't it such a picture of it? Like, just even sitting here talking about this and going through that roster in your head, and knowing that they're playing the Bears and the Seahawks week 1 and week 2, oh my gosh, I think they can be really, really good this year. They can be really good. And Trey just needs to not make the big mistakes, at least in the first half of the year. Like, if he can just avoid making big mistakes at the wrong times, I think they're going to overwhelm most teams with the rest of what they have to offer.
Depth at running back, great wide receivers, maybe among the top 5 in the league as far as 1-2 punch at receiver. You've got a fullback who you can use as a tight end at times. When you go 21 personnel with the 2 running backs, he's an unbelievable lead blocker. You've got one of the best tight ends in football. Defensively now, when you start to look at that D-line, it's elite. Nick Bosa, defensive MVP candidate. You've got 3 great linebackers. You can play base with the 3 linebackers. You can bring in Womack if you need to play in the nickel coverage. It looks like the depth of this roster is so remarkable that Trey Lance can be fine, as we like to say.
Which is probably what he will be in the early part of
12-5.
Absolutely. Now, here's a buyer beware that
caveat emptor
that blends with the Chad Millman nuggets that you found. Chad Millman's with the Action Network, by the way. So someone just texted in 628. How do we get these nuggets? And I assume they're talking about these betting nuggets that we were talking about, not the chicken nuggets at Trader Joe's. Anyway, I'll give you one right now that's based on the 49ers. Do you know what the 49er win total is, by the way, this year? The Vegas win total for the 49ers?
10?
That is absolutely correct. Good job. We didn't even need the game show music.
Yeah, it was either 10 or 10.5. I didn't know if the line moved after all my praise for Trey Lance.
Since 1990, so this covers 31 years.
Okay.
Since 1990, 176 teams have had a double-digit win total preseason.
Is this a Millman?
This is a Millman.
Okay.
176 teams since 1990 have had a double-digit win total. Okay? Do you know how many of them have actually covered the double-digit win total? How many times has the over hit on? These are the best teams in the NFL every year.
Yeah.
So 176, the best teams over a 32-year period. Oh my gosh, 10 wins? Are you kidding me? 10-7 is a push. 49ers with that schedule, easy peasy, right? You want to venture a guess on how many teams or a percentage of how many of those double-digit win totals actually cover the double-digit wins?
I won't answer unless I'm greeted with the appropriate. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
They both work for me. Game show music, please. I would say 62% of the time, Mark. So of the 176, about 110.
The answer is you are way off.
Am I so high?
The answer is 42%.
That's it?
Only 70 of the 176 teams who have had double-digit win totals in 32 years have exceeded the number. So
that's crazy.
The basic idea is most of the time when we go into a year and we're like, that team's going to be good. No, they're not. Most of the time. The answer is no, they're not. You think they're going to be good? No, they're not.
Or at least as good as we think.
No, yeah,
and
not good. And if you really want to get into the analytics of it, the teams that have failed to cover that win total have failed by a full 2/3 of a win. Like on average, they are 2/3 of a win short of the mark.
I see that here, number 14 on the Millman 100.
It is number 14.
Yeah, buyer beware. I'm looking right at it.
Well,
I should have pulled this up before.
I emailed myself like about 10 of the 100 that I'm like, ooh, that's super interesting.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
And I will retweet this again. Follow me at Dan Dibley, and we'll have the station send it out as well. It's from the Action Network, as you mentioned, Chad Millman. And he's got nuggets on every team, too, which I found fascinating.
Do you know what the spread is for the 49er Bear game already?
6.5, I believe.
Nailed it.
Yeah, 6.5. Well, Sunday's bets. I'm fresh off of Sunday's bets performance with the goo.
Lay the number. However, I will tell you that in Kyle Shanahan's career as a head coach,
so good.
As a favorite against the spread,
this is a Millman.
He is 16-24-1, which during that span is third worst in the NFL.
Yeah, as a favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, he stinks.
Yeah.
As a favorite.
But go ahead and lay it. The Niners are winning that game by 14.
Well, and again, week one trends are
still suck.
You got
to still suck.
You got to respect the trends. And I know that there's a number 96 on your scoreboard.
Number 96.
49ers by QB since 2017 with Jimmy G, they're 29-21-1 against the spread. Without Jimmy G, 15-21 against the spread.
And is Jimmy G playing in this game against Chicago?
I got to Google it.
Well, I mean, he's eligible.
Yeah.
He's on the team. Fourth stringer, but he's on the team.
But since 2017, as I'm doing the extrapolation sensation here, the Niners 44-42-1 against the spread. So I did the numbers with Jimmy G and without, which,
yeah.
So, I mean, they are dead solid
Even
500
Steven.
Against the spread over the past 5 seasons.
I mean, it's way too, to me, it's way too early. We got to get there, see who's healthy, see who's playing. I mean, for instance, is Jimmy Ward going to play in that game? Right now, we don't know. And the fact that they're already talking about week 1 availability 4 weeks before the game, to me, is a major, major concern. He's definitely going to miss the rest of camp. So that's it for Jimmy Ward, who has been just a huge, huge piece of that secondary the last couple of years once he's had some health. And so Eric Crocker, former NFL DB and also Locked On 49ers, is going to join us to talk about the significance of that coming up next. It's all sponsored by Innova International, Inc. It is Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570, the number. That's the Comcast Business text line as well. If you missed any of our conversations, our interviews, any of it is all available on the Odyssey app in the podcast form. All free to you on the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Other stations, music, sports talk, news, all of it available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game when they get going again live on the app. Music, news, all the Bay Area needs. So we invite you to do that and subscribe to Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Brought to you by
Bears are trash.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs is 1 day older than he was when he called the show yesterday.
Yep.
So,
I love the young people.
It's all good.
Damn, I do, Spadoni.
It's all good. And that's a direct quote, isn't it, Eric Crocker, former NFL DB, Locked On 49ers, quote, "The Bears are trash." Is that right, Eric?
He was talking a little crazy, and I'm like, come on, man, we're talking about the Bears right now.
I mean, the Bears, I hope, are who we think they are. To sort of evolve an old quote. But I'm with you. Like the start this year for Trey Lance, it feels like on paper a pretty soft landing for him, right? With the Bears and the Seahawks right out of the gate.
I would say if you are rooting for Trey Lance and want him to do well, that's probably the most favorable start that you could have. Again, you never know. You got to play the game. The Bears could shock everyone, but I'd say between the Bears and the Seahawks, they have a lot more question marks than some of the other teams that will be coming up on the 49ers schedule.
Trey Lance will make his third career start against Chicago, but he's not a rookie. How much do we have to raise the bar for Trey Lance, knowing that he spent a whole year last year as a pro football player?
No, it's tough because I think, this year, especially the start of it, will just be him getting more experience, like the live in-game experience, the ability to really make mistakes and learn from it. I think that's one thing he missed out on last year. Obviously, he had to start week 5, and then he had another start week 17. But, just having mistakes from week to week and being able to learn and grow from it, I think he missed that. So he will be able to have that opportunity a little this year, but definitely a lot more pressure taking over a team that went to the NFC Championship game as opposed to the 2020 team he was taking over or would have taken over that, they won 6 games that year?
Yep.
So a lot more pressure this year based on the results of last season.
Eric, we'll circle back to Trey Lance in a sec, especially with your time as a former defensive back. Wanted to ask you about Jimmy Ward. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday about the injury.
Yesterday, Jimmy Ward pulled his hamstring, so a little worse than the other guys, so he's going to be some time.
Is there a chance he won't be ready for week 1?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad hamstring injury, and it's not like the other 2 guys, so we'll see over here over the next couple of weeks how it plays out.
Yeah, so he used the word pull. He said it's pretty bad. Give us a sense through your eyes the importance of Jimmy Ward to this team.
Oh, man, he's huge. The versatility he brings, the different things you're able to do with him in coverage, and how it kind of really makes it a lot easier for a guy like D'Amico Ryans to call different schemes and coverages and whatnot. Whether it's too high, single high, they do a lot of things in man coverage with him on slot receivers, tight ends. I'd say from a versatility standpoint, there's probably maybe a handful of safeties, 1, 2 other guys that can do some of the things that Jimmy Ward does. I think right now he finally got a little respect landing on the top 100. But even then, if he was a guy that was pulling in like 4 or 5 interceptions in a season, he'd be much higher because of what he's asked to do. So you lose that, you're taking a big piece of the puzzle from that secondary, especially with all the different things they ask him to do on a play-to-play basis. I think it's huge not having him, and hopefully he comes back a little bit sooner than expected.
How would that affect the ability for the defense to blitz as much as they'd like? Last year, they were 19.8%, fourth least in the NFL. Does his absence change the way you call your defenses?
Well, I think, you kind of hit the nail on the head right there, right? They're a team that didn't call for a whole lot of blitzes. Now, why didn't they do that? Maybe they didn't trust the guys on the outside. So, for a lot of the season, you have some young guys in there, Ambry Thomas, Yamador Lenore, Josh Norman had to play a ton of snaps, and they probably were like, let's not leave these guys on the island too much. Let's not bring too many blitzes. We're going to play a little bit softer coverage, play guys 7-8 yards off, and keep everything in front of us. Well, when you have guys like Emmanuel Mosley and Trevarius Ward, it's like, now we have guys where we can play more man coverage, especially if a guy like Samuel Womack continues to grow and, what he's doing. So that would really free a guy like Jimmy Ward to do more and for D'Amico Ryans to call more blitzes. But then now you lose a guy like Ward potentially, and we'll see how long that is. I think that changes it back to, dang, we might have to play a little softer. They tried to do a zero blitz in the preseason game against Green Bay, and Tarvarius Moore, he kind of was left out on the island. We saw the results. It ended up being a touchdown. And instead of Moore being out there, if you have a healthy Jimmy Ward, well, that's Jimmy Ward in the slot. and you feel more comfortable calling a play like that. So, I think that right there kind of shows a little bit of some of the issues that can happen when you don't have a Jimmy Ward out there, kind of the snowball effect of it.
Eric Crocker is with us, former NFL DB, Locked On 49ers, local guy. Glad to have him with us. Eric Dibs and I, just a few minutes ago, were kind of rolling through the NFC, and this was based on some comments that Lo Neal made with us yesterday where he's like, we got to stop this whole Trey Lance is brand new. The 49ers can win this year. They should make the playoffs. And we went through the NFC and eliminated basically all but 9 teams going for 7 spots. We got the Eagles, we got the Cowboys, Packers, Vikings, Bucks, 49ers, Cardinals, Rams. Are we being unfair? Do you see anybody hiding in the weeds in the NFC?
It's tough, right? You see Hard Knocks and you see Lions and kind of what they're building there. You would assume that it's a team that's not really primed to be a playoff team, but you never know. I mean, just a couple years ago, we were talking about a 49er team that went from the number 2 overall pick to the Super Bowl. So adding some pieces, continuing to kind of build that continuity with a team, Dan Campbell putting his staple on this team and getting guys in there that fit and play the way that he wants them to. You watch Hard Knocks and you see Williams breaking down the huddle and crying because he cares so much. You get enough guys that care, you can kind of make a run for it. So I'm not, predicting that with the Lions, but I think every year we see teams that go from one of the worst teams in the league to, all of a sudden it's a team fighting for a playoff spot.
Do you see Arizona as a team that is on the way up or on the way down? It seemed like early on in the year, last year, they were something undefeated through 7, and then they faded. Is that more the team we should expect from Arizona this year?
That's a team that's definitely talented. They have one of the more talented quarterbacks in the league, but they're missing something, right? A lot of people talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. I know there's a lot of different things flowing out there right now about leadership and whatnot, but when you talk to his teammates about him, everyone loves his leadership abilities, and they follow him. I don't think you get that with Kyler Murray. So although he's extremely talented and teams will be lucky to have him from that standpoint, he's lacking something in the leadership department where, how much does he truly care? And I think in the biggest of moments, and we saw that in the playoffs last year where he had like a terrible performance, that lack of leadership, that lack of focus, that lack of drive to be great, I think it shows up. So the Cardinals, although they do have a lot of talent, I think they're going to kind of still be in that same place of a team that is more of a wild card when really they should be one of the best teams in the league with their quarterback. But I just don't see it happening, whether it's the head coach and how he leads that team or really the quarterback, who I think has a bigger hand in it.
Eric, I know you watch every snap with this team. What are you worried about right now?
I'd say most people heading into the year, there were a couple of spots, right? And every team is going to have their question marks. Every team is going to have the things that they're like, okay, can you mask this? Obviously, you have to start with the quarterback, and I'm not saying I'm worried about it, but we just don't know. He can play amazing and be a league MVP, or he can just be kind of fairly average or even below average. And we saw a lot of that from some of the younger quarterbacks last year. I think only one quarterback that played most of the season threw more touchdowns and interceptions. A lot of the other guys, they kind of struggled. Now the 49ers have great coaching. They have great players, so maybe they can match that, and maybe the quarterback won't be an issue. All right, so if we're taking the quarterback out of it, then I'd say interior offensive line was a huge question mark. We're talking about 3 positions there on the interior from right guard, center, and left guard with 3 new players. So how are they going to play right now? You look at the kid, Spencer Burford, out of UTSA. He has been awesome. I watched him again when I rewatched, and I focused more so on him and Aaron Banks. I thought they played well. I thought Burford played even better than Aaron Banks, who's the second-year guy there. So if he can do that against starters, then you got something there, right? So, but the interior, that was a big question for me. The nickel spot, and right now it looks like they really like Samuel Womack. We'll see if he can take over that. And then maybe strong safety with Talanoa Hufanga, because you've had Jaquiski Tartt play for so many years, and you knew what you were getting from him. He was a good football player for the Niners. Those were kind of my bigger question marks. But one thing that I kind of rely on when it comes to the 49ers is they are an extremely well-coached team. They are very well-coached. So regardless of if there's something that they kind of have to mask, we saw them do that with the outside cornerbacks for most of last season, the coaches put these players in positions to win. So although there are question marks on the roster, I think they have the coaches and enough elite players to be able to overcome that.
Eric, great stuff, man. Really fun to have you on. Thank you so much for making the time.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
Okay, there he is, Eric Crocker, the Croc Man on Twitter. Locked on 49ers, former NFL DB. The Jimmy Ward thing scares me right now. But I also go through that list we just made. I actually think we miscounted. We said there's 9 teams for 7 spots. There's actually 8 based on our list.
Wow.
I know that somebody's going to surprise us. The list that we just removed, the Giants, the Commanders, the Bears, the Lions, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Saints, and the Seahawks. Somebody from that list is going to have a good year. Like, somebody's going to be solid.
Yeah.
Someone's going to win more games than they lose, probably, I would think. It's never that easy for us to just look at the NFL before a season and make it, like snap your fingers and be like, this is who's good and this is who's bad. But in that NFC, 7 playoff teams and only 8 teams that even kind of scare you.
Yeah.
Some of them don't. Like, Minnesota's fine, but
Arizona, and that's why I asked him, because which Arizona will we see? And, and this is one of the nuggets, the 100 nuggets from Chad Millman that we talked about, and it's one that's been bandied about by many people. Cliff Kingsbury first half versus Cliff Kingsbury second half of years going back to his time in college, and last year was a great example. They were 7-0. They were the talk of the league, and then they faded. And by the way, the Niners have them twice this season in the second half of the year, Week 11 and Week 18. So Arizona's a team that we counted among contenders, and I think they're more of a pretender.
See, I don't. I think they're going to be good. I think the Cardinals are going to be something that the 49ers are going to have to deal with this year. That's going to be a team you have to deal with. Just think about, and again, we have all these conversations without knowing, like Kyler Murray, he got hurt last year, and they actually were able to win some games, some of them against 49ers, even without Kyler Murray. But if he plays a full season this year, and you look at the receiving core, right, Hopkins is suspended, but when he comes back, and they got a young guy they really, really like in Rondale Moore. And they've acquired Hollywood Brown. And they've got depth in the backfield. And then they added big names. I don't know how much he's got left, but guys like J.J. Watt for stability on the defensive side of the ball. Like, Arizona makes sense to me as a team that, especially in this NFC where we're talking about, from a talent perspective, you can overwhelm half the conference right away just by your roster. The Cardinals, they should be good. They should be good. And Kyler should be motivated to change the narrative about him.
Motivated's fine. It's good to be motivated, but I'm not sold on Arizona as a real potent threat in the NFC West. I've got them as my third team, and fighting with Seattle for that third spot. Their over/under for the win total for Vegas is 8.5. So that tells you right about what. And you like the over.
I'm going over. That's a winning football team.
I don't know about that.
Arizona wins more than it loses this year.
Well, we'll see, and you got to check their schedule to fully get a breakdown. You've got the Niners twice in the second half of the year, and the second half of the year, as I mentioned, is where Arizona tends to fade. So I'd go ahead and go under the 8.5. They got the Chiefs in Week 1. That's a loss. They go to Vegas. That's a loss.
That's a loss. We don't even know. The Chiefs,
Raiders, Rams is how their season starts.
I promise you they're not 0-3. I'll bet you anything you want that they're not 0-3 after 3 weeks. Go ahead. Give me the terms. Give me the terms.
Are they 2-1?
They're not 0-3. You just said that's a loss. That's a loss.
The Raiders games is a toss. That's a coin toss. They're losing to the Rams at home. I got them at 1-2 at the best after 3. At the best.
Yeah, I mean, why are the Rams so impenetrable?
Oh, they're not, but they're better than Arizona.
And the Chiefs are being kind of reborn here. I don't know exactly what that offense is going to look like. It's a completely new receiving core.
Good receivers, though. It's not like they have rookies. They got Juju Smith-Schuster.
They got Juju Smith-Schuster.
They still have Mecole Hardman.
And they've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Good receiver, good deep threat.
No, they've got solid guys. I don't know if they've got a 1. The 49ers went through this for years, where it's like, well, okay, those are guys.
Couple of 2s.
Right.
And a 3.
I got some 2s. I got a 3. I got a 6 over here. I'm a big believer in that, in the NFL, in today's NFL. You got to have a 1. I don't have now.
Travis Kelce's their 1.
Okay, you can make that case. but I think a team needs a 1. And the Chiefs, whoever that is, you're going to have to stand up and introduce yourself now because they lost their 1, and that matters.
Yeah, they got a great offensive mind and maybe the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yep.
They're beating Arizona.
I'm not saying they're bad, but I'm also not. The Kansas City Chiefs, what's their win total for this year?
Probably 10.5 or
Vegas
11.
Vegas is telling you that they're going to lose 7 or 8 football games. So it's not like just because the Chiefs are there, that's a home game for Arizona. I can absolutely see the Cardinals winning that game.
And boy, what a home field they have. What a home field advantage they have.
It's terrifying,
God.
right? That's better than the Chargers. But anyway.
I'm going under the 8.5. Kansas City's over-under is 10.5.
Okay.
And they've won at least 11 in each of the last 4 years and 7 of the last 9.
It's a good
I'm going
football team.
over 10.5 on Kansas City.
Well, 42% of the time when someone's got a preseason double-digit win total, they don't cover it. Did you know that? Did you know that now, Dibs?
I did know that.
You did?
That's from the Nuggets that I shared with you.
Love the Nuggets.
Speaking of which, let's go through those win totals then of the teams that have double digits. If 42% of them go, 42% go over?
42%, no, 42%, yes, 42% go over, which, 58% don't make it.
Bills are 11.5.
Oof.
Are they an over? Do they win 12?
I don't think I would bet anybody ever to go over 11.5. Like, that's
12-5?
Yeah, like, probably, but it's not like they're going to obliterate that number. I'm going to play what Chad Millman said. Like, if I just bet my whole life, every single time I've got a double-digit win total for an NFL team, bet the under on all of them.
8 of them this year.
Then bet the under on all of them, and historically, you're going to win 58% of the time. That's a great number.
There's 8 of them this year. 3 of them will go over based on the Millman stats.
Correct.
So if I give you the teams, you pick which 3 are going to go over their total. We got the Bills.
Bills at 11.5.
Okay. Dallas is 10.5.
Hold on, I need a pen.
Okay.
Okay, Dallas is 10.5.
Yeah.
Thank you for the music. Buffalo's 11.5. We already know the 49ers are 10.
We're going in alphabetical order.
Okay. Sorry, I jumped.
Who's running the bit here? For God's sake.
Definitely not me. Go ahead.
Denver, 10.5. The Denver Broncos with Russell Wilson.
10.5. Okay.
RELAX. 10.5.
All right.
Green Bay, 10.5.
Green Bay, 10.
Kansas City.
You already told me that they were 11.
10.5.
10.5, okay.
San Diego. We moved to LA. The Superchargers.
Go
10.5.
Chargers, 10.5, okay.
The Rams share a building and they share an over-under. They're also 10.5.
10.5, okay.
And Tampa Bay, 11.5.
Ooh, okay.
Now, according to this, and this is from Vegas Insider, the Niners are at 9.5.
Oh, you're taking the Niners off the list. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Niners are at 9.5. This is according to Bet365.
All right.
The most recent odds. So there are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams with a double-digit over/under win total. Pick 3, Mark.
I'm gonna. Okay,
Would you pick
teams,
3 for me?
3 teams that will go over. I am going to give you the Green Bay Packers
over 10.5.
Over 10.5.
Okay.
Okay. They always own that division, and the NFC is not very good. Let me just go team by team. I'm also going to eliminate the other direction. I'm taking the under on Dallas.
Of course.
So Dallas is out.
Kansas City at 10.5.
I'm going under.
Okay.
Kansas City is out. Denver is out. I tell you what I'm going to do.
Buffalo at 11.5.
I am going to go Buffalo over. I'm going to go Buffalo over 11.5. And I am going to go, gosh, this is a toss-up between the last 2.
Tommy.
Yeah, but that's
Tommy.
11.5 is big.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Rams over 10.5.
Ram it?
I'm going to go under on Tampa. I'm going under on all the AFC West teams. Why? Because they got to play each other.
That's a great point.
They all got to play. They all have hellacious schedules. Every last
each
one of
other.
them. 6 games for each of them against hellacious opponents.
Oh, hellacious.
So give me the under on all of them.
Okay.
So, yeah, Packers over 10.5, Buffalo over 11.5, Rams over 10.5. Those are the 3 that I'll pick.
Okay.
All right?
I like it.
And the others are all going under. Dallas, 10.5.
Yeah.
GTFOH.
Tampa last year, they won 13, by the way.
Yep.
And there's a nugget in the Millman that I shared. I think Tom Brady's teams have gone over the total, like 17 of 21 or something.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But this is the year, Dibs.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the
How many
year.
times
Oh
have
my
we all
gosh,
said that?
Seriously, I'll never do it again. There was a time that I did this with the Spurs, Greg Popovich, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done. It was like 4 or 5 years in a row. This is the year the Spurs fall off. Nope. The sentence, this is the year Tom looks old, will never come out of my mouth. I don't care if he's playing 20 years from now. You will never hear me say, this is the year, because I've got PTSD. I was at the front of the line when it was Tom wants to come to San Francisco. I'm like, why would you do that?
He's old.
Like, he looked terrible last. He looked like he was about to get old. Jimmy had just taken the 49ers to the Super Bowl. I'm like, it sounded like the most harebrained idea to me ever. I get that you're like, but he's Tom Brady. I'm like, right. But if you even just go to last year, Jimmy outplayed Tom statistically and in the win-loss column. Why would you do that? And then look what's happened since then.
Right.
Guy's drunk throwing Super Bowl trophies around in the water. So I will never, ever, ever, ever say that Tom looks like he's about to get old.
Tom's teams, by the way, I just looked it up, Nugget 99 out of 100. His teams are 16, 3, and 2 on their season win total. 16 of 21 times with 2 pushes.
I know a lot of dudes.
11.5 is their number.
Their philosophy when Tom Brady was on the Patriots was just when the Patriots were at home, you bet the Patriots. Don't look at the line. Don't look at but do not care. Bet the Patriots. And I've not done the analytics, but those people tell me that they made money on that proposition for about 15 years. So you just run that when you find something like that in the NFL. So we'll see. I mean, listen, it's hard to do these things when we haven't seen a football game yet. It's why I hate survivor pools. I got my buddy sent me the survivor pool invite in the inbox last night, and I looked at it, and I immediately just, like, my shoulders get tight, and I roll my eyes. Gosh, this is going to get me again, isn't it? I can't stand survivor pools because I'm terrified of week 1. We don't know anything. You're like, Chiefs, Cardinals, that's a loss. What do we know? We know nothing. The Cardinals might be amazing, and the Chiefs might go 7-10. Like, I doubt it, but we have no clue year to year what this is going to look like. Do you do survivor pools? The terrifying.
I have, yeah, I have.
But do you do it every year or no?
No, I'm depending. I'm hit and miss on them.
You want in on one?
Sure.
Do it for me.
Why not? I'll do it. It's all you have to do is pick one game every week and win. It's not that hard.
I thought you were terrified about betting where you had like your hands on the wheel.
Yeah, but I don't in that. You make your pick and then you live with it. I'm not involved in what happens.
But that's the exact same thing in fantasy. That's why you said you're not doing.
Fantasy's different because
you start your guy and then you live with it.
But you don't start your guy, and it's like I should have started that guy because he's actually better than the guy who I didn't start.
You say that same thing about a bet. You're like, I bet, but I could have bet the other side, but I didn't, and I lost.
But that's done.
I'm just trying to understand the difference.
You make your bet and you lie in it, and in fantasy, it's like, oh, I should have started this guy, and too much cogitation.
All right, sounds like the same thing to me, but if you want to call it a cogitation sensation,
I could have.
You are welcome to do that. All right. He is beloved. Thank you. He is beloved in this town. But would he be if any part of his story was even just a little bit different? We'll explain what we're talking about coming up next. And again, the original question, how do you make the Giants cool again? Forget just World Series and can you catch the Dodgers any of these years? The Dodgers seem cool. The Padres seem cool. How do you make the Giants cool again? 888-957-9570. That is the number. We'll take your calls, your texts on the Comcast Business text line. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Bears are trash.
live on the free Odyssey app.
I like everything Mookie Betts has done.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
We're all looking for some sort of personality to get injected into the San Francisco Giants product. Sure they are too. 58 and 57.
What?
No, but hey, by the way, now, hold on a second now.
It's over.
Hold on a second, old there, Dibley.
I already put that thing to
I know
bed.
you did, which is why you're sticking to your opinion, but...
Tuck that baby in.
Hey, I said last week when they came out of San Diego, I go, look, yeah, it's probably done. Outside of some sort of 8 to 10 game win streak, well, here's 4. If they roll through Arizona, come on, huh?
Come on.
Come on.
Hey, get over it.
Listen, could the Padres choke? I mean, Ashcon literally has a line about it in the Don't Stop Believin' parody that he did back in 2010. Thankfully, the Padres choked. This is what they do come August and September. They got a lot of things not going the right way there suddenly in San Diego. It's not like they're playing great baseball. They're doing okay. And the Tatis news certainly doesn't help. 4 back in the loss column against the Padres.
Yeah. You got to worry about Milwaukee, too. And or St. Louis.
Yeah, exactly.
Fangraphs has you at 6.5%.
Which is 4 percentage points higher than it was 4 days ago.
It was down to 2, huh?
It was down to like 1.5.
Yeah. And
I check it every day. It's kind of like my email.
Oh, you do? You check it every day just to see.
Hey, Fangraphs, what are you doing?
And another win over Arizona puts you at about, 7 and change. And it'd be 5 straight wins. So there is a chance. I probably shouldn't have put them to bed so early, but they're not making the playoffs.
No, probably not making the playoffs. But, okay, this is good. Like, I do think there's something mental about getting back over 500. That even Evan Longoria after the game yesterday, he said something that you would think is innocuous, but it caught my ear. He's like, the vibe in here is a lot better as of late. Huh? Whoa. Was it not before? Because we've been told for 1.5 years straight that the clubhouse is unmatched. If you ask those guys, man, they've never loved being a baseball teammate more than last year and even the early parts of this year. When Jake McGee was DFA'd, he said it. A lot of guys have said it. That caught my ear when he's like, it's been a lot better of late. Whoa, wait, what was going on a month ago? Was it just because of the losing, or is something else going on there? It is one of the mysteries that I don't think we really know about Gabe Kapler. We know about the beard. We know about the analytics. We know about the big staff. We don't know how he handles adversity on an emotional level with his team. I don't know.
And how do they, respond to the way he handles it? Because it seems like the way he handles it is, like you talked about last week, stick to the process. It's all about the spreadsheet. We're going to stay with the system. They lost 12 of 15 coming out of the All-Star break. So that's what Longoria was talking about is, things are better now. And of course they're better now because you're not mired in that same sort of losing skid. Now you've won 7 of 9.
Call my message phone.
Yeah, 7-2 over the last 9. And, you beat Oakland. Whoop-de-doo. San Diego took 2 of 3 from you, which was not devastating, but it was a huge blow. Now you're whooping up on Arizona. You do have Colorado and then Detroit. So, you beat Arizona. You got 3 more with the Snakes, 3 with Colorado, 2 with Detroit. If you go 6-2 over the next 8, you can rightly still say you're in the mix.
Well, I mean, listen, and when they come out of this stretch against the bad teams you just mentioned, and they're not horrible, all of them, but no big deal, Arizona, Colorado, Detroit, Minnesota. You know what happens on Monday, August 29th? You know who comes to town?
I'm steroids.
6 straight games against San Diego and Philadelphia.
Right. Wild card rivals.
Make up some ground right there if you play well, right?
Then you got 3 losses against the Dodgers.
Totally.
No, but to your point,
right.
You've got 3, 6, 9. You have 11 games in a row against either playoff teams or playoff hopefuls, because after Philadelphia, you've got the Dodgers for 3, and then you've got Milwaukee
for
but that weird
doubleheader.
And it's the one-day series.
Yes, one day
you go there
off.
for one day, and you play 2 games, and then you're on to Chicago. It's because of the lockout. You had to squeeze those games in there.
And that Chicago series, Friday, September 9th through Sunday, September 11th, coincides with the 49ers arrival.
And you'll be there.
And I will be there. Actually.
Exciting.
Yes. For the Saturday game, I will be there. So thank you. Whoop, there you go. So, look, I don't know. Yeah, it's in the files of highly unlikely, as it's always been, but 4-game win streak, get back above 500, that absolutely helps. And the Joey Bart story that's going alongside it, I do think is a big deal. It's not just that he's got a big hand in the fact that they're now winning some games, but there's something, and I think all Giants fans get this, that's so much bigger than that. Everyone has been waiting for somebody out of the farm system to come do something. And so it was completely depressing when he showed up earlier this year and was like, hey, have you ever seen me strike out? Watch
it.
And so that was a bummer. And then he goes down, and he's only down there for a couple weeks, and he comes back, and look at this guy. You can look at a 240 average and be like, what's a 240 average? Well,
233.
It's amazing when he was hitting a 155 a month and a half ago.
No doubt.
He's been playing phenomenal baseball, and he's always been good behind the dish. So that's very, very positive development for this organization.
Yes, no matter what happens this year in terms of the playoffs, that's maybe the most positive development is Joey Bart is a major leaguer. He is going to be a major league player next year. There's no more talk of, well, Joey Bart, maybe he needs some more seasoning at AAA. He's here, and he's shown now that he's good enough to be a major leaguer. Over his past 30 games, he's hitting 300. So it's more than just a small sample now. It's actually a solid stretch of baseball where he's showing you that he can hit, and we've known he's been able to play defense, got a great glove, he can frame it, he can throw from one knee and all the rest of it, but can he hit? And now all of a sudden he's showing you that he can hit. So I think that he is the positive development of this year.
How do you make the Giants cool again? 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line. Take your answers there as well. There's one other thing. I mean, the last time that the Giants were really cool, this guy who performed at Oracle Park yesterday was absolutely a part of the proceedings. And in all of the celebrations, there was another one over the weekend for 2012, everything that so many different people have been on the field for this team through 10, 12, and 14, there are only two guys who were really big time front of the organization pieces for all 3 titles. And that's Buster Posey and Mad Bum. And so this guy's out on the field yesterday. He's 6-12 this year. And he had been...
Where's the ERA? Low
fours? Pitching better. 4.37.
Okay.
Not great. Not disastrous, but it's not great. And so the letting him walk was absolutely the right decision. But you're never not going to love Mad Bum. He walks off the field after getting knocked around the yard, and he gets a standing ovation from the 20,694 announced at Oracle Park yesterday. He does not doff the cap because that's not Mad Bum. He's not going to be like, thank you so much. It gave up 5 spot. Yeah. hey, thank you. That's not him. And it's classically not him. And he was yelling at the umpire by the second inning because isn't he always?
Right.
And he's yelling at that young player with the Nationals to clean it up. And he was the old guy just a few weeks ago. And he's the go get it out of the ocean thing with Max Muncy. He's all of the things that here in San Francisco we sort of don't like. But he's Mad Bum.
Right.
So he's forever loved. But I wonder that. Have you ever stopped and thought about that? Like, if Bumgarner, in any way, shape, or form, did not have the resume he had, let's say even if he was a Giant, and he was just kind of like, whatever. He had some years, a couple good years. would you still love this guy?
No, absolutely not.
Would you love anything about him?
Not really. I mean, if it wasn't for 2014 in particular and what he did, the heroic return, his performance throughout that whole World Series, and yes, 10, 12, and 14, he and Buster the only two keys for all three. If he hadn't won those chips, no, you wouldn't love him the way you love him. What if he, had like a Barry Zito career where, yeah, Zito also has a ring, but he was high priced and he never fulfilled his promise. Barry Zito wouldn't get the same love that he gets if it wasn't for the one championship he was a part of. Madison Bumgarner would not be getting standing ovations if it wasn't for the titles.
I mean, I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. There's plenty of room for everybody in the Bay Area, in California, all of that. But this is a guy who, it's rodeos, it's made up names. It's we're hunting. We get to chop up the snake there in the backyard. Vin Scully's going to talk about it. It's scream at other players for showing any sort of personality on the field. It's stare down the umpire. It's snot rocket on the field. It's all of this stuff that I look at him and I go, man, we love the experience he gave us. Overrides everything, obviously, but if you just remove that piece, isn't he? I mean, he's the antithesis of what we would normally gravitate to here as a fan base.
Yeah, exactly. He's a cowboy, and we don't necessarily do a lot of cowboy things here in the Bay Area. He's gruff, snot rockets, barking at opposing players, and all the rest of it. But we love him because, in part of what you're doing with your Bochy impersonation, he's Mad Bum and, he's a horse and all the rest of it. And he was a winner.
Good pitcher.
And I think about if,
lefty.
What pitcher, like before 2010, spent that much time as a Bay Area starter and then went on elsewhere and got the same reception when he came back. You can't find a guy.
I don't think. I mean, obviously, Marichal's kind of before the time, and yeah, anyone?
I was thinking about Kirk Reeder as a pitcher who, Woody pitched here for a long time.
And he didn't even start here. Yeah.
Right, but he's beloved in different ways, and, he obviously isn't as abrasive. And I think about Yasiel Puig. It's easy to hate Yasiel Puig because he was a Dodger, but if he was a Giant, we would love all his antics.
Well, that's the nature of being a fan, is that you excuse away the stuff that would totally bother you if it was happening on another team. PEDs is example one. Exhibit A, if the PEDs are happening on your team, you find a way to rationalize it. If it's going on another team, you think the fan base are a bunch of morons. I watched this in following the Giants through the Barry Bonds experience. I mean, there was a year where we had to apply through MLB for a special credential that was just for Bonds. When he was doing that home run chase, I wonder if many fans knew this story. You could be a season credential. You could be a guy that goes to a team's games every night of the year. But when Bonds came to town, you had to apply for a special credential because there were so many people that were trying to follow Bonds around the country. So I remember getting this special credential, and you go to the Dodger game, and Bonds is in town, and the crowd is going crazy, losing their minds over Barry Bonds. And I can't tell you how many people I talk to who are like, I just don't get it. Like, yeah, he hits the home runs a lot, but I don't understand how the San Francisco fan base can love this guy. What is there about this guy to love? There's not one redeeming quality about this guy. And that's what they would say down in Southern California. And then a couple years later, Manny Ramirez gets popped with some pregnancy steroid, and they're out there making Mannywood signs in left field. It's like, right. You hypocrites. But we do it too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tatis, this is gross. Bonds should be in the hall. Like, what? I mean, it's just that's the nature of fandom.
Yeah, exactly. Your guy is always going to be supported, and that, to your Madison Bumgarner discussion, I think is even more appropriate because of all the and the antics might be too strong, but the way he carries on, yelling at umps, snot rockets, get that out of the ocean, arguing with Puig, all the rest of it. Okay, fine. I mean, you tolerate him as a Giant because he won 3 World Series, and he's an absolute hero, and he's got the best World Series ERA in the history of the game, and he did it as a Giant, so he's Mad Bum, and he's a horse, and we love him, so that when he goes on to Arizona, you still love him. And I wonder if he would have gone to the Dodgers, for example, as a free agent. If he comes back as a Dodger, does he still get that same standing ovation?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. A lot of people are texting in about Draymond. Thank you, 925. Thank you, 207. Draymond, a great example. You'd hate him if he was on another team.
Yeah.
415, what about Bosa and his political tweets before he was drafted? There's another example for sure. Let's go out to the phones here on Willard and Dibs. Let's go to Nick in the Panhandle. Nick, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing, Nick?
Oh man, I'm walking around my neighborhood right now, heading back to my spot, and I was just hearing you guys in my car, and I thought, well, we sure do tolerate Draymond for who he is, and I don't think we tolerate him if he was on, I don't know, any other team in the NBA. But I think the whole Madison Bumgarner thing, the way we quote-unquote tolerate him, I didn't even think about that till this conversation, but I think that's just part of the whole package deal that makes Mad Bum who he is. And I love him for it.
Yeah, I agree with that, Nick. Like, I've got nothing against it. I just know that if you put Mad Bum on a different team, you'd feel so different. You'd be like, man, his act is tired. Yeah, this stuff wears me out. It's 2022 and you're still getting mad at somebody because they watched a home run? Like, come on. You know, that clean it up thing, and I always forget, was it Robles? Whoever it was for the Nationals who hit that home run.
Down 5.
Scores 7-1. He hits a solo homer to left, and he's enjoying it. But, like, if you go back and watch the highlight, it was like not even the top 100 craziest things a batter has done this. Like, he barely did anything.
Right.
Like, Mad Bum wants... This is what I would say would bother me about Mad Bum if he wasn't our favorite. You want everyone to act the same way. That's not the like.
And he wants them to act his way.
Right. And I'm not into that. I'm not into that. That's like literally the antithesis of this city.
And it's the antithesis of what we all want from baseball, which is we want baseball to be what? More exciting. We want more excitement. So when a guy hits a home run, which I would imagine is pretty difficult to do, I never actually at any level was able to hit the ball over the fence in a competitive game and hit a home run. My only home run was an inside the park home run. Shout out Chris Stewart. Chrissy, you grooved one, took you to deep left center at Central Field.
Out of bed.
And Fairfax had to leg it out.
You had some wheels back then.
No, but the ball, it was a very slow outfield grass. And so, once it got out there, the outfielder may have had some trouble picking that baby up.
Maybe.
There were no errors, and I touched them all. But when you hit a home run, especially off a pitcher as good as Madison Bumgarner, and Longoria talked about this yesterday, like, when you hit a home run off a Hall of Fame caliber pitcher, it's a pretty cool thing and something you should be proud of. So, Madison, you're the one who should clean it up.
Gary and Martinez next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Gary, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
I was just thinking you guys mentioned how to make the Giants cooler again, and I was thinking the first thing we should do is fire the people that made up the City Connect jerseys.
Well, first of all, those are not Giants people. Let me start with that. But second of all, expand on that. What do you not like about the City Connect jerseys that sell like hotcakes over at the stadium?
Orange cream comes to mind first. And I was thinking we could probably do something a little harder, maybe something, some black with some orange pinstripes or something like that, make it a little bold, a little evil dark side.
I don't know, Gary, like the City Connect thing, which, by the way, will be performing tonight at Oracle Park.
City Connect.
On your television or in front of your eyes if you want to buy a ticket. I hear there are good ones still available. Anyway.
I bet there are.
Anyway, I mean, uniforms, there's always going to be... Right, you're going to have those who love them and those who are like, you know what they should have done. But the bottom line is the tail of the tape. And the Giant City Connect jerseys on the list of all the City Connects through baseball has performed really, really well. Sales have performed really well.
I'm sure.
I had a Dodger fan text me a couple of weeks ago, be like, man, I'm jealous of the Giants City Connect jerseys.
The Dodgers don't have one yet,
Yeah,
do
they do. They're those ones that are all blue, like
Oh,
all dark blue.
yeah,
top.
okay.
They're actually probably the most bland.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
That's why I
usually
didn't even realize those were City Connect.
Yeah, City Connect usually brings some other color. You look at what San Diego did; it brings all the colors.
Every color
They're like,
ever,
let's use
yeah.
every color on the sleeves. But people loved them. People love those things. Are selling like crazy, and so they're not going to be. Nothing is going to be everybody's cup of tea.
Yeah.
But I'd say, and those are done by Nike much more than the Giants. I would say that City Connect, from top to bottom, has been a success.
It has been. And they took a page out of the NBA's playbook, which took a page out of European soccer's playbook with all the different kits, including the hideous kit that Manchester United wore. I think it was Friday. They wore this bright, like, highlighter color yellow as they were getting beat down 4-0 by Brighton. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that tweet, but Brighton's total payroll is about $18 million.
Oh, yes, I did see that.
Man U's got
Yes,
four
yes.
guys who make more than $18 million on their own, and they lost 4-0. Just a complete disaster.
So the opposite of a checkbook championship.
Exactly.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, this was a food stamps championship.
All right.
And a nice win for the youngsters. Not Brighton. It was Brentford? Brentford. Thank you. Yeah,
there
sorry,
it is.
Brentford.
Well, you had a birthday. You're getting up there, man.
Yeah,
It's
that was
okay.
Friday, too.
Okay.
It was a long time ago. Saturday.
That was like a year ago.
Jesus.
Anyway.
Holy Spadone.
Speaking, I'm glad Draymond's name came up. I'm glad Checkbook Championship came up. Let's check in on the latest edition of New Media. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the book.
Star Wars scene should have been called that.
The Hidden Giraffe,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm into it. I go get a couple of pops at the Hidden Giraffe, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it'd be tough to find, a little out of the way place. It would have to be a 12-story bar that's really, really narrowed, but so long. You know,
so long.
Totally.
And then that's what you could say when you left, when you're done for the night. So long. All right.
That's pretty good. It's a 4.
Thank you. We'll get to the Draymond thing in just a second. I wanted to read this. I just saw this. Andrew Brandt, one of my favorites. He comes on the station a lot. Super smart, former GM, not GM, but former exec with the Packers, and now does a lot of the media stuff. I think is it at Northwestern? Is it Villanova? I don't know. One of them schools out there.
Northwestern Villanova.
Yeah, North Nova. Anyway, he just wrote regarding Roquan Smith and Lamar Jackson. Two players who are both inside the NFL.
Yeah, two players
who are both currently having a hard time with their contractual situation, and both of them do not have an agent. And so, coincidence? Many think not. He writes, and I just thought this was interesting and maybe relatable for everybody. From a team perspective, he writes, I learned that negotiating directly with a player is emotional. Contract negotiations are about human value. They can be raw. Telling someone they're not worth what they think they are. I learned the value of agents as buffers. If you're in an industry where there are agents, I have one.
I do too.
I had lunch with her yesterday. Fantastic. Salad. Beautiful. Went over to, I think it's called Barbacho, Bar something, right around the corner here. Anyway.
She picked up the tab, I assume.
She did.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
It's a good agent.
Yeah, thank you.
Agents got to always pick that one up.
Yeah, so anyway, if you're in an industry where agents are the norm, I think what most people go through, and this is not when you're Lamar Jackson and you're going to make $50 million a year, like I'd be like, who cares? But if you're anywhere below that on the totem pole, it's kind of like okay, you've got the agent, and then they negotiate the deal, and you're all excited, and then you sign, and the second you sign, you're like, okay, how much do I owe you out of this contract every year?
Yeah.
And it's like, good Lord, it's a gut punch. But this point is really, really important, I think, that Andrew Brandt is making, and I wonder how it is affecting someone like Lamar Jackson with the Baltimore Ravens, who now says, we're cutting this off as of week 1, and he might go in as a lame duck running quarterback, which is a crazy, crazy thought. But this idea that the agent, their value is not so much, like Lamar's right, he's going to get the same number with or without the agent, but think of the emotion and the headache that won't be there. Because you can tell the agent
to do it all.
We don't think Lamar can throw the ball very well, or something, whatever it is they're saying that's hurting his feelings.
And it hurts. I mean, you deal with it. You have an agent. I deal with it. And fortunately, you have that person represent you. So these conversations don't get personal. It's, my people will call your people, and you guys can decide. And, stuff comes back to you as far as, what they think in terms of like, well, I thought that I was worth X, and then they're trying to give you this. And so if you're Lamar Jackson and you want to, focus on your craft and you want to be sold out to be the best football player you can be, you want to have this all taken care of, and it's not. But then you have the other side of it, Richard Sherman, who negotiated his own deal with the 49ers, and that worked out pretty well for him. He didn't have to pay the agent, but he's cut from a little bit of a different cloth. Yeah. He's, Stanford educated, and he was a veteran, and he knew pretty much what his value would be, so he was able to come in and do his own deal.
I know a lot of players who thought Richard got taken to the cleaners there. Now, it doesn't matter because Richard was happy with it. And if Richard's happy with it, it's his contract.
Right.
I know there's a players' association. There may be other opinions, but I know a lot of players that smiled and went, wow. I mean, because the 49ers are really good with the way they build contracts to begin with. They're very, very good with keeping their flexibility. Take a look at what the situation they're in with Jimmy Garoppolo right now. Like there are better examples too. But if Richard's happy with it, great. But whatever's going on with Lamar, he's not happy, and it's wild. Like, you don't see franchise quarterbacks like this get to this situation where, I mean, in theory, if what he's saying is true, you have 3 weeks to get this done, or else this guy's going to hit unrestricted free agency. That never happens.
Yeah, for quarterbacks,
for a guy like that?
Yeah. And like you said, he plays in a very risky position, and the way he plays is even riskier than the average quarterback. So you're going to go into a lame duck year as a running quarterback, like you said. That's putting a lot of risk on the line because, one bad injury and your season could be over, and then what? You enter into the offseason with an injury and no contract? It's not a place you'd want to be, and I don't think Baltimore would want him to be in that position because how is he going to play? If he goes into a last year of a contract, is he really going to take a lot of chances? Is he going to play differently knowing that he doesn't have his chicken all secure for the future?
Yeah, is he going to be making business decisions out there on the field? Yeah, you don't want that's why. You just don't want this whole thing hanging over your head. By the way, Barbacho, that's the name of the restaurant we went to. Fantastic. It was really good. All right, Spadone, hit it. This is Draymond Green on his podcast, which is fantastic. Look, it just is, right? It's not just, oh my gosh, it's a content creator for so many around him. He's right in many ways. When it comes from the mouth of the player themselves, it hits different. But his moniker that he's created, new media. Okay, is it? Because take a listen to, for example, this recent comment where names like Kevin Durant and Carmelo Anthony will come up.
Carmelo or Durant in their prime? I'm going to go with Melo. The reason I'm going to go with Melo is actually this in specific. We were playing against him at the Garden. It had to be my first or second year in the league. And Melo caught the ball in the post. He faced up on me, put his shoulder into my chest. I may have fouled him a little bit, maybe not. And he went through my chest, and I got the stop. He missed. I maybe fouled him, maybe not. He turned around to the referee, called a foul, and we go back down the court. He did the exact same move the next play and made the referee call a foul. And the reason why that's such a big deal to me is because as a scorer, you go into slumps, You have bad shooting nights. And the one thing that breaks score slumps can be a free throw. And just knowing that Melo could get to the free throw line like that, that's why I'm going to pick Melo. But, man, that's a pick 'em for real.
Okay. So, first of all, I find what he's saying to be really interesting. Like, whenever you can inject storytelling into, and by the way, congrats on your wedding, Draymond. The pictures all over the internet are fantastic.
The blunt rolling station was next level.
I mean, listen, there's some resource going on with this group. Absolutely. So, storytelling in there. He's giving us examples of what it was what it was like to be shoulder to chest with Carmelo Anthony at the Garden. I mean, this is great stuff. The other side to this, though, is that I don't think there are any other human beings on the planet, except for maybe Carmelo himself, who, when you look at Carmelo Anthony and Kevin Durant, this is not a pick 'em. And I get that Draymond would be like, dude, I've lived it. I've guarded these guys. The rest of you haven't. But Carmelo Anthony and Kevin Durant, you're telling me that Kevin Durant can get himself to the free throw line whenever he wants? The reason we bring this up is when you say the new media, I thought what you meant was all of these loud voices on TV with their hot takes, and they've never been there before. The new media sounds a lot like the old media.
Comparing errors.
The only difference is that you play, and even that's not that big a difference because one of the or two, some of the hot take artists that you yell at, they played too. Kendrick Perkins played.
Yeah.
Right? So how is Carmelo Anthony is better than Kevin Durant? How is that different than anything that Perk says or Charles Barkley says on TV?
Well, it's only different because Draymond played against these guys, so he has the right to speak on it. But if other players do it, then to your point, Draymond Green takes offense at the old media.
Perk played against these guys, not that old.
But Charles never did.
Charles didn't. I mean, he got his own guys that he played against.
Right. And so, I guess Charles can't talk about the Carmelo versus KD argument because he never played against him, or he can because he played in the league. But basically, if I don't agree with your opinion, then you can say you don't have a right to talk about it. That's what this comes down to.
New media. I mean, it sounds like media.
Right. And it's all.
That's what it sounds like.
It's all the same.
It's good.
That was great. And
Draymond's really, really good at it.
And he makes a compelling argument for Carmelo Anthony. And when you start to look at Carmelo's career, he's 9th all time in scoring.
He's fantastic.
So I think that a lot of times because he bounced around, and I don't believe Carmelo ever won a championship, we look at him a certain way as opposed to, Kevin Durant. He's such a unique player, but I think Draymond, the way he laid that out, so it is a compelling comparison between the two.
Melo won a title at Syracuse.
Right, as a freshman.
Yeah.
And then gone.
And then that's it.
One and done, off to the league. And
one and fun.
Yeah, he's going to pass Shaq. Carmelo will. He's 300 points away from passing Shaq, and he probably, if he plays long enough, he'll be the 8th player to reach 30,000 points.
Will he do it in a Warrior uniform? We can potentially get to that along with Pick Your Battles coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King spent the weekend.
Somebody get me Willard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, things are looking up around here. Pick your battles right around the corner. I'm almost in the safe zone, baby.
Yeah, what is the standings update real quick? What do we got? Because you won last night, right? Mm-hmm. And that's going to put you at, are you 5-2?
Yeah,
5-2?
Dibs and Spadoni 5-2. Dibs just ahead of Spadoni because of their most recent losses.
Okay.
I'm at 4-3. I've lost 2 in a row, then you're at 3-4.
3-4. All right. So I'm targeting
4 miles to
4 losses for Willard. Yeah. Well, we got time.
3
brother.
to go.
We got time. Kyle's got work to do to hold me off.
Work.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Dibley and Spadoni with a win could get into the safe zone, and I'll be bringing my men without hats in the safety dance tomorrow if that happens.
Alrighty then. Spadone, Like, I can take it from you if you want. Well, I'll leave that as like Spadona's done the same pick 100 days in a row.
It's so great. I heard it yesterday. His Giants.
Well, but they go against.
Hey, if they go to the playoffs and it's just, I'm actually taking credit for it, and rightfully so.
They're going
Never
against
doubted them.
Going against Merrill Kelly tonight, who has owned them.
He has also won me last week at Pick Your Battle over strikeouts.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if you want to play that game. You do not need to bet the run line tonight. You just need to bet the money line. You just win, and it's clean. Oh, but I could take it from you. I could just grab it.
Could, but that's not your style, Mark Willard. You're a big under guy or first 500. You might even go nerfy knowing you.
Aha. He likes the strikeout bet.
Nerfy.
He likes the Rodon over.
Oh, dude, it worked.
7.5, and you got the 7.
I got to admit, believe me, especially with a kid who is about to go get his permit, I am working really, really hard right now on the phone in the car. Like, just do not touch phone. Okay, but it was plugged in and right next to me, face up, at a stoplight yesterday, and we're listening on the way back from that round of golf at Indian Valley when Alex Cobb, swing and a miss. That's 5 strikeouts for Alex Cobb, and I was like, boop, green check. Pow! I was still driving too. I'm like, I'm sending that one right now. 5 strikeouts. So, all right, we'll see on that coming up in just a few. By the way, this has come up off and on over the last month. What do you think about the idea of Carmelo to the Warriors?
I'm not against it. I mean, he's a nice veteran piece, and I think his skill set works in many ways. I don't like Carmelo on defense. That scares me a little bit, but you've already got Draymond Green, the greatest defender in the history of the game. Just ask him. Andrew Wiggins, who's shown that he can play defense when he needs to. So if you have Carmelo as a bench piece, as your 9th or 10th guy, kind of in that Iguodala role, the veteran, he can shoot it now. Carmelo can stroke it from distance.
The Iguodala role is to watch the game. I think he'd be in the Bielitsa role. Let's go live to Hot Take Jake with this addition to the show.
If you can add a scorer that's better than Kevin Durant, you have to do it.
Well,
lock it up.
Lock it in. Yeah, that's a good point. He is way better than KD. And why would you pay $45 million for a player when you could get someone better for 2? Why would you do that? No. So when's the last time you saw Steiny?
Oh, God.
14 years?
It's been weeks. Yeah, it's been a few weeks.
So he's going to come in here in just a second, but he's not coming in here until we pick our battles. That's for sure. I can tell you that right now. All right. So are you telling me, right now that I need to pick first because I'm in last place? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, boy.
That's how it works.
Gosh, you know what I was going to do? Wow. Okay. I'll tell you what, Spadone. I'll let you have it. And this is going to sound weird because this is going to sound like an anti-Giant pick. But
we've established that you don't hate the Giants or the Dodgers anymore.
My man, this is just business. This is just business. My man, we're just trying to not go to Larkspur on Friday morning. I love Larkspur. Donut Alley, keep doing what you're doing. You're fantastic. One customer at a time. Everybody else has to wait in line. I love that. You're focused on one customer. They get all the attention. I love you, Donut Alley. This is just business, though, and I'm trying to avoid the trip. Giants strike out a lot. Merrill Kelly has got their number, and I'll go over 4.5 strikeouts for Merrill Kelly tonight. Over 4.5 strikeouts.
Man, going against your boys.
For Merrill Kelly tonight.
Man.
There it is.
So basically what you're saying is go Arizona.
My Dodger hatred ended. Clean it up, okay?
Your Dodger hatred ended.
Clean it up.
Surprised you didn't take the Dodgers.
Clean it up.
Straight up on the money line.
All 3 of you. Clean it up.
Surprised you didn't take Mookie over hits.
Okay. Like everything Mookie Betts has done. I do. Mookie. I love the guy. I hope he changes uniforms as soon as possible. Go ahead, Kyle Madsen.
Patrick Corbin's pitching for the Nationals.
Oh, God.
I'm fading Patrick Corbin. Cubs on the run line against Washington.
He is not good. He's not a good baseball player.
I picked against him one weekend when they were playing the Phillies. He gave up 6 in the first inning.
Oh my gosh! And it's almost like that's the over/under right there.
Yeah.
What, can you do that? What's the opposite of nerfy?
It's
Yurfie.
Yeah,
I'm gonna Yurfie. I should have Yurfie Patrick Corbin. Like, there's definitely going to be runs in the first inning. I don't think
I want
so.
a Yurfie Patrick Corbin. Don't talk about that.
That's so gross. It's so gross. I can't believe I did that. Joe Spadone with this selection.
Yes, Mark, and unlike you, I actually like the Giants, and I'm taking them just to win. That's all I need. Minus 124.
Just win, baby.
I believe that they will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that Dan Dibley steps up with this selection.
And no soccer. Mark, I'm stuck betting baseball. And my beloved Little League hasn't started yet, not until tomorrow, so I can't bet on a Little League game. So I'm going to stick with my baseball theory, which is good teams beat bad teams. Give me the Cardinals on the run line against the Rockies.
Okay, Cardinals over the Rockies. Giants playoff hopes. Hope you're wrong, but you are probably right. Speaking of your beloved Little League, I do wonder if you clicked like on the video that our own Matt Nahagian produced yesterday, where he interviewed the kid who got hit in the head at the Little League World Series, who then went over to the mound to console the pitcher. He surprised him yesterday by bringing his favorite player onto the Zoom
I
with
saw
them.
that.
Did you click like?
I did click like.
Good for you.
It was a good video. Just seeing the boss, call his own number, set up his own interview.
Yeah.
And
well, I think we were kind of on a rotation sensation there. I guess I'll go ahead and let everybody behind the curtain there. That was just based on scheduling. Like, there was a period of time on Friday where they're like, "Will you do this right after the show?" Yes, I will. And then the schedules did not work out for all the parties involved.
Gotcha.
And so I think a few different people had been employed or were ready to go, and it just ended up that the program director just did it himself.
No, it's good. I'm glad he did.
Yeah, he wanted something done right, so he did it himself.
And that was a cool video, and you see how surprised the kid was when his hero, somebody who he had watched play college baseball and who now has been drafted and is in the minor leagues.
With the Tampa Bay Rays.
It was a pretty neat moment, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool. Always a neat moment when we cross over and change over, and let's do that right now with Matt Steinmetz and JD. And Steinmetz was so excited to see Dibs that he walked in and then he left.
What's up,
but
fellas?
now he's back and looking very formal today. Yesterday you were wearing it. What was that T-shirt you had on yesterday?
Melrose
Place T-shirt, but Dibs is back, and the guy's got a collar and a sweater on. Where are you going after the show? What?
Like he's got a little.
What?
Am I allowed to say?
Yeah, I don't care. Go golfing.
Yeah, he's got some golf.
No
plans.
interest in it though.
No interest in
Nah,
it.
not today. I'm not feeling it.
What,
I got to get my mojo, guys.
I don't understand. This is like the number one thing you like to do in life.
Which is what?
Golf.
Well, I got to get there.
Well, yeah.
I got 3 hours yet.
Is it a 4 o'clock Carica? It's the standing Carica Park.
Correct.
Who you golfing with today? It's got to be Aaron Schleifer.
Correct.
Dan Daly's got to be involved. Craig Lauderdale?
Yes.
Unky J?
Yes.
I don't like
Dave,
how well
Johnny.
I don't know.
You got 2 foursomes.
I don't like how well Dan Dibley
we have a spot.
knows your to-do list without even talking to you about it. He hasn't
this
seen
is
you in 3 weeks, and he knows what you're doing
it's
at 4
always
o'clock.
been. There's a standing Tuesday at Carica Park in Alameda. Always a foursome, sometimes 2. I used to get the call back when I was golfing. Now I'm not. Clubs are in storage, but I know the cast of characters who will be involved.
Okay.
And a lot of these guys are from our tourney. The Cal Pacific opened in July, and now we have an ongoing cup. The points. There's a point standing that goes on now during the year.
I told you guys the story, right? That when I was up in Tahoe, did I tell you this story? I was up in Tahoe a few weeks ago, and I played at Coyote Moon. And just got paired with some guy. And I'm going to forget his name. He lives up in San Rafael, and he couldn't make your tournament this year. He didn't say anything to me until we got to the 18th, actually the parking lot after the round. And he comes up to me, he goes, "Hey," he goes, "I think it just dawned on me." He goes, "You said something on the 18th hole." He goes, Are you on sports radio in San Francisco? I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I know." And he goes, "I play in that tournament with Steiny and Dibs every single year, but I, like Dibs, couldn't make it this year." And so
who was
it?
it?
One of your compadres.
I'll look it up. He hasn't played in like 5 years.
Okay.
So,
Glenn Sunakawa?
No, that's a that's a great call for Glenn Sunakawa. I'll come up with a name before the changeover is concluded.
Thank you.
Because it's a guy whose name I didn't recognize at first. I'm like, I think I met that guy.
Yeah.
But he hasn't played in like 5 years.
Well, he also doesn't listen to the show all that much either because he goes, do you know Dan Dibley? I'm like, yeah, I know Dan Dibley. For crying out loud. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Hello, JD.
What's going on?
What's cooking with you guys today? What are we doing? What's happening?
I think we're going to be, among other things, asking the question that I ask Steiny a lot, I ask Guru a lot, I'll ask you guys. The Giants have action? Giants have action?
I buried him last week, so I'll say no.
Okay.
Thank you, Dibs, at least for the consistency.
Yeah, no problem.
Because this one's going to be, I'm coming down the fans' road. It's sickening me.
Okay.
Absolutely sickening.
Can I do?
You're different because you have perspective.
Can I do what I always do in difficult situations when people ask me hard questions in life? Is you answer a question with a question. Please define what you mean by do they have action? And then I'll tell you if they do or not. What does that mean? Do they have action?
Do they have a shot to still get a wild card spot?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
Been a great year. I don't know why everybody's been complaining for the last 4 months.
And I didn't say
they're
that.
over 500.
I didn't say
they're
that.
in the race, but they're not good enough because they don't have a star. Guess what? This is how they get it done, Mark. They're 57 and
you got to tell
56.
Mark that.
I do not. First of all, they're 58 and 57.
Okay.
But no, I do not co-sign on anything you just said. But do they have a shot? Yeah. They're 4 back in the loss column from the Padres. Yeah, they have a shot.
Yeah.
How many were...
Then once they get there, they're going to have a better shot of winning it all than they did last year. They're not going to play the Dodgers.
Well, you're probably going to have to play them at some point.
Well,
Yeah.
but not right off the bat. I'm just saying, like this. So all year, everybody's been belly aching about how they don't have a star and they don't have any cachet and they only had 20,000 last night and this, that. They're right there. They're 57 and 58 and 57. You
know what I want to
after a 107 win season.
The thing
It's
we're
like,
finding, though,
who didn't expect this? Come on.
It's going to be hard to ever really truly be out of it with the 3 wild cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless you are, one of these bottom feeder teams that has clearly given up on the season. But, and you look at the schedule coming up, they've got some of those bottom feeders. Arizona, you can beat up on. Colorado, Detroit, they stink. But then you do have a little bit of a gauntlet against teams that are all contenders. You've got Philadelphia, you've got the Dodgers, you've got Minnesota coming up, then you've got Milwaukee in the future. So, you can make hay now and you can creep closer. But ultimately, you got to be able to beat these good teams.
Okay, so this is fun. This is what I wanted to look up.
A Garrett Grialou, by the way, is the correct answer.
2010.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 5 years ago he played last night.
Yeah, that's him.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Garrett.
Yeah,
Garrett.
I
I didn't
just
get his
told you.
last name. I just,
Yeah, double G's,
when
yeah.
I shake hands on the first hole, I don't need your last name.
I appreciate that.
Can I give you a
His name's
little
Garrett.
tip? Can I give you a tip?
What about it?
When you meet somebody,
Yeah.
do you keep score, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So, hey, Jim, I'm Sandy and Bill. Write down Sandy and Bill in your card. That way you won't forget their name.
No. I remembered his name for the whole round. I forgot it now. I don't need it now. He's not in front of me.
The other
Well,
key
if you
is,
keep your scorecards and
Which I don't.
don't you?
I
don't either.
I just
Only
took
the good ones.
I
Only
took
the
all
good
my
ones.
cards from the center console into the passenger doors where I keep them. I got about 80
Yeah,
in there.
yeah.
And about 65 of those mini pencils, too.
So, Tuesday, August 17th, 2010.
All right.
The Giants are
7.5, 8.
5 games behind the San Diego Padres and would lose to fall to 6 games back the very next night.
All right.
Yeah, they haven't bottomed out yet.
At this same time, 12 years ago, they were essentially
Better record, though.
a better record, yes, and fewer teams to catch. I'm not making a perfect comp, but the idea that you can't overcome a 5-game deficit in mid-August, of course you can.
Exactly.
And it took
Of course you can.
took a Padre collapse, and
Yes.
here we are.
Yes. Gee, do the Padres have anything that would knock them off kilter of late? Let me think.
Well, they got Bob Melvin's steadying hand. I think they'll be all right.
They do. No, I don't think the Giants are going to the playoffs, but to say that they definitely can't.
No, who would say that?
It's not plenty of people.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? But why? Why? They are in it.
Because that's the way our brains
Well, you know what?
work.
I can't stand that.
I'm with you. You
Especially
know that
baseball.
I'm with you.
You cannot talk about baseball like you talk about the other sports. You just can't. You can't make a generalization after a game or two. You got to let.
So
a lot
115
play on.
games in, can I generalize?
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah.
Well, right?
I mean, they're not right there, but they are in it. And to your point, if you're 5.5 out in the NBA with 18 to go, you got no shot.
Yeah, but there aren't 18 to go.
Well,
there's a lot more than that.
Relative speaking to an NBA season, the Giants have about a third of the year left.
Yeah, a little less.
Mm-hmm. So that's about 22 games in the NBA relative to where baseball is. If you were 5.5 out in the NBA with 22 to go, it's very difficult to make up the ground in the NBA.
And the one thing about baseball is there seemingly is one team every year that is seemingly done as late as August. Last year it was the Braves. It's been the year the Rockies went to the World Series 10, 15 years ago stands out. The Cardinals, when they have made some runs toward the end, including last year's run to get in. I mean, it does happen even this late in the season for a team to go from maybe under 500 to the mid to upper 80s.
Yeah, I guess, Mark, what I'm saying is I kind of want the Giants to make a run with this team right now. Because what if this team makes the playoffs? We've had a year of grumbling about how they can't compete. They don't have stars. The attendance is going down. They don't have anybody at the park and guess what? They're going to make the playoffs. Like, I kind of hope that happens now.
Well, I obviously hope it happens
because people are going to be, and you know what? Hey, this is how they do it. This is how they do it.
Yeah, quit your whining.
Exactly. Get used to it.
Yeah, yes, but also you could, and I bet many would, make the case that would be a bad thing for the Giants going forward.
I know.
Making the playoffs this year?
Yes, because people want change, and if they make the playoffs, that's going to be all the organization needs to do. Well, see, we're fine. We're fine. I know the Dodgers
It's
and
a
Padres.
validation sensation.
I know the Dodgers and Padres have all the good players, but look at us. We made the playoffs, especially if they catch the Padres. If it's the Padres that they unseat, holy hell. I mean, you got two different philosophies there at the same time. And the Giants would say, look, that's 2 years in a row that we made it and they didn't.
See, I'd make the case that it would allow for the patience that probably should be in play regardless.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You're going to go 85-77 and make the playoffs. Baseball, what are you doing?
Well,
that's all it's going to take.
Right.
Wait till the 81 and 81s get it. Wait till we have a sub 500.
That's a lot better. In the NBA, we get teams that are under 500 that go to the playoffs.
Well, now you've got this play-in, cockamamie play-in tournament. But baseball to me has always been special because the 162 was a real proving ground. If you were good enough after 162, you got rewarded. And now just be one of the teams that doesn't totally give up on the season, and you've got a chance. Baseball, you should be better than that.
Okay, so Marshawn Lynch beast mode game, Seattle 7-9, hosting a playoff game. Were you okay with it?
No, it's an embarrassment.
Well,
and they absolutely should not have been hosting.
Well, that's true.
And the only reason why they won is because they were hosting.
Well,
so you
maybe.
reward a team that wins the worst division in the history of the National Football League, and now you get a home game too. It's a joke. I'm from the old school, Mark, where you earn things, okay? You didn't just, everybody doesn't get a trophy.
Thank you.
Oh, you're 85-77.
No.
Have a playoff berth, and you get a berth, and you get a berth.
Everybody doesn't get a trophy.
In 3 weeks, I'll get a berth.
More people get a trophy. That's all. Just some.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, that's one of those things that you can't fight that anymore.
No, absolutely.
Sports are going to continue to expand playoffs because it equals money.
Right.
That's just that simple.
The one thing I do like about the baseball playoffs is that the lower seeded team, you got to play all 3 games on the road.
Yep.
So it won't be like, okay, one there.
Makes it more acceptable.
It does. And it also makes it so that you have a real 3-game series, right? There's no off days between.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Thank you. I mean, let's play a 3-game series, and you're the 6th seed, so you got to travel to the 3 seed, deal with it, quit your crying, win 2 on the road, and if you can do that, then you deserve to move on.
Yeah.
So I at least like that part of the format.
A little bit of breaking news here, guys.
Oh, we got
Rodolfo Castro, the Pirates, got a 1-game suspension for the cell phone.
Oh.
From the league?
Yeah, he.
You can't have electronic
for
devices
violating Major League Baseball's electronic device policy. So yeah,
one
just
game.
One game for the.
I'm
phone
glad they
slipping out.
acknowledged it. It seemed for a while like baseball is just going to be like, shh, just.
Well, I didn't even think of this.
It was
just act like
innocent.
nothing ever
Competitive
happened.
disadvantage. I just forgot to take his cell phone
I'm
out.
sure it wasn't a competitive. You know what? The Pirates need a competitive advantage after watching them last weekend. I would like all the Pirates to have cell phones in their pockets for the rest of the year. Give them a chance.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Castro is appealing, by the way.
Of course. What's the appeal?
He wasn't using it.
What are you going there?
It was off.
I'm tired of getting pushed
Exactly.
around.
It's an accident, and I wasn't texting pitches.
Too
or
bad.
whatever.
Like the rule. You cannot have
Taking
electronics.
Pictures. There aren't pictures of the catcher setting up on the phone.
Right.
I'm appealing. I would pay money to go to that appeal. I would love to listen to what he's going to try to come up with. What is it going to be? Ringworm? I mean, honestly.
Like Steiny said, my phone was off. What's the big deal? I wasn't using it.
Further breaking
Get
news.
reception down there on the field.
Further breaking news. Zach Wilson's, I mean, aren't they always? The knee surgery has been deemed a success.
Dr. Elatrachi.
Yeah, but there were no surprises from the original diagnosis is the important part here. This from Rich Cimini. So they're not going to put him on the field until he's 100%, but no worse than what they originally thought with Zach Wilson.
Do we know if it was a repair or a removal of the meniscus? It's a critical piece. It's an absolutely critical piece here.
I don't know.
I think it was just the shave down.
Okay.
Was what they were going to do had there not been any surprises.
Because when Dr. Feely joins us tomorrow at 11:30, if it's a repair, it's James Wiseman. You're out 6 months.
Right.
If it's a removal, Dan Dibley, 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, Ian Rapsheet says week 1 is still in play.
Then it was a removal.
Yeah.
No.
It was a debridement, as we say in the medical field.
No Panja?
No, we go Feely. We get some Panja, then we get some Feely.
How does that work?
Yeah.
Dr. Panja is busy, and we go to Brian Feely.
It's a platoon system,
Yeah.
Steiny, okay?
Totally. We go to the lefty.
Feely's
Yeah.
left-handed.
Ponya's terrible
yeah.
against lefties.
Yeah,
Infinite number of
And Feely's
outlets,
family, as you
obviously.
know, he married to Curtis's sister, as we've...
Feely?
Yes, he's
I
married
didn't
to
know that.
Curtis Abby's sister. We've been over this.
Oh, I didn't
Feely,
know that.
the kicker?
No, this is Dr. Feely. He's the one they call Dr. Feely. He's the one that makes you
was
feel all
talking to Jay
right.
Feely?
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll take it.
So what else we got?
I mean, that's it. I think we're going to leave now.
right.
I think we're going to leave.
Sure you guys don't want to stick around?
I mean, you need something? What do you need?
I may need something.
Yeah,
roll up your
who
sleeves.
am I working with?
Roll up your
Today?
sleeves first. Oh, good. 2 days back from an 80-day vacation.
You know,
You're like, who am I working
seriously.
with?
Let me tell you
That's
something.
a pretty...
They shouldn't even allow employees to take vacation because it's too hard to come back.
All right, now I am leaving.
Seriously, Willard, don't go. Willard, no, stay.
Bye-bye. My Dodger hatred ended.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD, what's going on, my man? We're gonna be fine. We're fine.
Of course we're fine.
Hold on, one sec though.
Okay. Just going to hand out the number.
Okay.
888-957-9570.
I don't know what the hell they're going to be answering or what they're going to be talking about. We haven't even talked about it
Giants have action, baby.
You know what? I'll play along with that.
The math works. I'm channeling my goo.
But here's the
math
thing.
works.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. That's fine. I'm with you. They have action. Anybody who said they didn't have action before today, either 3 days ago, a week ago, or 3 weeks ago, they can't. Now they can't be a fan of the Giants anymore. You're done. Like, if you gave up on them, you're done. You just can't do that. Oh, Steiny. I kept thinking about these shows when I was gone, and the Giants were losing, and I'm like, oh, man, Guru, he's got to be pronouncing them dead. They're dead, right?
I think he did.
Of course he did.
I think he actually did even more than I did. I don't think I have. I may have to you, like via text message, like, boy, it's going to be tough.
Right. Okay.
When you pointed out to me and I wasn't paying attention that they actually...
That was an upset, yeah.
There were, yeah. I'm like, well, they're only 5 games out or whatever it was 2 weeks ago. But you're like, oh, well, they got to catch 2 teams. Because I didn't realize that, like, the Brewers and the Padres and the Phillies were all in. Like, I didn't realize the Giants were basically 8th.
Right.
I thought they were 7th, even as bad as they were. But they're actually 8th. And they're still 8th. But they're getting closer. Getting closer to Milwaukee.
They are.
They're getting closer to the Padres. 5.5 back.
They are. And the one thing, JD, that so I keep thinking about what Willard said. Please tell me if you're a Giants fan. You can't be a Giants fan and say, God, I kind of hope we don't make the postseason. Come on.
Well, imagine being a Giants fan that screamed at the top of their lungs for 3 weeks on end that they were not only not going to be good and are done this year, but are good and done for the next 10 years because the Padres got Juan Soto and the Giants didn't get Juan Soto. And that they were completely hopeless because they don't have any superstars.
Right. I mean, but why can't we look at the Giants and just say, well, this is their MO? The Dodgers do it their way. The Padres are trying to do it like the Dodgers. The Giants, they're not a big market team. This is the way they're going to try to do it until they build up their farm. Like, why?
Well, they are a big market team. I mean, the Giants are a big market team.
You think? Well, they don't behave like a big market team. That's all I'm saying.
Not right now, but they are a big market team. Whether they behave like one, I mean, that's a different story.
Simon's the guy who's a fan of nobody shouldn't be telling fans. No, I can. That's why, because I'm a fan of nobody. I can tell fans how to behave. And my feeling is, if you give up on it, you get one give up. If you give up on your team, you're done for the year. That's all. If you get discouraged, JD, and you say, you know what, we can't beat anybody. Now we're 7 back. We're done.
And we're boring. We're boring. We don't have any stars.
Yeah, cut that one up. Cut that one up.
I want stars.
You know, there's something about, and there's something about Giants fans where, and I'm not criticizing the fans. There's something about how the Giants won their titles that, to me, lends itself to this, not uncertainty, but kind of where are they right now? They've been in a position before where this is kind of the way their season's gone, and they've turned it into magic. And so everybody who feels like they're done, I could just say, well, they've been in this spot before. All you got to do is make it into the postseason, JD. Look at what the Braves did last year. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, not every team can be the Dodgers or be the Padres. So the way the Giants are doing it, year one, I get it. It was the pandemic year. Yeah, I almost made the playoffs that year, even though it was goofy with 8 teams. But they're 29-31, and they played good baseball the last 30+ games.
This year could wind up looking a little bit like that year.
Exactly. So in other words, we're almost looking at, they won 107 games last year under Kapler. They're hanging around this year, even though they've been, banged up a little bit. Like, baseball's a long season. I mean, they do have a shot at this.
I'm looking at just for fun. The Giants are 58-57 right now. The Braves last year were 58-56.
Wow.
And then they won to go to 59-56. So they were a game better. The Braves were 1 game better at this same point than the Giants are right now. 1 game better.
So they're
that's pretty incredible.
So it's there for them. Now they're going to have to play better, JD, obviously, but go ahead and give them that stat in their last 10 against lousy teams.
Yeah, the Giants are, and this is a little in the weeds, but you go back to the last weekend of of July, and the Giants took 3 of 4 against the Cubs. They're 9-1 against bad teams in the last 10. So they took 3 or 4 against the Cubs. They took 2 against the A's. They swept the Pirates. And now, hell, they can even actually beat the Diamondbacks, finally.
Exactly.
As we saw them do last night. So you add all that up, they're 9-1. Now, it's kind of an ugly 1-6 against the Dodgers and Padres over that span, which is why they're in the position that they're in. But the one thing that they have been able to do is gather themselves against bad teams and not only win, but become, lately at least, dominant against those teams. So if that's going to continue between now and the end of the year, if they're going to be dominant against bad teams, then they may get themselves back into this race.
Yeah.
More legitimately than they already are.
No, you're right. 5.5 back right now. They're going to have to leapfrog, at this point, the Milwaukee Brewers. Can they do it? Of course they can do it, but I just don't like that the
Padres.
Correct. But the Padres, if the playoffs were to start today, the Padres are in.
The Padres are in. The Brewers and the Giants would both be out.
Exactly.
And the other good part for the Giants, Steiny, is they do have head-to-head games against both. They have a doubleheader in Milwaukee, which is part of the makeup games from the first week of the year that got postponed because of the lockout. So they have a doubleheader in Milwaukee that Thursday in September, the second Thursday in September, the night the NFL season opens. And then they also have a couple of series still to go against the Padres, including one coming up in 2 weeks.
Right.
So they've got the head-to-head opportunities right there in front of them if they can get close enough to make up that ground.
Well, and they can get close enough if leading up to that point, they're taking care of these teams that they should be taking care of, like the Diamondbacks.
And frankly, that's been the one thing that really wrecked their season more than anything, was from about the middle of June on, and really even a little earlier than that, they were not good against bad teams. Like, they just became a team that really couldn't beat. Yeah, they weren't beating the good teams a lot, but they also weren't beating the bad teams, and we were having that debate that always pops up, which is, well, wait a minute, maybe they are closer to being one of the bad teams or the mediocre teams. Like who are they to take any of these games for granted? But when you know it, they finally, over these last couple of weeks, are separating themselves against the true weak links.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you're a Giants fan and you're coming off 107 wins last year, and there were 2 teams, I mean, if you just looked at the numbers from last year, you knew that something had to give, whether it was a record in one-run games or whether it was a record against Colorado and Arizona. They were 32-6 against those teams. They're not going to do that again. You know, they're going to have to give up games somewhere along the line because they didn't lose to those 2 teams, and they came back and won a boatload of games that maybe they shouldn't have won. So, look, they're in it. It's getting to be late August at this point. I just looked at this year coming in after last year, JD, and I think it's going to be a grind, but they just want to just give themselves a chance, and I think that's kind of what they've done. And I don't care how it looks. They're one game over 500 right now. And yet, it hasn't looked good, let's say, the past 6 weeks up to, let's say, the last 10 games. But then again, they did some damage early in the year where they gave themselves some wiggle room. So they got a shot at it.
Well, and the other part, just looking at, and I had forgotten this, but it's actually the final 3 games of the year are down in San Diego. So they have the 3-game series in a couple of weeks in San Francisco, and then they flipped that opening series to make it the last series of the year, and so the Giants are right there in San Diego to close things out October 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So really, at that point, all you got to do is be within 2-3 games.
No doubt.
To have a shot.
No doubt. All right, here's what's going on today. We got a potpourri. Yes, we do. We got Mike Yam, NFL Network. He used to work with the Pac-12 Network. He's going to come on in 5 minutes at 12:30. And there's an interesting question that I got for you, JD, and it basically has to do with Trey Lance. And I want to ask this question also to 49er fans: is like, how good does he have to be? How good does Trey Lance have to be for the 49ers to A, let's say, make the playoffs, B, make a run? And is it within the realm of possibility that Trey Lance can be a good enough quarterback that the 49ers can basically ride him to a Super Bowl? Like, how how good does he have to be? If he's just Jimmy Garoppolo, are they still going to be a factor like they were when Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy? So we got Mike Yam coming up at 12:30. Get back into some Giants at 1:30 with Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, JD. And, looking forward to, there's got a couple other things that are just on my radar. I don't know where we're gonna really go with them, but NBA is not going to play on Election Day. How about that? Now we just need everybody else to follow suit.
Not good for them.
Yeah, exactly. Basically giving the player, what are you laughing at, Evan? Hopefully Odyssey will do the same. Just shut it down on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. Get out there and vote, everybody, for sure. Anyway, and that's something that crossed my mind. And then the other thing, hey, Spadone, let me ask you this real quick. Anybody today talk at all about Skip Bayless talking about LeBron's kid?
Hey, Bronny's made it.
What's he doing?
Bronny's officially made it. Skip Bayless is calling him out.
What's he doing? What is Skip Bayless doing? Can anybody explain that to me? Was it a shot at the kid? Was it a shot at... How did you interpret it?
I'll tell you on the other side, Steiny.
All right. Hey, Bronny, impressive, but your dad would have dunked it left-handed. You got away with it, though. What are we doing here? All right, on the other side, we're going to get into some San Francisco 49ers. Then we'll get into that. Maybe, maybe not. Mike Yam on the other side. It's all sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority, NFL Network anchor, and Sirius XM host Mike Yam coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz with John Dickinson. Daryl the Guru Johnson has the week off. And let's go visit with NFL Network anchor and SiriusXM host Mike Yam. Mike, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining us.
Man, it's so good to hear both your guys' voices. Always appreciate the invite. When I heard it was you guys, I got a little blast from the past. And I know it's been a while since you and I have been in the studio together, but great to be with both of you guys.
Yeah, what do you think? Was that about 8 years ago? You and I had a little brief stint?
You know, I tell you what, the only reason why I know it's a little longer than that is because the Pac-12 just had a 10-year anniversary.
Okay.
So you're right. It's like knocking on the door of like a decade, which is just wild to think about how time has flown by.
Yeah, I'm looking at a story right now, or I should say a headline, Mike, from Ian Rappaport, with Jimmy Garoppolo available from the 49ers. The Jets still don't appear intent on making a move. They've got confidence in Flacco. In the likely scenario, he starts until Zach Wilson's ready. What's going to happen to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised, although maybe shouldn't be all that surprised, but once the reports went down about the surgery for Zach Wilson, I just kind of assumed. I was like, well, damn. I mean, we've been waiting on some of this Jimmy news for a while, and there was a part of me that just felt like, hey, once the preseason continues to roll, we could be looking at a situation where they're just trying to figure out, is there going to be a trade partner just based off of injury? Wilson goes down. I guess that game was Friday against the Eagles, and I thought, oh, maybe there's something here. I just kept hearing a good amount of buzz, though, about Flacco. I did float it on one of our shows on NFL Network, and our guys sort of indicated, like, hey, maybe there is something to it, but I'm not surprised that the Jets squashed that down pretty quick.
So is he going to wind up getting cut, and then it's Seattle, or maybe he's just kind of lurking around for a job at this point?
How weird is that to think about a guy that's had the success that he's had? And I know a lot of this hinges around the health of that shoulder, and is he going to be able to throw effectively? John, I'm with you, man. Like, I actually think there's a world that's becoming increasingly more likely that Jimmy just gets cut and he's going to have his pick. And, the reports about Miami or Seattle where there's some familiarity, obviously, with McDaniel and what he's doing with the Dolphins. That's a crowded quarterback room. I think he's got a real opportunity, though, if it is Seattle, to actually have an opportunity to get on the field and play. Yeah,
Mike Yam joining us. He's an NFL Network anchor, also host of Sirius XM. Let me ask you this. How good does Trey Lance have to be for the Niners? I'm deciding whether to say make the playoffs or make a run. I'm going to say make a run in the postseason. How good does Trey Lance have to be?
I think he needs to be good, not spectacular, for them to make a run. This defense, guys, I had an opportunity to be there in Santa Clara twice over the last couple weeks or so. And look, if I'm being totally honest with you, I think there's been definitely some highs from Trey from at least the two practices that I got to watch him. And I kept hearing about, look, at not exactly the most positive things and sort of like a boom or bust mentality. I think there's a sense of optimism based off of what we saw in the preseason game the other day. But this defense, guys, I think it's got a chance to be absolutely terrific this season. And if that's the case, if they're going to be as good as I think they can be, I think they got an opportunity to make a run, to your point. The weapons are there. I think Kyle is as great of an offensive mind as there is in the sport. I think he's going to put Trey in some really easy situations. I remember when Trey got drafted, John Lynch had said this a few times, and he was spot on. For a young quarterback, Trey was coming into a place that's ready to win right now and not a rebuild. Like, you look at what Trevor Lawrence, for example, has had to deal with, or even Zach Wilson, who we just talked about. Those situations vastly different than what Trey has got at his disposal. An opportunity to watch, learn a little bit last season around Jimmy, which I think was important for him, especially because he's coming out of a college situation, guys, where he wasn't exactly like he had a ton of playing experience. So I think he's going to be good. And to answer your question, Matt, I think he doesn't have to be great. He just needs to be average, above average for them to make a run. Now, I also don't think that that's what the intent is here either, because this is a roster that is ready to compete, is ready to make a run, and a deep run, if not get to a Super Bowl this year.
Well, and how much of it do you think is the 49ers just hanging their hat on the fact that he's going to get better and may get significantly better from week 1 to week 18?
Yeah, I think they're in a lot of ways you have to assume that's going to happen, especially knowing the lack of experience that he has, the reps that he's going to take, and the reps that he's getting in practice. Look, the Niners could have gone into this, and I don't know how much sense it would have made just based off of what we saw with Jimmy and sort of the farewell tour at the end of last season, but they made a concerted effort to say, keys to the car, Trey, they're yours. You're getting the first-team reps. He needs every single one of those first-team reps. The fact that he didn't have Debo from the start, it's great that they got that deal done. But I'm with you. I think there's going to be consistent growth throughout the course of the season and really in the next few seasons. His athletic ability is clearly elevated versus Jimmy. I think we all kind of understand that, the arm strength that's there. You know, guys, one of the throws that I saw him make in one of the practices that I was at was impressive because I was there last year, and the fastball that he's got is really significant. Like, Trey's arm is really spectacular. It's a big reason why the Niners ended up moving up and drafted him. There was an intermediate pass. It was right over the outstretched hands. I forget who the linebacker was, right into Brandon Ayuk. Those little touch passes, to me, I was more impressed by that than any of the fastball stuff. Like, if he continues, like, to me, that was a growth moment that I saw. Look, I'm not there every day, but I saw the throws that he made last year at practice, and then what I saw in that first day this season, I'm like, ooh, I don't know if he would have made that throw a season ago. So to your point, like I think there's more progression and way more upside over the next few weeks of the season, and certainly by the end of the year.
NFL Network anchor and SiriusXM host Mike Yam joining us on 95.7 The Game. The one question I like to ask guess about the 49ers with Trey Lance at quarterback as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo is how much different do you think it's going to look, if at all, between Trey Lance this year and Jimmy Garoppolo the past few years?
You know, we asked a couple different players, and we asked Kyle that question. And what's interesting is hearing the different answers. Kyle was like, no, not all that different. I can't help but think it's got to be different, right? Like, just from a skill set standpoint, his use of his legs and that athletic ability, his mobility alone, I think, changes the complexion of this team. We asked Brandon Ayuk that question. Brandon was like, no, it's different. It's definitely going to be different. And I think, you'll probably see maybe some more explosive plays in this offense, his ability to go downfield a little bit more, a growing chemistry with some of these wide receivers. I think Kyle's probably going to bake in, and I don't know how much different this will be, but I think he'll bake in some easy throws where, depending on the game situation, Kyle, look, it's quick pass to Debo. Go figure it out, right? Like, where it limits some of the reads and the complexity that maybe he just needs a little bit of a mental break throughout the course of the games. And I think a lot of young quarterbacks, offensive coordinators, head coaches, they try to limit some of that stuff for their younger guys just to give them a little bit of a break inside those games. I think you'll see a little bit of that as well in this offense. Jimmy understood it. Jimmy was a master of what was expected of him. So I can't help but think that Kyle's got to think a little bit differently as he's, making those decisions within his play calling.
Mike, as you prepare for the season, I got to ask you, the Niners and the Rams, of course, Green Bay, they still have Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady came back. But as you look at the NFC, I'm not even going to ask you about the AFC because there's probably 12 teams that think they can make the playoffs in the AFC. But in the NFC, who do you see as maybe a surprise team that could be pretty good that nobody's thinking could be good this season?
Ooh, it's a great question. We've gone back and forth on a lot of this stuff. I think to your point, it's put the teams in the hat in the AFC, and you can pluck them out, and you can make a legit argument for a lot of them. I think in the NFC, it's a little bit harder. I think the migration of talent from the NFC to the AFC in this offseason hurts the conference for sure, number one. And number two, I think, the rich are in some ways getting richer by not doing anything. I think the status quo kind of keeps you in a situation, guys, where, you look at some of these teams and you go, oh, okay, like they didn't do much this offseason, but look at how much talent some of the other teams lost. I will say this, one team, just generally speaking, that I think, two teams that I would point to that I think, has a real chance. Like, I don't, on the AFC side, and look, the Saints and Chargers to me would be the two teams heading into the season that I would point to that could make a run. I think the health of Jameis is certainly something to keep an eye out on. And, the fact that they've had some success against the Bucs, like they're not going to shy away. I think Tampa Bay, some of the losses, the Ryan Jensen loss at center for them, I think is going to be magnified in a big way. And then when I look at the AFC, specifically the AFC West, I really like what the Chargers have been able to do this offseason. So for a team that didn't make the playoffs last year, I think they got an opportunity this season.
Great stuff, Mike. Really appreciate it, and enjoy the season, man.
You as well, guys. Always appreciate the invite and stay healthy.
All right. That's Mike Yam, NFL Network anchor. He also is a host on Sirius XM and
good
stuff. The NFL Network. Let me ask you this, JD, and just you're Kyle Shanahan, all right, and you've had a quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, who let's just call him limited. All right,
sure,
fair enough.
That feels a little disrespectful.
Okay,
but that's fair.
Or it's kind of just middle of the road.
Yeah,
a little vanilla.
Yeah.
And now you got Trey Lance, who's got more pizzazz. If you're Kyle Shanahan, do you essentially say, here's the way we're going to start. We're just going to play Trey Lance and put him into our philosophy like he's Jimmy Garoppolo. All right, we're going to try to win like we won with Garoppolo, essentially. But is there... Or do you look at Trey Lance and say, all right, he's got some other things he can do, so we're going to implement those maybe right away, because I think Kyle Shanahan is way more conservative than people think, and I think it's going to look very basic until he gets some kind of confidence in Trey Lance through watching him on game days that he just hasn't been able to get yet because he hasn't seen him play enough.
I think the answer is both, but to your point, I think it's going to look relatively similar, and they are still going to want to run it 30 times and not make mistakes and put the game in the hands of their defense. That being said, though, there are two ways where it is going to be different. It's going to be more deep shots and Trey's ability to run. So I think the foundation, though, of what they want to do is going to be similar in how they operate, but there are two just ways that hit you right in the face that they could be different. And you already saw the deep ball in the preseason game to Gray, and whether it's designed runs or escapability, I mean, those are the two areas. But I do think it will be. I do think it will look mostly the same, though. If that makes sense.
Do too. No, I do too. 888-957-9570 is the number. My question to 49er fans is, how good does Trey Lance have to be for the 49ers to be a playoff team? And I don't think he's got to do anything ultra special for this team to make the playoffs. But then the other question is, what would he have to be, or what would he have to look like for the San Francisco 49ers to be the kind of team they've been to out of the last 3 years, which is an NFC championship team or a Super Bowl team?
What do you think the floor is for this team?
Floor.
That's something I was thinking about.
7-10.
Yeah.
Without injury.
Yeah.
Without injury, 7-10.
Oh, and what do you think the ceiling is for this team?
Now, that's a good question. I mean, that's a really good question. I'd say 12. 12-5.
Yeah.
I think that's 7-10 low end. We can ask that to 49er fans too. Low end, high end. 13-4 is pretty damn good.
I would probably say 13's the high end, because now you can get a fourth loss in there.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So I would say 13's the high end. I would say 7 is probably the low end. Some injuries, some things don't go well. Trey Lance is iffy. So it's a wide range.
Yeah,
I mean, it works with what I think their number is, because I've got them at 10 for this year. Like, I think it's so the low end 7, the high end 13. I think they end up winning 10.
The one thing that I wonder too about Kyle Shanahan is, as he kind of employs Trey Lance, I think there's a chance that the fans will not like. How do I want to put this? I have a feeling that Kyle Shanahan might coach Trey Lance the same kind of way he coached Garoppolo, and that is not give him a whole lot, be conservative, and not quote unquote open it up, if you will. And I think that's going to be the part that Shanahan's going to have difficulty balancing. Is I think the fan base is going to expect this to be a wide open type of offense. I think there's a lot of fans that think Trey Lance can be a dynamic quarterback. And I guess what I'm saying, JD, is I don't think Shanahan wants a dynamic quarterback. He wants a guy who can make some dynamic plays, but that's it.
I would disagree with that.
Really?
I think he does want a dynamic quarterback. I think he's smart enough to understand that he may not have a fully loaded dynamic quarterback this year. Like, I think that's where he understands that there's going to be some growth and development, and don't treat him as if he's 2016 Matt Ryan that can run a little bit at the beginning of this year, especially. So it's, to me, you keep it simple, but you also use Trey Lance's strengths, ability to throw the deep ball, ability to move around, but you keep it simple. I go back to 2019, where the 49ers, I thought, offensively were pretty conservative. Kyle does like to be conservative, but Kyle also isn't afraid in moments where you need to throw it. And in moments where, hey, the game's getting away, it's time to start taking some risks.
Right.
He will do that, and he did let Jimmy Garoppolo do that from time to time in the regular season, and even had some success doing it in the regular season. But the point I'm getting at is the offense wasn't there every week in 2019. There were weeks where it looked clunky, and they were winning games because of their defense, and they were winning games because the offense wasn't screwing it up. Hell, they were winning games when the offense was screwing it up a little bit, but making enough big plays late. Maybe they get a turnover, something would happen, and they just figure out a way to win. Now, I think this team pencils offensively to be more talented in other areas that aren't necessarily the quarterback at the beginning of the year, because that team was a little limited offensively at the beginning of the year. Nobody knew what they had in Debo. Wide receiver 2 was exactly crickets.
Right.
Dante Pettis, whoever. They got Emmanuel Sanders later. So I do think, but by the end of the year, you were pretty confident in the offense and obviously the defense.
Right.
At the beginning of the year, you were questioning the offense and what could it be, and there were weeks where they broke out. There were weeks where they ran it a lot. There were weeks where Garoppolo had to throw 4 touchdown passes, and he did. But by the end of the year, you felt like, okay, this is a much better offense than it was at the beginning of the year. But they didn't open it up, so to speak, until they, 1, got more comfortable, and 2, really felt that they had to.
Right. The 650 JD, Trey only has to be as good as Jimmy was. That bar's not very high. And I guess that's kind of what I'm well, if, like, in a way, if you're Kyle Shanahan and you think that all he's got to do is be as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, well, then
that ain't
give him.
It, though.
I know, but what I'm saying is in that simple type of way. Well, fine, just let Trey Lance quarterback exactly how Garoppolo quarterbacked, and he probably won't be any worse. You know what I'm saying? Or do you instill some, or apply something, or instill a different offense because Trey Lance can do some things better and more different than Garoppolo?
It's not going to be a different offense. There will be added wrinkles for Trey, but it's not going to be a different offense. It will not be. There will be,
so he has to make all the throws that Garoppolo made over the over the last 3 to 5 years.
In a perfect world, yes. But if he shows that he can't make those throws, then those are going to be plays that he calls less frequently. Just as maybe he called some deep balls less frequently for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's going to be the same offense, but the plays that you run, depending upon the success level that you have, you may not call certain plays because they don't fit the skill set, or he doesn't execute them well. Like if there may be a 3rd and 7 play that Kyle Shanahan knew Jimmy Garoppolo, if it was protected, no pressure from the defense, 3rd and 7 play where he knew Garoppolo was gonna 8 out of 10 times he was gonna hit it. He was gonna hit it. Well, that same play, he may not have that same confidence level in Trey Lance to make that same throw, so that he's going to have to come up with a different play.
Right.
that Trey Lance does throw well, that he has confidence in with him. It's that type of nuance that I think we're talking about in the context of the same offense. Like the throw to Danny Gray in the preseason game, like that's not some new play.
Right,
Like
but it's a play that'll be called more.
Yeah, like that's not some new play.
Right.
And now will there be some wrinkles as far as maybe designed runs that they wouldn't have done with Jimmy? Yes, but that's really the only area where I think it's going to be a different or completely new offense.
Yeah. Leroy's in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, man? I hope your ears weren't burning yesterday. After you got off the line, we kind of took some shots at you.
Well, you read my mind, Steiny. Hello, gentlemen. You read my mind, and I was going to rag on you a little bit about that. You know I know that we didn't win every Super Bowl. I want to clear that up real quick. Shanahan.
You said it was a failure. You said Garoppolo was a failure. Go ahead.
Shanahan came here, and we stopped winning Super Bowls. So that's what I meant. Shanahan, we win Super Bowl. But anyway, I want to say this, Steiny. I just think Trey Lance has to not throw as many interceptions as Garoppolo threw. And I think, we'll be okay because, 2019, I think it was, 2020 when Garoppolo had his best years. He was great with the touchdowns. He was great with the yardage thrown. He threw for 3,800 yards one season. And everything was consistent. But what also was consistent was the interceptions. 12 interceptions, 13 interceptions. So I think if Trey could stay, under 9, under 10 interceptions, I think he can, put up those numbers that Garoppolo put up, those 2 great years that Garoppolo had. But for me, it's going to be the interceptions. If he can keep those down, Steiny, I think we can make the playoffs.
Fair enough. That's our guy Leroy.
And 27-13
last year
in 2019. No, last year was 20-12. So fewer touchdown passes and about the same amount of interceptions.
But that's also
but the 2
why
full years it was 13-12 for Garoppolo in terms of picks.
And that's why when I kind of look at where Trey Lance fits in after Garoppolo, I mean, how will what he's asked to do compare with what Kyle was asking Jimmy Garoppolo to do is my question. I got one for you on the other side. By the way, 888-957-9570. I'm going to throw it out to 49er fans too, because I was just thinking about this. Because it was 2 years ago, JD. 2 years ago. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Justin Fields. Okay. Now, it was a year. It was a year ago, year and a half.
Year and a half.
Who are you taking? Which one? You can have any of the 5. Which one are you taking? Which one are you taking? It's not. I don't know. You tell me. Spadone don't answer yet. 888-957-9570.
Derek Carr. I'll answer for Spadone.
You can have any of those
Davis
5.
Mills.
You can have any of those 5. You can redraft right now. Guess what? There might be 5 different guys.
Nick Mullins.
888-957-9570. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible. 888-957-9570. Trevor Lawrence and Trey Lance and Mac Jones over everybody? You tell me. On 95.7 The Game.
The following is a commercial announcement.
live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, along with Matt Steinmetz. Hey, we got the dribs and drabs of the NBA schedule coming out.
You had two more pieces yesterday, last night.
Give it to me, because I don't.
You didn't see it or care.
I mean, I don't. Go ahead.
The Warriors-Celtics matchups.
Oh, okay.
We now know. The first one, December 10th, Saturday, December 10th,
all right,
at Chase Center.
Okay.
Warriors and the Celtics. And then the next matchup of the two is January 19th, Thursday, January 19th. Not MLK Monday.
That's what I was thinking. No.
I wonder if the league, and not to get off on a tangent here, but I wonder if the NBA is going to take a different practice with the MLK Day schedule, because the NFL now is putting a playoff game on MLK Day,
which is a Monday.
That wild card. That's their now wild card Monday.
Oh, but there'll be more than one game on that
there'll
Monday.
be one playoff game.
Oh, okay. The NBA doesn't need to do anything there. If it was all day.
What I'm saying is that was the number 2 day on the calendar next to Christmas.
I never understood that, actually, because a lot of people still don't get that day off.
That used to be.
Yeah.
The two Warrior-Cleveland games are always those 2 days.
No doubt.
Every year.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting, but now the NFL's putting a playoff game there.
Shaka's in Berkeley. What's going on, Shaka? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
Oh yeah, man. I'm all right. How y'all? Hey, man, I was thinking about the 1983 draft with Elway. Was that 83 or 84 with Dan Marino, Todd Blackledge, Ken O'Brien? What year was that? Because these guys had never set themselves apart like they did. Those 5 guys you named.
Yeah, it was 84, right?
Quarterback. Right. These news guys haven't set themselves apart. None of them have they had some success, but none of them has never really rose to the cream of the crop.
Right.
I also want to talk about the game this week. It might be the NFC Championship game. You know, I'm a Viking fan, but also the 49ers look very good. They have a guy number 40, a linebacker. He stayed like 2 years in school, extra years. I guess he's been like a 5th-year senior. They say he's very, very good. I just wanted to say that. I went to saw the Raiders and the Vikings this week, man. Had a ball.
Oh, nice,
back, man.
Nice. I saw them tailgating outside Allegiant Stadium. Look at Spadone. Oh, excited. Who are you taking, Spadone, of those 5 quarterbacks?
Trevor Lawrence, still. I think he's the highest upside. I think if you put Trevor Lawrence on this 49ers team this year, I think the expectations would be higher.
Than they are with Trey Lance?
Yes.
That's a fair point.
JD?
That's a fair point. I think I would go Trey, but it was close between Trey and Trevor Lawrence. And I think a lot of why I would pick Trey is because of the situation that Lawrence is in. It's exactly what Spadone's getting at. Like I would, and yeah, if Trevor Lawrence was a 49ers quarterback, I mean, I think it would be off the charts in terms of what the potential upside could be. The 83 draft, by the way, to answer the question, right. I always get that confused because didn't Marino go to the Super Bowl his rookie year, but did he not play in 83 then? He got drafted in 83, but he didn't play in 83. This is where I was a baby at this point, but we don't have to get lost in that right now. But I always thought, because they played the Niners, like I thought he went to the Super Bowl as a rookie. That was the 84 season.
That was, right. 80. That was the 38-16 game, right?
He got drafted in 83, though.
Spadone?
83.
Oh, you're not even looking.
Do we have the answer on that?
He did start 9 games in 83 for the Miami Dolphins. I also know he was drafted pretty high in the USFL at the time. Him, Jim Kelly were at the top of that draft class, so there was some minor confusion.
He won the MVP in 84.
Dan Marino.
Yeah, I didn't.
Is that when he had 48 touchdown passes?
Correct.
Okay.
17.
Yeah, his rookie year, JD, he was the backup to David Woodley.
That's right.
Okay.
David Woodley.
Not for the whole year, though, right? Because he ended up starting 9 games.
David Woodley didn't... where does Don Strock fit in? Remember we were talking about Don Strock last year?
Who's
because
Don Strock? I've never heard of Don Strock.
Don Strock was a guy who platooned with Bob Greasy, I believe, or some. And we talked to him because...
Like in 72? Or
something like that.
No.
Yeah, I'd have to... but Remember, we talked to him because, first of all, he was a Pennsylvania guy, but remember when they were talking about putting packages in for Trey Lance last year, and
we were legitimately talking about a 2-quarterback system for the 49ers.
That's right.
Which seems ridiculous at this point, but it was David Woodley and Don Strock.
Okay.
And Nahegan was like, "You want me to get Don Strock? I'll get him." And we were like, "Yeah, whatever." Okay. And then he got on our
But he was great.
He was.
Yeah, he was
That's
great.
awesome.
Yeah, Don Strock.
He's got to be, what, in his 70s, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. About right.
All right. Well, and remember why we were talking about the 2-quarterback system.
Yeah, because
Kyle Shanahan did it in a freaking preseason game.
Right. Exactly.
And
he did it in the first game of the year.
Kind of made everybody think that's what it was going to be.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that's the way at the time he thought it was going to be, and it just...
I think he was playing around with it to see if he could actually do it or he liked it, and I think he didn't like it. I think it was a true, I'm just going to see how this works.
Right.
And then he did, to your point, he did, I think, initially have the Trey Lance package.
Right.
And I think, remember, he said he hated it. And I think Jimmy also hated it. Remember Trey Lance didn't Trey Lance have the first touchdown of the year?
He sure did. He sure did.
And Garoppolo, after that game,
said it was weird.
He didn't like it. And Shanahan, I think, took the hit on it, and he said, you know what, I don't like calling plays this way.
Right. That's right. That's what he said.
So just basically said, I'm not doing this anymore, and he didn't. And then every time the Niners struggled, we're like, why the hell is he not doing it?
He said it messed up with his rhythm.
He just didn't like it. He didn't feel comfortable doing it. Well,
and maybe he shouldn't have said that they were thinking about doing it before he knew if they were going to like it or not.
I think he practiced it and didn't. It's one of those things.
Right.
You know what? I think we can do this, and then you actually do it, and you're like, this kind of sucks. I don't like it.
Right.
Well, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you can call it off.
Right.
Pays to be the head coach.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 888-957-9570 is the number. JD, I want you to set up this NFL Network, Chris Canty and Bill Barnwell dialogue.
It was from Get Up, and Bill Barnwell had wrote he wrote about some breakout candidates for 2022. And so they were reacting on Get Up this morning to what Barnwell wrote, which was, and I'll read the quote from Barnwell's piece. One player who barely played last season might be an MVP candidate in 2022, belongs in a class of his own. So he's got his own category for this player. It's Trey Lance. As was the case with Mahomes, projecting Lance to be a superstar in year 2 is about both the player and what's around him. So some high praise from Barnwell, a guy that could be really good this year. And then Chris Canty on Get Up was asked if that was an overreaction or over the top.
And even
MVP caliber season.
Yeah, I think that's what we can expect from Trey Lance. And I know you guys left me out of the bold prediction, but my bold prediction for this season is that the 49ers will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. That's how confident I am in this 49ers team and the development of Trey Lance because of who's doing it, Kyle Shanahan, and what's around him, the supporting cast. You're talking about a top 5 run game, a top 5 skill position core, and a top 5 defense. All the elements are there for Trey Lance to be successful, and the thing that Trey Lance brings is a couple of new dimensions to the offense. The vertical passing game, we saw that in the preseason game with the bomb he threw to Danny Gray, and then the quarterback as a focal point of the running game. Kyle Shanahan hasn't had either one of those things since he got to San Francisco. So now you're talking about giving one of the best play callers, one of the most creative play designers, a weapon like this under center to go along with all the other weapons he has. Look out for the rest of the NFL. The 49ers are about to show up in a big way.
And here's a problem I have with that.
Sounds like one of our shows.
The problem I have with that, JD, is you're referencing the 2019 year.
Sure.
49ers were 11-2 at one point that year. Nobody was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo as the MVP. In fact, I remember saying to Guru at the time, Jimmy Garoppolo's got to be a top 3 MVP candidate. He kind of laughed. I'm like, dude, they're 11-2, and he's the starting quarterback on
Sure.
So my point is,
they were the best. They were the best team for a good chunk of that year.
So my point is, well, wait a minute. If the 49ers win games because their defense is so good, and the 49ers win games because their running attack is relentless, he's not going to be the MVP because they're going to be winning games 21-14. Like, that's the way they're going to want to win games, right?
Well, if he's putting up 20 touchdowns and, let's say, 12 interceptions, no, he won't be.
But
now, if
that's what he's going to be doing, right?
Most
or even
likely.
if it's 24-9, that's fine.
But if he's putting up 30 or 35 touchdowns and like 8 interceptions, then we're having a different conversation.
But why? Like, let me ask you why would
among the best teams?
Why would those be the numbers for Trey Lance when we know that's not how Kyle Shanahan will go about trying to win? If he,
well, it could reach a point where he's just so good at doing the basic stuff that they give him more. It would almost have to be a perfect storm. I don't think that's the plan going in, but it could be a perfect storm of, hey, Trey Lance executes the basics better than expected. He hits some home run balls. The team's really good. All of a sudden, Kyle Shanahan has this epiphany, like, things are going well. I'm going to give him a little more. And he handles that well. And then they do turn into an explosive and efficient offense, right? Like, we talk about this all the time. Are they going to be explosive at the hands of maybe not being as efficient?
Right.
In making the switch from Garoppolo to Lance? Well, what if it winds up by the middle of the year, let's say, being both? Like, what if Trey Lance gets better at some of the short stuff? He isn't very good at it early, but he gets better. I guess what I'm getting at is we've talked about the floor and what it can be. I think most people think the Niners can be pretty good, even if Trey Lance is trying to figure it out. I think what Barnwell wrote about and what the guys on ESPN were reacting to, including Chris Canty, the cut we played, is, well, what if the high side hits? What if the high side hits? Like, what if he does click in game and it gets better? And it's like, wow, this kid's awesome. Like, then what? Well, then we're talking about maybe a Super Bowl.
Well, I'm wondering, how did Patrick Mahomes look when he was exactly at this stage of Trey Lance's career? In other words, he hadn't played because he sat his first year behind Alex Smith, but here he comes the next training camp, no Alex Smith. Did we see Mahomes' greatness at this point? I mean, I can't remember, but I'd be surprised, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, I do remember. I mean, he ended up winning the MVP.
Right. But I'm talking about at this point, when he had 1 or 2 preseason games under his belt, Patrick Mahomes, and the Chiefs were going into that season. What were we saying? Mahomes, like, we didn't, like, there was no Mahomes example at that point.
Right.
Mahomes became the example.
But I think the thought was, Andy Reid knows what he's doing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's similar.
There you go.
Right? That rings. Andy Reid knows what he's doing. They got a lot of really talented pieces around him. Tyreek Hill and Kelsey and a lot of really talented players. And so he could break out. By the way, he had 50 touchdown passes that year.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
50 touchdowns. And we're talking about Jimmy with the 27 and 13 and then the 20 and 12. Mahomes had 50 and 12.
Right. And my contention is that Kyle Shanahan will never have a quarterback that has 50 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think he's...
How many did Matt Ryan have in 2016?
How many?
I don't know. I
mean, 50s.
We'll find out.
50's a lot. Let's go to Tom. Tom's in San Jose. Wants to talk 49ers. Hey, Tom. How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show as always. Listen every day.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take this as the presumption of a gambler.
All right.
And I'm going to say I'm making the largest wager I've ever made at under 10 wins.
All right.
And that's because I think it is so much hyperbole to expect Trey Lance to be good. This isn't a reflection of Trey Lance, by the way. With basically playing no college in 1 year, I find it impossible to think that he will be able to read defenses, Garoppolo was a master at that 12-yard pass that Kyle demands. I must have watched a different game the other night. I didn't think he looked that good until the long pass. I thought he was late on the out routes. I thought he threw the ball out of bounds. I think the offensive line is a massive question mark. And I think everybody's just giving him way too much credit. I think he'll be a really good quarterback in the next 2 years. I don't think so this year. I think defensive coordinators are pretty tough on young guys. And he didn't play. He played the least snaps of any quarterback in the first round in 40 years. I just don't see possible winning 10 games. I see them at 8-9 as the best, 7-10 the most likely. Take your comments off the air and always listen. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
It's reasonable.
I agree. That's not
a crazy
hating.
take.
No, it's not. And that's kind of where I'm coming from too. Is like I give Trey Lance a little more opportunity to be better than that. Like I'm willing to go and say, you know what, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo was Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think Trey Lance is going to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo down the line. How fast? I don't know. Maybe halfway through this season, maybe in a couple years. I'm not sure. But I do give Shanahan he might be able to get 9 or 10 wins out of Trey Lance as a first year full-time starting quarterback for the first time. I think that's very possible. But I agree, even though the NFC is not that great, to think that from where Trey Lance has been to where he is now, that he's going to be the quarterback of a team in the NFC Championship game, that seems to me like a lot, like asking a lot from this particular quarterback. It's not Trevor Lawrence. It's not a guy who had all kinds of success in college. Where do you put the fact that he didn't play much last year? He didn't play the year before that in college. I mean, to me, that matters.
Well, it's beyond appropriate to think that could lead to him struggling some.
Right.
I mean, it could, but I also think there's a lot of this Barnwell piece, by the way, I'm reading through some of the keys to it here, and I just want to read one little paragraph quickly. Bill Barnwell of ESPN. On the personnel side, Lance is the most extreme example of the versatility and plausible deniability Coach Kyle Shanahan attempts to get on the field with his ball carriers. When everyone is healthy, Shanahan's 49ers have 5 eligible players who can either catch a pass, block, or carry the football as a running back. Everyone needs to be able to make plays with the ball in their hands. Like, it's just, he's got...
Who are the 5? Lance,
it's Lance, Kittle,
Ayuk.
Yep.
Lance, Kittle, Ayuk. Debo, and
whoever
Elijah Mitchell
is, or Juszczyk.
No, you got to be able to make plays with the ball in your hands. So Juszczyk would
be the running back,
right?
But he goes on. Having a mobile quarterback is the ultimate weapon against the defense in terms of, and he breaks down the differences between him and Garoppolo. I mean, it's interesting. It's a case to be made for the high end. We've talked about the mid range and what is.
Sure.
We should try to get Barnwell on. That'd be tremendous.
Well, and the question that you're asking, I think, is the right one. Is can Trey Lance's, if he's not as, I don't even want to say consistent, but if he doesn't do the basics as well as Jimmy Garoppolo, can he make the big plays enough to offset the fact that maybe down, every down he's not quite Jimmy Garoppolo? You know what I mean? How many big plays can he make? It's almost like, you're a volume shooter, but at the end of the game, can you make a few threes to win the ball game? Like, can he be that kind of player where you look at his numbers after the game, or you look at his performance, you're like, man, he didn't really do. But there were 2 big plays he made that changed the game. Because sometimes it's only a couple plays here and there,
no doubt,
that can save you from a bad performance.
Well, especially if you have a great defense.
Right.
And because you figure that the defense is going to keep the 49ers in the game on those days where the offense struggles some.
Right.
So you're going to have more opportunities. And we did see this with the 49ers a lot with Garoppolo at quarterback. They get an extra shot when maybe they hadn't played well. I mean, just collectively as a team. I'm not putting that on Garoppolo, but you'd get, they're hanging around. Like, how many times do the Niners kind of hang around in a game? It's like, boy, they should be down more. Well, a lot of times if you have great defense, you're not down more. And that gives the big play ability, it makes it have more of an impact to where you can escape on days where things aren't working.
Yeah. What's going to happen if Mac Jones has a better season? This is from the 707, JD. What happens if Mac Jones has a better season than Trey Lance? That's where Shanahan might start feeling the heat.
But it depends on the kind of year that the 49ers have overall.
No doubt. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
It's not even like Mac Jones might have a better year than Trey Lance. He played all last year. He played a lot more in college. So that's not crazy to think that Mac Jones would have a better year than Trey Lance this year statistically. But if they both win 10 games,
well, that's what
who cares?
Yeah. Right.
Like, they may need him to have a better, like the Patriots may need Mac Jones to have a better year than Trey Lance.
I would think they would.
To win the same amount of games.
Exactly.
Like, who cares? Like, to me, like, this isn't about, like, the Trey Lance thing isn't, the comp to Mac Jones isn't about now.
No.
The comp is, hey, Mac Jones is good. He's going to be steady for a decade. But at some point, Trey Lance may not be quite as good right now, may not be quite as good this year, but at some point, he's going to go by him, right? And he's going to rock, and he's going to be way better for years.
Right.
And that won't mean that Mac Jones stinks necessarily, but it's just Trey Lance is going to be better.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, Mac Jones is better right now.
If you're looking at him on a chart, at some point they're going to cross, and Mac Jones is going to stay level, and Trey Lance, you're hoping, shoots up.
Absolutely.
And stays up.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like the difference between having a Pat Mahomes and an Alex Smith, right? Like maybe Mac Jones is what Alex Smith became.
Maybe, or maybe he's better.
You're hoping you got the Mahomes model, though.
Right.
If
no
you're the
doubt.
Niners, you're hoping you got the Josh Allen model.
Those are big boy names, though, JD.
But that's why you take a quarterback 3.
You're
and again,
right.
I know we come back to this every day. That doesn't mean he's got to play like the 3rd pick in the draft this year. But how Trey Lance's career is ultimately judged is going to be based on the fact that he was the 3rd pick.
No doubt. Absolutely.
Not based on the fact that he's a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo this year or not.
Exactly. Bob's in San Francisco. Let's talk Niners. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I love the show, guys. I love it. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I kind of agree with that other caller. It's great to enjoy the season, but don't get your hopes up. Don't start putting money on it. He's essentially a rookie quarterback, so hopefully he can just make the passes, do what we can do, maybe get into the playoffs. But it's wait till next year, basically. Because then he should really be improved. That's how I see it.
Appreciate the call. Well, and that's why I'll tell you what I'm going to do. And I'm on record here, Spadone and JD. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something that a lot of 49er fans didn't afford Jimmy Garoppolo. But I'm going to do it for Trey Lance because that's the kind of guy I am. I'm not going to rip Trey Lance because of how it looks, like people used to rip Jimmy Garoppolo for how it looks. I'm going to just go by the record. And even if Trey Lance looks like Tim Tebow, if this team goes to the playoffs, hey, then it's a success. It's not about the numbers, right? It's about the wins and losses.
Real quick.
Yeah.
50 touchdowns for Mahomes, 12 picks. Then he goes 26-5, 38-6, and last year 37-13. A little bit of a down year, only 37 touchdown passes.
13.
37 picks. It's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Nice little quarterback. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to get into some, by the way, the 49ers have released defensive lineman Robert Nkemdiche. Anything?
Nkemdiche.
What did I say?
I don't know what you said, but it's, yeah.
Oh, the N is not silent. Uh-oh.
Yep.
We were told by multiple sources that it is, so we got to get our facts straight and get back to you.
And I'm going to go with
John
JD.
Lynch. Go to John Lynch, because John Lynch on the very first press conference said we just signed Robert Nkemdiche.
Okay. Now, let me just say this, though. Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, the fact is there is some unknown about this name. So,
true.
Yeah, it's not like I said Smythe, but it was Smith. You know what I'm saying? All right, Alex Pavlovich. I know how to say that name. NBC Sports Bay Area coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King spent the weekend with the Niners. What were his...
In the 2016 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Robert Kimdichie, defensive tackle, Ole Miss.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Goodell. Tell you what, he doesn't get names wrong.
You had a part right, though, right?
I guess the end is silent.
Right. It's Kimdichie.
Kimdichie, yeah.
Kimdichie.
And I gotta give Spadoni credit. Here's how it's spelled phonetically: KEM-DICHEE. Kimdichie. All right. Well, anyway, he's gone, so we don't have to worry about it.
So John Lynch got it wrong.
Yeah, he did.
I should have
not the pick.
And I should have looked at the phonetics.
All right. Let's jump out and talk a little baseball with Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants have won 4 in a row, first time in several months. And I'll just ask you this, Alex. It's kind of how John Dickinson started the show. The Giants have action?
Yeah, by way of the schedule, I think, they do have some action here. I mean, this was always going to be, and it was funny, we talked to Evan Longoria about this last Monday when he got activated in San Diego, and I asked him, I was like, look, you guys are fully healthy now. It's pretty rare in August, and you look around the league, for them to be basically all the way there from a health perspective in terms of at least position players. And the schedule, aside from that San Diego series, really opens up here in August. We saw Oakland, Pittsburgh, Arizona. They go to Denver this weekend, and then Detroit. So this was an opportunity, and he's been around a long time, and he was like, yeah, it's kind of now or never for us. And obviously San Diego is disappointing, but these are bad teams they're playing, and they're healthy, and they should beat them. And to their credit, they have done that over the last week and a half.
Yeah, and I've even got them 9-1 going all the way back to the beginning of that Cubs series at the end of July. I know they got wrecked by the Dodgers before they played the A's, but 9-1 essentially against bad teams, which is something they hadn't been doing. I mean, couldn't you make the case that their year got derailed in part because they quit beating bad teams at a really high level?
Yeah, I think, the difference between this year and last year they just kind of beat up on everybody. And even you look at that Pirates series, I mean, that was a nail-biter, but ultimately they came away with the 3 wins. And they're not significantly better than these teams, but they are better than them. And so when they're not playing well and when they are not at full strength, which we saw at times in June and July, especially when they went to Arizona, they can get handled by these teams, and they look like one of them. But they still, when they're healthy, they should be better than them, and they're veterans, and they've been there. And, I think we saw that on Sunday. There's no panic there in the late innings. So they should be able to beat up on teams like this. And, again, you look ahead, Colorado and Detroit, like, this is a stretch where if they're going to get back within 2 or 3 games of the Padres, this is it.
Let me give you a hypothetical here, Alex. Let's say the Giants keep playing well. They make their run. They win 85 games. Let's say they end up 85-77, but they miss. They still wind up being one of the teams on the outside looking in. How do you think this season would be viewed at that point if that's the end result?
It would be a disappointment. I mean, not making the playoffs with an expanded field, for me, I think at any time, not just this year, but any years to come, like they've talked about that. They're like, look, you should be one of the top 6 teams in the National League, and especially coming off last year. Yeah, last year was a wild circumstance. Like, that's never going to happen again. But there was momentum last year, so I think that's a lot of where the disappointment has been this year, that they are a 500 team coming off of that. So I think if they miss that playoff spot, it's disappointing, and a lot of people are going to look in the mirror. I think a lot of people are going to be a little bit worried after that, and there's probably going to be a lot of roster shuffling because, it is, it's a 4-game winning streak right now. They're still pretty far back in the playoff race, and they're chasing the Padres team that always has second half issues. But you kind of look at, I always kind of look at this division. It's the Dodgers division right now, and you look at what the Dodgers have done to them and how far ahead they are talent-wise, and what they've been able to do to the Giants without Buehler, without some of their other guys at times. They've had more injury issues than the Giants have, I think, when you look at like their top guys. So for me, that would be where you go in the offseason. Like if you miss the playoffs and you finish 20, 25, 30 games back of that Dodgers team, you have to sit down and figure things out.
Alex Pavlovich joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. Is there any way you can kind of look back at where this team was at the beginning of the year? So last year they went 107 games, and if you're Farhan Zaidi or you're Gabe Kapler, look, you got some things went your way last year. Do you think to a man, to each of those guys, they look at this team right now and where they are, do you think they expected anything drastically different than where they're at now? Or do you think after kind of taking in the big picture of last year's 107 wins, they kind of maybe saw something like this coming?
I mean, they certainly saw regression coming, and they were open about it last year. Like, that was just, it really was a once in a 100 years thing for this group. I mean, even the championship teams were never that good in the regular season. The 2016 team was not that good. So it was extremely rare, and I think they all understood that and that there was going to be regression. But I do think they would tell you that this has been disappointing just because, more than anything, the defense, like, they built around a strong starting staff, and it has been a good starting staff. You kind of look at expected numbers and deeper numbers, and some of the things that strip the defense away from it's you could say it's been one of the top 2 or 3 rotations in baseball. And it certainly has 2 guys at the top who are as good as anybody. So the fact that they're sitting here, I think, there would be a lot of disappointment about the way it's gone defensively, and I think a lot of surprise. I mean, they certainly didn't see this coming. It was a pretty similar plan last year to play a lot of guys who are out of position and, make sure you have the bats out there and try to hit home runs. And this year it just went completely the other way. And the fact that they're, a bottom 2 defense in all of baseball, I think, is probably would have shocked them if you told them that in March or April.
Alex, when you look at the minor league system, and it's been improved, but can you make a case that the fact that Joey Bart until recently hasn't been maybe as productive as they would have hoped, that Ramos isn't up and able to really contribute? Like, where I guess what I'm asking is, there are a lot of really young guys in the low levels, but are there some guys that maybe should be farther along at this point that they are now concerned about, whether it's guys that should be closer to the majors than they are, or guys that should be maybe in the majors and contributing at a higher level?
Yeah, I think that's 100% fair. I mean, to me, obviously what's happened at the big league level has been a disappointment, but of equal importance for me is what's happened at the minor league level, and it was really a fast-rising farm system. And I throw Joey out. I mean, he had to replace Buster Posey. They threw a lot at him the first couple months, and it's just a huge adjustment for a young catcher. There's a reason you don't see what Buster did very often. Like, it's really, really hard, and I think he has proven over the last month that he's going to be a good player. So I throw him out of that equation. But, they were hoping Ramos would be pushing down the door at this point. I think they were hoping that Luciano would be in Double-A at this point. Obviously, it's been an injury for him, but you never want to see your top prospect miss, over 2 months now with a back injury. And then there are guys there in A-ball who have taken a step back. And I wrote this a couple weeks ago. I mean, that's why Juan Soto, it's part of the reason why Juan Soto's not here. They just didn't have the pieces to go get him, and they just didn't have those guys who are blue-chip prospects. And they hope they would have that at this point. So that, to me, is going to be a huge part of this offseason, and I think there's going to be a lot of internal discussion and a lot of evaluation on, how they're developing these guys, because it's great if you can bring in a Wade Jr. and a Gonzalez and all that, but you need those guys to be coming from your farm system for this to be sustainable and for you to have any hope of, kind of doing what the Dodgers have now done, where it's year after year and they just keep adding guys. So, yeah, it's a problem, and I think it's one they're going to, take a long look at in the offseason.
Alex, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, take it easy.
All right, that's Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the San Francisco Giants. He said they're going to take a look at what's going. But I mean, that's what I mean. We're talking about the farm system, and has there been some disappointments, and should guys be further along? Yeah, but will it be a conversation if the Giants make the postseason? Like that. Like, this is what when I was thinking about the Giants, JD. I'm thinking of the Giants and the Warriors and the San Francisco 49ers. Sure. It's like I get it that last year the Giants won 107, but if you're honest with yourself, don't you? Every single year, if you're the Giants, we're playing for third. We're playing. Why do you say no?
To me, there are too many other examples across baseball where there have been some teams, and I know Giants fans are going to hate this, but I'm going to go to like the Rays win the division over the Yankees and the Red Sox, or the A's win a division over whoever's spending money in the American League West throughout the years. So and there were a lot of teams that were spending a lot more than certainly they were. And I get it. The Giants don't want to. You don't want them to be the Rays or the A's in terms of how they operate, but they kind of are right now, and that's just reality. I think they will spend as time goes on, but there are plenty of years where outlier teams in baseball make a run or win a division or put a really good team together and put some pressure on to where if another team isn't having a great year, you can beat it. I mean, I just don't think it's that crazy to think you're not playing for third every year. Like that's like I just don't see it that way. I just don't. It
took them 107 wins to win the division last year.
Yeah. And it might take that many this year if they were and they're obviously not in that position, but I mean the Dodgers they just won their 80th.
Right. I don't know.
40 something left, so
I mean, I look at this team and I look at the division they're in, and I look at the Dodgers, how much talent. Like
you just can't look. To me, you just can't look at it that way.
And, right? Yeah, but they're not as good as they're not as good as those teams.
But here's the other thing: who the bleep are the Padres? Like, who are they really? Like, I get it. It's like I get it. Every Giants fan would it's their dream to operate like the Padres, right? Bunch of sweet dudes that they spent tons of money on, and talent and swag and all. Like it's, I get it. The eye candy is there for the Padres, and I get where if you're the Giants, you're thinking that should be us, and that's how we want to pop our collar and act. I understand that, but who's to say the Giants can't be a better team than the Padres next year? Of course they could. Like it's, I mean,
you think if the Padres are healthy, I mean, all things being equal, do you really think the Giants can compete with the Padres?
I mean, I think this year's team wouldn't have at that level, but that doesn't mean next year's team can't. Like, that's... I don't know. I mean, I almost feel like you could make a case the Padres should be better than they are.
They should be,
in a weird way.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is I don't think that's injury as much as there is still a little... There's a hint of underachievement with them.
Oh, the Padres?
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
And I think that's even with Melvin and even with Tatis not being there.
And I guess what I'm saying is...
But my point is...
they're still 5.5 up on the Giants.
Right. But my point is, if the Giants were the team that they thought they were going to be or the team that they want to be, then they would be right there. I would bet in a quiet moment, Farhan sits back and he goes, man, the Padres are... Like, we could be second in the division. Like...
Yeah, I mean,
because their record, the Padres' record, I mean, no disrespect, is kind of, I mean, it's pedestrian.
12
good team.
above, something like that.
Like they're probably 87, 88 win pace, 88, 89 win pace.
Right.
Okay, that's nice, but you can put together a freaking team that win, and it doesn't. And I know people are saying, well, they don't have Tatis, they don't have Tatis. Well, yeah, is Tatis going to come back and are going to win 100 games because they got Tatis? Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. But I mean... I
don't know. There's something off about...
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, and I'm with you. So, but this is all I'm saying. They are the Rays.
Okay.
They're the Rays. Like, what? Like, that's... And that part, I do think, if you're a fan, is kind of a bummer. Hey, San Francisco, you're the San Francisco Giants, but guess what? You ain't the Dodgers. And you ain't the Padres year after year. Like, you're not going to be those teams. They go about it one way, you go about it another. But the fans of your team don't like the way you're going about it.
But right now, you're going about it in a way. You're going to go about it more like the Dodgers over time. Is what I'm. It's not like you don't want to be the Rays forever. But right now, it's smart to try to be the Rays.
That I understand that.
Like, that's where it's like, have some patience.
I understand that, but even the Giants, let's say at their best, they're still not going to utilize the same philosophy as the Padres and the Dodgers. In other words, even if they
the
have it
Padres
nailed
I agree
down.
with. The Padres I agree with.
Okay, even if they had it kind of nailed down, the Giants, their payroll wouldn't be as high as the Dodgers right now.
No.
I just don't think that's their MO.
But it would be a lot higher than it is, and I think they wouldn't think that it would have to be as high as the Dodgers to be competitive with the Dodgers.
And I'm not saying they can't be competitive, but it's like
the Dodgers aren't going to win 105 games every year for the next decade.
No, but they're going to win over 95, probably.
Okay. And I think you can build a good team. I think the Giants are confident that they can build teams that can win between 90 and 95 with some regularity. They're not there yet, but I think, and I think they could almost make the case that and we'll see how this year turns out. Although I'm with Alex, and I've said it. I mean, this year's a big time disappointment to date, and will be a big time disappointment if they don't get in. And they probably won't get in. But the other part of this is, if you can build a good, you could make the case that they are cobbled together.
Yes.
And if they end up winning 85 or 86 games, hey, they won 85, 86 games. Nothing really went well. We were cobbled together. That almost in a way makes you more optimistic that when your foundation is more solid, you're gonna go up from that. If you can win 86 games in a crap year where you were pretty bad for a good chunk of the year and you don't really have any bona fide keepers, well, what happens?
You make the playoffs? Are you a playoff team at 86 and 76?
I mean, you might. Probably not. Because I think the Padres are going to end up in the 89 range.
Okay. Because that's the other thing that I think Farhan has proven. Or just look at the last 3 years on Kaplan. They knocked on the door that Friday. I get it. It was a pandemic year.
Yeah, I'd throw that one out.
Okay, throw it out. They won 107, and this year they're 500.
That team was going to be bad. The 20 team would have been bad over 162.
Okay, we can just kind of leave that out. But how about this? Farhan has kind of proven, I can field a competitive team under any parameters and under any constraints.
Well, I think that's why he got the job.
Right.
Because he didn't get the job to tear it down to the studs and lose 100 games for 4 years in a row and then start winning World Series. Contrary to what some in the fan base may think. He got the job because of exactly, in my mind, what you said. He can do it a bunch of different ways, and right now, the best way to try to cobble a team together is exactly how they've done it.
Exactly. Until they feel like maybe some of their personnel in the minor leagues is ready. No, I agree. I agree
and
with
if those
that.
guys are misses in the minor leagues, then he's going to be in trouble.
Right.
Unless they're making the playoffs every year.
Well, they're going to be knocking on the door with an extra wild card team year in and year out.
Right. But I think now it is more, because of the extra wild card team, you are able to be a little bit more clear cut on playoffs or not. Playoffs are success, non-playoffs are not. I think it's easier to be more cut and dry with your definition
well, that's actually,
now.
Well, you know what? And
whereas you could be a good team and not make, you could be an 88 win team and not make it. Does that mean you had a bad year? I'm talking about in years past. Does that mean you had a bad year? No.
Well, it's funny you said that, and I'll pick up on that because I feel that way. I do feel that way about the Giants and about the Niners. The way and the number of playoff teams in each conference, in baseball, in each league, I do think it's as simple as that. Make the playoffs, good year. You don't make the playoffs, it's a bad year.
No, I agree with you.
Half the teams in football, 7 teams in each conference. All right, that's 7 out of 16. That's almost 50% of the teams are making the playoffs. So it's yes, there are enough teams that make the playoffs. If you don't make the playoffs, it's a bad year.
Yeah, you could be 9-8 probably and get in.
Yeah, but if that's the case, you 9-8 and you get in. Good, okay. Now make some noise.
Well, and I think in baseball even more so.
No doubt.
Because the bar trickles down a little bit. I think we're gonna start seeing 83, 84 when teams get in. Maybe even less than that in some years.
Listen, if you can do both, Like, all the Giants have to do is make the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
That's all they have to do.
I don't think they're going to.
I don't either, but we're going to be able to talk about it for a while.
But if they don't make it,
right,
you can call this season a failure for sure. You can call this season a disappointment, a failure, whatever you want. If they don't make it, like, I've never said that. In fact, I've said the opposite. If they don't make it, and you want to, like, if you're going on the report card of, I've done this a few times with Guru. I don't know that we've done this, but I've gone through, 19, I kind of don't count because it was the transitional year. I don't count 20 because it was 20. It was 60 games. Who cares?
What happened in 19?
19 was Bochy's.
Bochy's last year. They kept Bumgarner, right.
It's the first year. Like, the first year you kind of throw out.
Okay.
It's just because they were...
Well, they didn't make a move, and they got caught in between.
But they were also in such a transition that, like, the first year is kind of the deconstruction or the 0 year. So I throw that one out.
Gotcha.
And then 20, I throw out because it was 60 games. Okay, to me, you don't get anything from that. And then you could almost make the case, well, 21 was a rousing success.
Yep.
And let's see what this year turns out to be. So, and I guess what I'm saying is on the scorecard, if you're going, wins, losses, or, incomplete or ties or don't matters, they're 1-0-2 right now. Like 1-0-2.
Gotcha. I hear you.
And if you want to say 19 was a failure, okay, fine. Then you've had one good and one bad to this point. And if so it's like they did win 107 games last year.
I know
so
they did.
They did. Like, the most recent thing for them, we'll see how this year turns out, but the most recent thing for them is success. But yet, the way they're talked about is like everything's a miserable failure, and they've got no direction, and they're going to be terrible for the next decade, and it's kind of crazy.
That's why, if you're one of those...
should be on the hot seat.
That's why, if... I asked this question. You should... If you've given up on the Giants, and you were one of those fans, JD, we need a star, we're going nowhere, let's face it, guess what? You're done. You can't come back and root for them now. I think that's fair. You can't be a fan of a team if you give up on them and then they come back in. Like, let's say you're a fan of the Sacramento Kings. All right, you know what? You start out 10-25, like they will.
They do what the Giants are doing a lot.
Then you give up on them. That's fine. You can do that as a Kings fan. And if they come back, then you are hosed. But my point is, once you do it, you're done. You can't come back from that. Like, there's got to be a price to be a fan. You can't just be a fan. Hey, I'm going to be a fan when we win, and then when we stink, I'm going to rip the team. No, can't do it. Not on my watch. By the way, we got to talk about your boy, Spadoni, and I'm talking about literally your boy.
Like your son.
Yeah.
Like his son.
Yeah. Anyway. Hey, in case you missed any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
Spend your mornings with the
AJ Ananobi.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So I saw something yesterday. JD, Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson, Daniel Guru Johnson on vacation. And I thought, when I saw it, I thought, I bet you Guru would have a lot to say about this. And then I thought, but JD might not.
Sure.
And I think I was right.
Yeah, you were right.
But just bear with me here.
Sure.
Because I don't, here you go. Get this, you get ready to cut this, Spadone. I don't know what kind of point I'm trying to make. I don't know at all if I'm even trying to make a point. I'm on Twitter yesterday, and I see that Skip Bayless has tweeted out, "Hey, Bronny." LeBron's son, Bronny, 17 years old, I guess was in an AAU tournament or something. He had a nice dunk. Nice dunk over somebody. It's nice. Okay. Skip Bayless tweets out, "Hey, Bronny, impressive, but your dad would have dunked it left-handed. You sure got away with it, though." And you know what? I don't know why, but I thought, I can't stand this. Like, I want to quit sports entirely. I don't want to come to work today. I don't want to talk about sport. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? What's he doing? What could possibly be the reason to tweet about a guy's 17-year-old son? Like, what are we doing? Spadone.
He's just trying to get under LeBron's skin, which is what he's done his entire career. It's what he's based his entire career off.
That's why I quit. I'm quitting the business. It's a joke. What are you doing?
Well, he kind of crushed Benny yesterday. He said he wasn't very fast, so...
I crushed who?
Crushed my son.
Yeah,
Benny. He said he wasn't very fast.
Benny Spadoni.
He's not.
He's twitchy. All right, he's got a quick twitch.
I saw the video of your son.
He's 2 years old.
But you haven't seen
How
him.
old's your son, 2?
He's 2, yeah.
He's got some wheels, actually. But... like, this is where we're at. I'm out. 17-year-old kid, like, I don't... What was he trying to say, do you think, Spadoni? What was he trying to say?
I think he was probably trying to, like, slight LeBron, saying, "Man, you're not coaching your kid right. You would have dunked it left. LeBron, why isn't he dunking it left?" Next on Undisputed with Shannon Sharp.
All right. Everybody's saying, "See you, Steiny. Have a good career." Actually, the career would be over at that point.
Apparently Skip Bayless was shocked when the tweet exploded because he was offering, from his perspective, just commentary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bayless have any kids?
See ya.
No, he doesn't. I read an article about it. Actually, it's a very depressing life that man lives.
You know what? I've read that story too. It's sad. It's sad. I guess his brother's a big chef. Right. All right. Let's get off. Anyway, it just rubs me. It just rubbed me the wrong.
Steiny, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of this soundbite that you made once.
Miles Turner, he's a jackass. That's fine.
What are you trying to accomplish there, Steiny? Come on.
First of all, that was a joke. I don't know Miles Turner. This was not a joke.
He's all right.
He's been on LeBron. Like, okay, you've been on LeBron your whole career. Fine, whatever. Are you gonna get on his son? Come on. Grow up.
He's on his last legs as a commentator, Skip Bayless. That's what I think. This is what that signifies to me. If you're coming after his kids now, it means LeBron's going to retire. You saw this with the Warriors in the championship series. He was going after Steph. He never did that his whole career. Skip needs to find the new LeBron to pick on, and he knows it's going to be Steph Curry the next few years.
I don't mind if it's Steph, but what's he going to, like, when Cannon scores 17 in a Mighty Might game, he's going to say, "You got no three." All right, I'm done. I don't
even get it.
I don't either, JD.
Well, usually that's where you got the notepad. Usually that's where you just scratch it off the notepad. Because I'm still trying to figure out what the hell Guru would have said, other than it's just,
I know what Guru would have said. He would have said something like, "Where are we at in society?
I'm tired of getting pushed around."
Guru would have had a problem
because he's 17.
17.
Bronny's not your typical 17-year-old.
No. It's less about him being 17 and he's a kid and we got to protect the kids. It's not about that.
Because
it's about. It's irrelevant.
Sure.
What are you doing? It's irrelevant.
But that's my point. Like, who cares to even acknowledge that he even said it or did it?
Because that's the environment we're in now, and
but
we
doesn't
can't
have to be. There was nothing that tweet. Okay. I get it. There are a lot of things that we talk about that it's like, okay, eye roll or whatever. This is kind of dumb, or you know, I don't agree with the premise. Whatever it is, that ain't one of them. Like
really,
that ain't one. Like that could have been to me easily just. I don't get it. That's kind of stupid, unfortunate. Where are we in society? Whatever, and then you just move on. Like that did not have to be acknowledged. I guess I'm coming down your road. I'm not. It sounds like I am.
No, you are. You're coming down my road. But I guess that one hit me different. Like I don't know. What are you trying to accomplish? Like I get it. You know, I get Skip Bayless. Hey, Draymond, open invitation to come on, hit the pike, all right? But saying something about LeBron James' 17-year-old son, and again, it's not so much that the kid's only 17 and we got to protect the kids. It's just, can you please tell me what service you're providing? And you know what? If you want to say LeBron James is the most overrated player in the history of basketball, that's fine. That's your opinion. And okay, that's your, but this one I don't get. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? You're not trying to sell your view. You're not trying to persuade people, hey, everybody, you know, I'm trying to tell you, I've watched LeBron James play for 18 years. He's not as good as everybody thinks he is. Okay, fine. But why LeBron James do you get his son in? Why would you ever have a reason to mention his son?
Because he probably thinks he's got to comment on everything.
I guess.
Which there's plenty of people in this business that think they have to comment on everything. And you know what? They're a tune out also from me.
Well, all right. But the problem is they're not a tune out. They dominate. Like they're elephants in the room, and they're impacting. We wonder why Draymond Green and these guys are like everybody's a clown out there. Well, because you got people commenting on LeBron James's kid. Like why? I don't know.
Well, again, at this point, he's doing it because he can do it. Like, that's the real answer is he can do it because he can do it because he's already made a bunch of money for being a jackass or whatever.
Right.
And so, like, but that actual tweet or comment, like, you're just doing it. Like, that,
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Doesn't move the needle at all. Like, that does not move the needle at all.
Well,
and if you're saying, well, wait a minute, JD, it does move the needle. Well, the only reason it moves the needle is because of all the other stupid stuff he said.
I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll agree with you.
Just because he said it.
It doesn't. Okay.
Who cares?
Fair enough. It doesn't move the needle.
Right.
So why did he do it?
Because he can.
Because
it's on brand for him.
Because he knows we're going to talk about it right now, like which is what we're doing.
Well, but hold on.
But that's what he. But that's why he does it. Because
this is the first time I've ever.
He thinks that.
Because he puts Bronny was the big story. Steph retweeted it. This video was going viral. The only time LeBron's even been in the news, like in the last couple weeks, is because Skip brought his name into it. Now he doesn't talk about baseball on that show. Football's still a couple weeks away. Basketball is Skip's thing. It's him comparing him to Jordan. That's what he's built his entire career off of. So if he doesn't have LeBron to talk about, he's going to insert him into a conversation that's not even about him, which is what he did with his tweet with Bronny.
The tweet, again, real quick, was, hey, Bronny, 17-year-old kid, impressive on a dunk that he had. Impressive, but your dad would have done it left-handed. You got away with it, though. Again, I don't have a problem with him saying LeBron's the most overrated player in the game. But his kid's got nothing to do with any. Anyway, all right, never mind. Let's go to Moose in San Jose. What's up, Moose?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Beautiful day. It's like 96 degrees here in San Jose right now.
Nice.
It's a little scorching. Skip Bayless with another hot take. In my opinion, it's par for the course. We gave all these guys an ability to get on Twitter and say whatever the hell they want, whenever they want. That's what he's been doing. Look, that kid's 17 years old, and he drove left-handed dribble, and then switches to the right. Look, is Skip right? Should he have stayed left? Probably, but it's a sick dunk either way. I could never do that. I've never been able to do that. That's what this guy does, right? And look, the other thing is if people are like, if someone like me, I don't even have Twitter, but if someone like me were to get on there, like Steph did, and everybody, and hey, wow, Bronny, that's so awesome. Sheesh, that's so cool. Like, you got to be able to take the heat too. And I know that it wasn't Bronny saying, "Hey, Skip, why are you even saying this?" And we're kind of the ones doing it. But it's like, we can all say, "Hey, great job, you did good up there." You got to be able to say, "Hey, not in this case he did something wrong, he did something pretty sick, but in other cases you got to be able to take some criticism too, or some critique, some constructive criticism at the very least. I would have, if I had the ability to do it, I would have stayed left the whole way. I got to admit, but I'll never be able to. The kid's unbelievable. 17 years old.
Gotcha. So okay, thanks, Moose. Moose thinks it had a lot to do with the actual play itself. I guess. Let's get back into some.
That's fair.
More relevant stuff. Scott's in Hayward. He wants to talk Giants. We got some Giants. We got our buddy Carlito. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm doing good. Good show. Thanks for helping the last leg of my drive back from Portland. You're very entertaining.
Oh, cool.
For one, don't quit, Steiny, because you are the balance to the Skip Bayless of the world. We need you on the radio, bringing reason. And just stop talking about Skip.
All right,
That's
fair
what
enough.
Skip wants.
Got you, Scott.
Skip. As far as the Giants go and success or failure, I struggle a little. I got two questions for you, and I'll take them off the air. But the first is it really better to make the playoffs and be a doormat? Is it really better to squeak in by one game and then get rolled by the Padres or Dodgers or any of the Uber teams? Or is it better to lose enough games that you can draft high draft pick talent? Because, you guys mentioned the Pirates on that call, and, you talked about the Giants maybe being better than the Pirates. I don't see that. I see Cabron Haynes. I see that stud shortstop they've got. I see a whole lot of young pitching. The Pirates are going to make some noise in a couple years. And what are the Giants? They got the 15th or 16th best farm system and not a cornerstone player on the field except maybe our closer. So I'm not sure squeaking in and getting waxed is going to be the best thing either for Giants fans, more morale-wise, or for the team's future. And then second, let's say hypothetically some of these guys we have coming up on the farm are going to be pretty decent.
All right.
Are the Giants going to be able to bring in a free agent hitter? Because they haven't been able to do that for years. So I'm struggling as a Giants fan to see just what's in the future, what's good. I love the Giants. I'm not quitting on the Giants. I root for the Giants, but help me off the fence. Tell me how they're going to be good if they make the playoffs and get low draft picks.
Well, because
I'll take your comments off the air, gentlemen.
Thanks, Scotty. Because baseball is different. You can make any team that makes the playoffs in baseball can win it.
Well, and it's
not like basketball.
If you get in and you're the final wild card, you're playing the Cardinals,
right?
Or maybe you're playing the Brewers, depending upon who wins that division. But right now, you'd be playing the Cardinals. You could win, and it's a best 2 out of 3. At that point, you could win. You could win a round, and end up playing the Mets or end up playing the Dodgers. You're not guaranteed to get waxed.
Agree.
That's the thing. You go in, you might not get waxed.
And this is where I do think their past kind of impacts their present. Because this is where I'm at. 5-1-0. Giants squeaked into the playoffs and won the World Series in recent memory. This is baseball. They have. Yeah. They won the division 1 out of those 3 times?
2.
Twice?
Yeah. 10 and 12 they won the division. 14 they did not.
Just get in baseball. Look at last year. Look what happened to the Braves last year. Let's go to Carlito. Carlito's in Alameda. Hello, Carlito.
Hello, gentlemen. I want to talk about Trey Lance. I think we all know the man is set up for success. And if he doesn't do it, it will be a failure. I don't understand these 49er fans that say, oh, it's okay, we're rebuilding, he's young, it's okay. I don't agree with it. I think those fans are a little soft, and I don't want to be at home in January watching Seattle. Thank you, guys.
I think the problem is, Carlito, is if you're a fan that says, look, Trey Lance, to me, the issue with the 49ers this year and Trey Lance is that if you're somebody that wants to preach patience or say, Trey Lance only played 2 games last year, and he didn't play the year before that, JD, and it's a tough league. We have to maybe brace for the fact that we'll take a step back. I don't agree with that, but that's a valid point. And you're damn right that's what Kyle Shanahan's going to say.
It is.
Listen, do you really think we expected Trey Lance to come in and be Patrick Mahomes 2.0? Yeah, we would have loved it, but we weren't counting. You can't count on that.
You can say that, though, if you still make the playoffs. You can't say that if you go 7-10. They will. They won't have a choice, but that hits different for me. You got you can say growing pains, not unfair to expect Pat Mahomes. You can say all those things, but you still need to make the playoffs.
Yes, you do.
You still need to make the playoffs. You can't say all those things as the reason you went 7-10.
If the 49ers go 7-10, I think it's going to be because they've got bigger issues than Trey Lance. Don't you?
Yeah, and the bigger issues will probably be injuries.
Exactly.
But I just hope that doesn't happen because I don't want to see that because to me the worst thing that could happen would be Trey Lance gets hurt.
Oh God.
But
well, unless it's like in the next 3 days.
I think that ship has sailed. Like you think they'd go if you're Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, hold on a sec.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead.
No, simple question.
Set it up.
All right, simple question. They practiced yet today, the 49ers? They're flying.
No, they didn't. They flew yesterday, but they're off today.
Okay, so they're off today. So Trey Lance walking around Minneapolis, and he trips.
From that area.
That's right, yeah. If Trey Lance got hurt 1 hour from now, and it was like, this guy's going to miss 2 months, Jimmy Garoppolo's starting opening night, isn't he? Jimmy Garoppolo's starting against the Bears, right? Why aren't you answering, JD? Of course he is.
I don't know. I don't know that it's a lock. I think if it was a season ender, maybe.
2 months. 2 months. He's going to miss the first 3 to 4 games of the year.
I think at this point, that's really tricky because he has not been around the team. He has not been going through practice. Sudfeld's been the 2. Like at that point, I mean, it would be unfair to Sudfeld. In a way, it'd be unfair to Jimmy. Like, I mean, the question would be, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, well, does that mean I get my full $24 million now?
Fair. 510. I gotta combat this. 510 says, get off Trey Lance. Get off Trey Lance. This season sits clearly on the shoulders of Kyle Shanahan. The defense is excellent, and the pieces are there on offense. This team is ready to win now. The biggest unknown is quarterback. I agree. I'm not going to be ripping Trey Lance if he stinks. You're right. It's Kyle Shanahan. I think he's got to show 49er fans that he can win as many games with Trey Lance as he could with Jimmy Garoppolo. And if he can't, that means he's either not as good of a coach as we think, or he's not a great player personnel evaluator for going up and drafting him and giving up what he gave up. So, Garoppolo doesn't have a playbook either right now, right?
Yeah, I don't think he does. And again, I
got it right here, JD.
But if you're
right
him,
here.
you probably don't. Like if my initial reaction,
yes.
if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, and your scenario plays out where Trey Lance is out and the Niners need a start, if they come to me, my initial reaction would be like, you serious?
Yeah, we are.
Do I get my $24 million?
Yeah, we'll give it to you.
Then I might have to think about it. But for anything less, my initial, I mean, I
wonder if they could do it to him.
I think Jimmy's done. Like, I just think I think it's done. Like, I think he wouldn't want to do it. So what? He comes in, he starts 3 games, and then he hands it over? Like, it just, you can't. Like, they've gone out of their way to make sure this isn't weird. It's done. He's effectively off the team.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just was a little hypothetical. If the 49ers go 7-10, it's probably because Bosa got injured. Well, Bosa and maybe some other guys. I'm kind of with you there.
I mean, they should be pretty good. I mean, that's independent of the quarterback. Like he could be mediocre, I feel like, and they still should make the playoffs.
Yes, exactly. And I guess maybe that's what I'm saying right now.
If he's excellent, we're talking about 13, 14 wins in a Super Bowl. If he's excellent.
Okay, you know what, though? I want to what's the word? Push back on that. Just because...
What I just said?
I think the 49ers, outside of the quarterback position, people are inflating. Like, do they... Okay.
But if you're getting excellent quarterback play, the other stuff might not be as good. Might not have to be.
But what I'm saying is, I think it's overblown that this team is Super Bowl ready outside the quarterback. If the quarterback is any good, we're going to the this, that, the other thing. It's like, wait a minute.
Well, they are Super Bowl ready at other positions. They are, though.
Offensive line? I mean, like, here's the other thing. I'm not saying...
They got a Hall of Fame left tackle. I mean,
Don't get me started on him.
What? You think he's overrated?
A little.
Okay.
But no, okay. How would you rate their wide receiver tight end
Is
core?
Steph Curry overrated, too?
Well, I need to know specifically what people think of him. Like, people say Trent Williams is the greatest offensive lineman in football, right? I don't think he is. I don't know. Listen, my thing with Trent Williams is I don't line play. I don't know if I'm sure he's the best lineman in football. I just mess around about how those guys could be great and you don't even really know it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying about
I got you.
You know how I know everybody's like, oh, George Kittle's the best tight end, and Ayuk. I mean, everybody's just assuming Ayuk's going to catch balls for 1,500 yards this year. I don't know.
Well,
how good's Ayuk?
I think he's really good.
Okay.
I think he's primed for a breakout.
I got you.
Debo already had a historic year. I mean, he had an incredible year.
How do you think he's going to be used this year? Debo Samuel.
I think pretty similarly.
Do you really? No. I don't.
No, not. I think it's going to be in between what we saw in the second half of last year. Like
between. So
I think it'll be in between what we saw in the first half and the second half. Like I think it'll probably be about half as many games.
Okay, so it'd be about 4 a game.
Yeah.
Because basically
they
the
were
first
putting
half
in that package the other day, though. I thought it was interesting that was the first day without fans.
Okay.
At training camp on Sunday, I was out there, and that just happened to be the first day that they start running all the Debo running plays, all the Debo wide. I don't know. It was interesting. Like it was almost like they didn't want. I don't know it to get out. That I don't know what it was.
Oh, we can talk a little more about that. I don't know. Yeah, we are up against it. Yeah. We are up against it. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
on 95.7 The Game.
Why'd you give Spinoni a thumbs up? You like the song?
Yeah, I like The Police.
You like the Police?
I do like the Police.
Let me tell you their best song. Great song.
Message in a Bottle.
No, I know you're going for the popular ones. I'm an under the radar guy.
Let me see. I'm trying to.
This is a great tune. To me, if you said, give me one Police song, Steiny, your favorite, I'd be like, boom, this one.
Let me guess.
You're not going to be able to. It's a little below the radar.
Roxanne.
Nope. That's a great tune, though. Bed's Too Big Without You.
Oh.
Bed's too big without you. You ever hear that, Spino? You haven't heard that. Bed's Too Big Without You. You haven't heard that song, Spino?
You got to Google it.
No, you don't have to Google.
Yeah, 1979.
Yeah.
I love
Might have been a little Regata de Blanc or Zenyatta Mandata. Mm-hmm. All right. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson. See, we can talk Police with JD. Be a little bit of a struggle with the goo.
Why? Really? The Police?
Yeah, no, he's pretty limited. He's pretty limited.
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Just like me. Like I can't we can't branch out. I can, basically if you're a white performer, I'll probably be familiar with you, black performer, guru, but we don't cross over very much. But yeah, Police.
Interesting.
Bed's Too Big Without You.
Rick James is one of them, though. He went to Rick James concert.
That's true.
And Goo loves him some Phil Collins, I'll say that.
Well, that's because he was shoved down our throat for 2 years.
Genesis.
Damn right.
Yeah, the Genesis. All right. San Francisco 49ers, so they're headed to Minnesota. Or they're in Minnesota.
They're in Minnesota.
Let me ask you this, because we've obviously been talking a lot about Trey Lance. Do you think, I'm open to it, that Trey Lance, because he goes up against the 49ers defense, faces kind of more difficulty than a lot of other quarterbacks in his situation, because 49ers maybe have the best defense in football.
Yeah. I think we saw a little bit of that in the preseason game where, I know it's the twos, and he was playing with some twos in terms of the skill players that he was playing with. But I think the 4 for 5 hitting the big ball, like it hit different in that game. And you can make a case, as a couple people have, that a couple of the completions were even a little inaccurate and it didn't totally look smooth, which I think is on point for what we've seen at times at practice. But I think the gameplay against the Packers was better than what we've seen at practice.
Okay.
And I think that's a really good sign, even if it is against the twos. Like, I don't even care about that part. It's just against somebody different, he looked better.
Right.
That's a really good sign.
Yeah.
The Vikings had a pretty bad defense last year, by the way. I mean, I think they expect to be better and new coaching and all that. But.
No, I'm definitely open to that idea, especially if you like the way he played against the Green Bay Packers. The question we were asking earlier in the day regarding Trey Lance is, like, how good does he have to be for the 49ers to be, like, I guess my question is there, how would you answer this? If I said this, JD, seriously, you really think the 49ers Super Bowl window is open with a guy behind center who's played 2 NFL games, didn't play the year before that, didn't play Division I football? You really think this team can win the Super Bowl with a quarterback like that?
Yeah, I think they can.
Really?
I do. I wouldn't.
So you think they have a hell of a team around him?
I do. I think they have a great team. I think the only weak spots on the team are the interior offensive line. I think I shouldn't even say weak. The 2 biggest question marks are the quarterback and the interior offensive line. Those are the biggest. Every other spot on the roster, I think they're solid. I think they're really good. Now, injuries can change that. They're down 3/4 of their starting secondary right now. That would be a problem. No Wards. Both of them are out, and Mosley, I guess Mosley's coming back at some point.
I think that's a lot to ask. That's all I'm saying.
It is a lot to ask, but I do think there's a scenario in play where Trey Lance is awesome, and they hit the right notes. And
what does awesome look like? See, not to just parse, but what does Trey Lance being great look like?
30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
To me, Trey Lance only can look great if he's asked a quarterback a little bit differently than Jimmy Garoppolo was asked a quarterback, if you know what I mean.
You mean given the reins to do more?
Yes.
Well, and I mean, I said this a little bit earlier. If he is good at the more conservative stuff, he'll get opportunities to do more.
Yeah.
Like that. All I'm saying is that there is a plausible scenario. We've talked a lot about what it likely is and what the negative scenario could be if he's a little mediocre or whatever. I just think, and this relates back to the Barnwell article, and we were reacting to the guys on ESPN that were talking about it, and Chris Canty and the like, but to me, there is a plausible scenario where what if he's good? What if he's really good? Like, we don't talk about that outcome a lot.
All right, well, let's talk about it. And here's the reason maybe we don't talk about it as much as we should. And I'm going to use you here because I think we talked a week or two ago. And you said, not quite the rat on the table, but Trey Lance hasn't been that great.
Right.
Like,
hadn't
from
been.
day one of training camp to now, Trey Lance hasn't been that great.
So
why would you think he's going to be anything other than that when the real games start?
Because he's going up against different competition and because the team is really good. Like, would I bet on it? No. Would I bet on him being a great quarterback this year? I wouldn't. But is it possible? I do think it's possible. I do think these are unique circumstances. Like, I would not completely dismiss the fact that maybe we're looking up in December and we're saying, wow, Trey Lance is really freaking good and they could win it this year. Like, it's not going to take that long if it is, we're going to be able to see it if it looks that way. I wouldn't bet on it.
Right. The Niners should be able to, 5-1 on the Niners should be able to put up more points than with Jimmy Garoppolo. But putting up points wasn't a killer for them. Like,
at times it was.
At times. Like, I think people...
Well, it was also just so hard. 13-play drives, 16-play drives. I mean, they almost had to have those kinds of drives. Because you're not hitting anything that takes you down the field. Or big plays, explosive.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's true, and that's the big wild card that we have to put in there. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of home run plays before the home run plays make a difference. I'm with you there.
Like, what if it all clicks? I guess that's what I'm getting at. What if it all clicks? What if he hits a high percentage of the deep balls and those go for touchdowns and those bolster his stats and then they're getting ahead and then the defense can be even more dominant and then that's giving you a little bit more free reign to open it up a little more if you want to. And then those things, and Debo's great and Kittle's great and Ayuk is a level better than he's been, and they're going to run the football because they're going to run the football. Like, is it the most likely outcome for 2022? Probably not, but it's something that is plausible to at least consider. And I don't know that we've totally been willing to consider it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you there. But there's a reason that we haven't considered it as much as maybe we should, and that's because what you're asking Trey Lance to do ain't easy.
No, it's definitely not.
And
I also think there's a possibility that he's a better... I've jotted this down, I've kept it in the back of my mind. He might wind up being he might just be a bad practice player or an uninspiring practice player. Like, some guys are just not great practice players. Because I think he's been very inconsistent and up and down at camp. There's been some good, there's been some bad days.
Can I ask you a question? Because I was down there watching some practice.
Sure.
How do you glean stuff?
Well, I mean,
dead serious.
Like Sunday, I was down there Sunday.
Okay, he was terrible, right?
He was terrible, and it's just like
what? Why was he bad?
The first pass they threw, not even in team drills, but the first pass they throw in individual where it's just receivers going out and running routes against nobody. He kind of rolls out and wings it off high and away off the guy's arm to where it would be incomplete. And you're thinking, well, that's a terrible throw. Like you're just playing catch,
right?
Like against nobody. Like you just it's like, okay, you miss that. You're just missing obvious stuff. You're just not it's not you're not seeing it or you're trying to do this or that. It's just, hey, that guy's open and the throw is not where it should have been. There's a bad throw. Like there's been at times a lot of that.
Inaccuracy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like not the stuff that's super. It's not the stuff where he didn't read the defense the right way or this is going. It's not things that are independent of the great defense. It's not like, oh, he threw this into a tight window and it got broken up. It's no, this guy was open and he threw it to the right guy.
Not wrong decisions.
It just wasn't a good throw.
Gotcha.
Like it's like that's the stuff to me that stands out more than the other stuff where it's what you're not calling the right, you're not scheming for the defense in terms of the play calling and that kind of stuff. It's like, well, that doesn't matter if you run a play and it's open and the guy throws it at his shoes or something like that's just something you're going to, and he's hit some good ones. I mean, he really has. We had Mike Yam, the throw that we had Mike Yam on earlier and the throw that he described. I mean, I remember that exact throw. It was right over the linebacker. It was almost like the Aaron Rodgers throw that went over Fred Warner.
Yeah, by a fingernail.
By a fingernail when they were setting up that game-winning field goal, Levi's early last year. So he's had some throws like that where you go, oh, okay, that's legit. But it's 50-50. It feels like every play you don't know if it's going to be awesome or it's going to be...
Well, isn't that what Jimmy Garoppolo was to a lot of fans?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
And I guess that's what, like, I expect Trey Lance to, he's going to make mistakes just like Jimmy Garoppolo. Of
course.
I just feel like people were, when they, all right, what do you think about this?
Back to Wiggins, back to Garoppolo.
In recent NFL history, there's not a lot of Super Bowl champions with quarterback question marks. Would the Chiefs have had quarterback question mark? See, I don't look at Mahomes as a question mark as much as, hey, they're going with a rookie. So, or not a rookie. They're going with second-year player.
Second year, and they went to the AFC Championship game and went to overtime and scored 30-something points.
Right. So we're
in the second half.
Like, even though Mahomes was fantastic, like, I don't look at the 49ers as having a question mark at quarterback. I look at them as, hey, they're going with the younger guy right now. And so because they're going with a younger guy, let's build into our equation that there may be some ups and downs.
And I think that is where they're at.
But I think they can weather the ups and downs and still win 9-10 games.
And I think on the high end, they think they can weather the ups and downs, and he can be a better quarterback by a significant margin at the end of the season compared to where he is at the beginning of the season. And that could maybe allow them to make a Super Bowl run even this season. I think that's on the table. Like, I'm not going to be one of those people that says, you know what, they're not winning it. They can't win it this year. They can't win it this year.
Well, and that's...
I'm not going to do that. It's not likely, but it's not impossible.
No, you're right. You're right. But what you're saying is a fact. Like, not a fact. I guess what I'm saying is they've set this up like they're a Super Bowl team.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple. Like, but that's, let me tell you, if Trey Lance ain't it, that's going to change. Kyle Shanahan's not going to, boy, we thought we were going to be a lot better this year. He will never say that, even if they're not having a great year.
No, and that he's afforded that luxury based on the way that they've set this whole thing up. But if push comes to shove and they have what looks to be a Super Bowl caliber team, and Trey winds up being, at the end of it, part of the reason why they came up short, the only answer at that point is going to be, well, he's going to have to get better,
right?
And he should get better from year 2 to year 3, or from year 1 to year 2 in terms of being the starting quarterback. So at the end of the year, you win 10 games. Trey's pretty good, not great, solid, sometimes struggles. You get in, you win a playoff game, you lose a playoff game. Like, you're a wild card team, you win one, you lose one. You're 1-1, you're out. You don't make it to the championship game, but you don't go one and done. But Trey really has a bad game in the game where you go out. At that point, all you're going to say is, well, experience, and he'll get better, and then next year he'll win that game.
Right. And I don't have a problem if that's what happens.
And then if he doesn't, I think in today's day and age, if he doesn't at that point, everybody will start to question whether he can ever get it done. Which is probably unfair, but that's how we roll.
Do you think most 49er fans are like you and me when it comes to... No, I do. I think if you're a 49er fan, for the most part, I'm going to generalize here, it is pretty cut and dry. You want to make the playoffs. Make the playoffs is a success. Like, that's where, whether you love Trey Lance, whether you think he should be the quarterback, whether you like Jimmy and think they move, it doesn't matter. To me, it's make the playoffs, solid season. If Trey Lance quarterbacks the 49ers this year and they make the playoffs, that's something to build off of. I don't even care what happens in the postseason with him, because it'll be his first postseason play, and you got to allow for growing pains.
I think that's fair.
And I think most 49er fans think that. I don't think there's fans out there that are saying...
I wonder, though. I wonder if there are people out there that are thinking, well, you get to the playoffs and that's where it's supposed to be different. Because we do get a lot of that. Like, we get more, I would say, Jimmy Garoppolo supporters than I think I've given their credit for being. But we also do get a lot of people that are, hey, Trey was brought in to be better than Jimmy in the big moments, in the big games, in the playoff games, because Jimmy couldn't get it done. I wonder if those people are like, it's almost like you're going to get to that point where Trey's going to have his shot.
And what if
he isn't good in those moments? Well, then what?
Well, that's what I don't think enough. I don't like. That's a scenario that's possible too. That all the